What happens when the student surpasses the teacher, yet still doesn't have all the answers? As the balance of power begins to tilt, Harry finds himself no longer just learning magic, but redefining it. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where we bring exceptional fanfiction to life. Today, we present Part 7 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight, a story where magical evolution and personal awakening walk hand in hand through fire, doubt, and danger. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook inspired by the Harry Potter universe, which is owned by J.K. Rowling. The Rune Stone Path is a transformative work written by Temporal Knight, and this audiobook adaptation is created for entertainment and community appreciation of fanfiction as art. In this part, the magical world feels more fragile than ever. Political unrest brews beneath the surface, and Harry's role as a quiet revolutionary becomes clearer. His new strength comes with visibility, and visibility invites enemies. This chapter is a testament to self-discovery under pressure. If it's resonating with you, be sure to subscribe and become a Grimoire Guardian, or support deeper still by joining the Wizard Army. Let's rejoin the path. Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path, Part 7 begins now. Chapter 36, Old Friends. Harry walked towards Lily's room, trying to decide exactly how he felt about waking her up to go talk to Snape. On the one hand, supposedly they were friends when they were kids. On the other hand, she'd seemed pretty ready to go beat the snot out of him when the man's name came up by chance yesterday. That, and the fire in her eyes at the time, had been what convinced him to let Snape in the house he really wanted to watch her tear into his most hated professor. Maybe Daphne and Tracy were rubbing off on him. Harry knocked softly and pushed her door open, only to frown in confusion. It looked like the bed hadn't even been touched. If she didn't sleep here, then where did she sleep? "Master Harry, sir?" Dobby said, popping in behind him. "Your mother is being in James Potter's old room." Harry blinked and turned to look at the elf. "Thanks, Dobby. You didn't have to get up. It's still super early." Dobby rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. It's Dobby's job to get up to help Master. Dobby would have opened the door and told Greasy to leave, but Master Harry didn't let Dobby make him wait long enough. Harry suppressed a chuckle. "Great minds think alike, Dobby. I've got it from here, mate. You can go back to sleep." Dobby huffed and turned to walk down the hall, muttering, "Dobby just has coffee, and Master says to go to sleep. Dobby get pictures of Greasy beating. First, then sleep." Harry rubbed his eyes at his friend's antics and moved to the other wing to find his mother. He shouldn't have been surprised that she slept there. He just hoped that she hadn't had too many problems last night being here. If things were weird for him, he could barely even imagine how overwhelming everything was being for her. Coming up on the door, he set his shoulders and schooled his features before softly knocking again and entering. Once the door was open, though, he could only blink in surprise as he looked at the bed. Both fell asleep before even pulling back the covers wasn't exactly comforting. He walked closer and gently laid a hand on Lily's shoulder. "Lily," he said softly. "Lily, someone's here to see you." Blearily, Lily reached an arm up and swatted in front of her. "5 minutes," she mumbled. "Lily, wake up. You need to at least be conscious enough to tell me whether to send him packing or not." Shiva groaned and turned her head into the pillow. "Tell them to go away," she said, not quite awake. "Sleeping here." "It's Snape," Harry said. Lily went to bat his hand away again, but her movement froze mid-gesture. Her eyes fluttered open, and after a moment focused on Harry. "What? Harry? What were you saying?" He shrugged and moved back a bit to give her room to sit up. "Snape just showed up demanding to see you. I left him in the entrance hall. Do you want me to tell him to take a hike, or do you want to talk to him?" Her eyes narrowed, and she growled. "Severus is here? That miserable git. Give me a second to wake up and dash." She cut off as a glass of tea appeared on the table next to her. "You seriously have the best friends, son. That elf of yours is amazing." She took a quick gulp of the tea and shifted to kick her legs over the side and stretch. Shiva just clutched her pillow tighter. "Let's let Shiva sleep. We had a bit of a long night." Harry grimaced. "Sorry." "Not your fault, Harry. So don't apologize," Lily said softly, smiling up at him. "Like I said, you have good friends. Shiva kicked me out of a self-induced guilt trip. We talked and cried a lot later than I had intended." She stood and followed Harry out of the door. He glanced down and smiled at the bear still in her hand. "That's an adorable bear. Was it yours or my dad's beforehand? I would have thought he'd have a dog or a dragon or something." Lily's smile grew, and she held the stuffed animal out to him. "It was supposed to be for you, actually. You really think it's cute?" Harry nodded and took the offering, grinning down at it. "Yeah, I do. Look, it has a tuft of hair right here that doesn't stay straight, just like mine," he said, pointing to a section just behind the right ear. He continued softly, "Thanks, Mom." Lily caught Harry's murmured thanks, and her smile grew so wide she felt like it would split her face. This may not have been the way she thought things would be with having a child, but it was certainly something she could work with. Her mood darkened slightly as they got closer to the entrance hall, and she remembered why they were awake. "So, Severus is here?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'm a little curious if he realized yet that his coat was only half on, or that he was missing most of one shoe." Lily's eyebrows rose at that. "Too bad you didn't get pictures. I certainly don't condone cruel pranks, but private viewing later on is a bit different. And after what I've been told of how he's treated you, I certainly wouldn't blame you, Harry." He snorted. 10 galleons, says Dobby got some. "Actually, Dobby, could you take this back to my room, please?" Harry asked, holding up the bear. A short pop later, Dobby appeared with a camera around his neck and calmly took the bear. Dobby takes it back. Also, Master Harry is correct. Dobby has evidence of Greasy being in too large a hurry. If Greasy didn't want evidence, he should have dressed prior to leaving his house. Dobby popped away with a grin of such superiority that Lily couldn't help but laugh. She paused before stepping into the entrance hall to call up sufficient amounts of annoyance and frustration. Walking out and laying eyes on Snape, her eyes narrowed. The edge of her mouth twitched, and her nostrils flared. Her attempt at working up a head of steam was utterly pointless. All she could think about while looking at the man who used to be her friend were the things he'd done, everything from telling Voldemort about the prophecy to abusing students to mentally torturing her son. The voice that issued out of her lips was cold and laced with disgust. "Severus, you have a lot of nerve showing up here like this. Just what do you want?" Snape rocked back on his 1.5 shoes, blinking like she just slapped him. Good. Her lips curled, and she had to resist the impulse to stalk forward and actually slap him. What kind of role model would she be for Harry if she didn't at least try to maintain some restraint in front of him. Lily, Snape asked, looked utterly confused. He reached out halfway towards her before his hand fell, though he took a step forward. You really are alive. I thought I held you after... After what? Severus? After your master slaughtered my family? Lily snarled. After Voldemort himself broke down my door, looking to kill my son. Snape gulped. I never meant for that to happen. Lily, I asked, no, I begged him to leave you alone. To save you. I begged for him to not hurt you. Lily clenched her hands tight enough for her nails to dig into her skin, while she heard a snort of derision from the wall near where she knew Harry was. I heard all about that, Severus. The people interrogating Dumbledore have been sharing some rather interesting facts with us. I heard about how you were perfectly willing to let my husband and son be murdered like dogs as long as I was left alive. What did you think, old friend? That I would just leap into your arms after that? That I would hail you as my savior? That you'd become my entire world after I learned you let my family be killed? How did you think I'd react, Severus? She yelled. Her hand drifted down to her wand, and she clutched it like a lifeline, sparks shooting out and singing the floor. Snape shook his head back and forth and took another few steps forward. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking back then. I just panicked. I never should have. I went to Dumbledore. I told him everything. I begged him to help as well. Lily snorted, and her stare drilled holes into him. You went to him only because Voldemort couldn't be trusted to keep his promise. What would you have done if I wasn't the family being targeted, Severus? She asked. Cocking her head to the side, she drilled the point home. You never bothered to ask about the Longbottoms. Alice and Frank were only ever nice to you. If I remember correctly, both even kept talking with you long after I broke off contact with the Mudblood incident. Did you even bother to stop and think about them? What if it had been some random Muggle-born family? Did anything matter to you besides me? The only thing I've ever cared about was you, Lily, Snape said softly. He took another step, though his head was down. He had covered almost half the distance between them now. Lily's scowl deepened, and she barked a harsh laugh. You know, most Muggles would term that an obsession, Severus. Generally, that's considered rather unhealthy. But, you know, this isn't even the worst of it. Tell me the truth, Severus, for old time's sake. Did you honestly believe that Voldemort would come back before Harry ran into his shade his first year? No. Snape's voice was barely audible, but the excellent acoustics in the entrance hall carried the word to her ears with little difficulty. That's what I thought. So, she said, tapping her wand against her leg, you proceeded to torment, belittle, ignore, unjustly punish, and hate children for over a decade. Why? It couldn't have been because you were maintaining a character in case he came back. Why then? It was a rhetorical question, and Snape just shuffled his feet, cringing. That's what I thought. You did it because you are a miserable, hateful human being who failed to protect the object of his obsession, and you took out your self-hatred on preteens. What in God's name were you thinking? Is that supposed to endear me to you? Am I just supposed to ignore that you've single-handedly been responsible for a massive drop in jobs ranging from healer to auror to apothecary? Britain used to be the second leading nation in potions, OWLS, NEWTS, and masteries under Slughorn. In the time that you've taken over, we've dropped to 36. She scowled. I looked it up. I didn't want to believe you could be quite as petty and vindictive as I was told. But no, if anything, they didn't embellish it enough. Snape shook his head in denial and scowled over her shoulder. She knew he was looking at Harry, and her opinion of him dropped even lower. Before she could continue berating him, Snape spoke. I can't help that the quality of students have gone down while you were gone. The dunderheads have no idea how to behave in a classroom, and they have no concept of the art required to make a proper potion. Maybe if you bothered to actually teach, Harry muttered. Lily snapped her fingers to draw Snape's attention back to her. Severus, she said lowly in a danger-laced tone. Did you know that I've asked Harry to brew some potions over the past few days? He's rather good at it, actually. Not excellent, but he's still above average. Apparently, he and Neville have learned more from tutoring themselves and with their classmates' assistance during study hours than they have in 4 years under your tutelage. Do not make the mistake of blaming a child for the adult's failure. His eyes narrowed, and she stalked forward, breathing hard, pointing at him with her wand, which started sparking again. Even if I disregarded everything else, there remains one rather large fact. Her eyes narrowed to slits, and her voice dropped several decibels. You've been essentially mentally and emotionally abusing my son for 4 years. He looked chagrined momentarily before rallying. I saved the boy's life during his first Quidditch match. Did he bother to tell you that, Lily? He scoffed. She chuckled darkly. One good deed does not make up for years' worth of hatred. Severus. Points and detentions for no reason. Debasing his efforts in class. Knowingly allowing for sabotage of his work and punishing him for it. Humiliating him both in and out of class. Refusing to curb or punish your house members for acts against Harry or his house. Insulting his friends. Denigrating the name of people he is close to as well as his father. Should I go on? Snape looked at the floor and sighed in defeat. You seem to have already made up your mind. You've gotten a very one-sided view of me, and it's colored you. I admit I'm slightly biased against him, but he is just like Dash. Snape cut off abruptly as Lily's hand lashed out and slapped him so hard that his head snapped to the side, and a handprint was left outlined in bright red on his face. Just like who? Like James? Severus? She snarled, lowering her hand. The only thing of James in him that I've seen is his looks and his tendency to attract trouble. You bigoted arse. You see my son's face, and that's it. His temper is like me. His focus and obsessions are like me. His love of magic is like me. He has friends in each house like me. You see his face and ignore everything else. How dare you try to preach to me that I've gotten the biased explanations? How you heard anything I've said? Have you, Severus? His mouth stayed shut, though she saw a wet sheen cover his eyes as he brought a hand to his face. Her wand sparked again. She had to fight to avoid cursing him. Get out, she said so quietly that the sound barely carried even in this room. Lily, I'm sorry, I just... Get out. Now. Lily snarled. Her wand leaped up and spat a small gout of flame at him, causing the man to jump back to avoid it. Get out of my house. She launched another spell at him that had his jacket twist and start tightening around him. Get out. Snape hurriedly nodded as her wand glowed again, and he stumbled towards the door, fighting to get the jacket off. She watched him cast a cutting curse at one sleeve before he stumbled outside, and the door slammed shut behind him. Breathing heavily, Lily turned to see Harry only a few paces behind her with wide eyes. Her face reddened, and she hurriedly holstered her wand. "Harry, forgot you were here for a minute. That," he said, a smile spreading across his face, "was awesome." Julian Woodman was having a thoroughly typical evening. Normally, drawing the late shift with watching prisoners wasn't such a bad deal. Drunks and shoplifters didn't really tend to make a fuss, so it was relatively easy to sit back and just read or play a card game. Unfortunately, ever since that arse Barty Crouch Jr. was tossed in his holding cells, his nights had been exceedingly annoying. Waiting for the bastard's trial was taking so bloody long. Even a blind man could see that money had to be exchanging hands to have delayed for this long, with such a clear-cut case. Crouch certainly wasn't making things easy on them either. The man loved to chatter on, and he always interrupted the good bits of whatever form of entertainment Julian brought. Tonight was no different. The monotony and frustration of the evening was finally broken when one of the newbies walked into his hall, looking lost beyond belief. "Hey, Rook," Julian called out. "Yeah, you trainee. You're not supposed to be down here until you pass basic. Where is here? I got turned around. Is the cafeteria nearby? I was looking for a snack," the guy said, looking around. Julian shook his head. The kid couldn't be more than 17. They sure were recruiting young these days. "This is the detention hall. Rook, you're in the completely opposite direction. Come on, I'll show you how to get there." He walked past and started to raise his hand to point out the correct section to go down when a warm, blissful feeling invaded his mind. Julian felt like he should be remembering something, but the calm and happiness quickly washed it away. "Wow, that was easier than I thought," the voice of his master said. "I knew those muggle whores were easy, but I figured it would take some actual effort for a wizard. You're pathetic. Get your keys and open the cell." Julian turned to obey his master and quickly opened Crouch's bars. A quick twinge felt some satisfaction that finally the annoying bastard would be gone for good. "Nice job, kid," Crouch said, nodding to his master. "Don't suppose you smuggled my wand out of the evidence room, too, by any chance?" "Yes. Here." Crouch caught the piece of wood and grinned wider. "Excellent. What's your name, kid?" "Flint. Marcus Flint. My father's joined up, too. He's with the others at Azkaban. The Dark Lord wanted to make sure that you were freed at the same time, too," his master said, beaming with pride. "Well, you've done pretty good. Azkaban, well then, this place is going to be damn near empty while they rush about. Let's take care of a little side mission while we're here. Guaranteed to bump you up in favor if it works." His master smiled and laughed. "Do we get to kill anyone? I've only got a mudblood so far. Love to get a few blood traders while we're here. I could even have some fun with this idiot and watch him kill his friends." Crouch shook his head. "Like the enthusiasm, but nah. Not yet. You got to be smart and pick your battles. Stealth, Flint. Stealth. Department of Mysteries for us. Shame Rookwood's not here. He'd be able to hit the right door first bat. We're just going to have to try a few first off." "What's in the Department of Mysteries?" his master asked as Julian let them out of the detention block and down the hall towards the round room. A small section of his mind started saying that this was a bad idea, and that room was totally off limits, but again the bliss just washed that voice away. "Tons of crazy shit. time room is massively booby-trapped, though, so unfortunately we can't go for the time turners. Rookwood never had clearance for that one. You'd have to have the luck of a Felix Felicis potion to get into that section without setting off any traps or blaring every alarm in the building. No, we're just going for the prophecy room. They don't even bother to alarm that one because you'd have to be crazy to steal a prophecy. His master narrowed his gaze at Crouch as the doors spun around them. Oh, why? 'Cause Flint, unless you're the subject of the prophecy, you can't pick it up off the shelf without going insane, Crouch said offhandedly as he walked to one of the doors and threw it open. Oh wow, that was lucky. Death room. Come on, the Hall of Prophecy is just a few doors down from here. Julian followed behind his master as the young man glared at Crouch's back. So just how are we supposed to steal this thing for the Dark Lord then? Crouch barked out a laugh. I take back my praise of your intelligence. You're toting a blood traitor. Take a wild guess how we're getting it. Julian's inner voice started gibbering before quieting down again, and his master just cocked his head to the side. They had just stepped through into a room filled with glowing balls of mist as Flint's face widened into a grin again, and he chuckled. Ah, I get it. What if he can't get it off the shelf, though? Crouch shrugged. Then we go to Plan B and cut the section of the shelf and drop the prophecy into a bag. I have a Plan C if that doesn't work. What's Plan C? And how are we supposed to find this prophecy? There's got to be thousands in here. Tens of thousands, Crouch said completely unconcerned. They're arranged by date. The one we want is probably somewhere between rows 95 and 102. Depends on how many seers got their inner eye working right back in 80. You check 95, have the blood traitor check 96, and I'll go for 97. Look for the initials for Dumbledore. He's the one who heard it. How am I supposed to know Dumbledore's initials? His master asked, annoyed. Crouch groaned and slapped a hand to his face. How the hell did they let you come to get me out? Julian could hear him mutter. Albus Percival, Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Seriously, Flint, pick up a book sometime. Or a chocolate frog card. Merlin. Each generation gets stupider and stupider. The Dark Lord really needs to fix what causes this pattern after he takes over. Julian started looking at the little plaques on each glowing ball for the next several minutes before hearing a triumphant croon from Crouch and running over to meet up with him along with his master. Crouch pointed to a ball labeled SBT to APWBD, Dark Lord, and Harry Potter. Pick it up, his master said, grinning widely. For a moment, Julian hovered there with his hands in the air halfway outstretched, his mind gibbering in fear. Flint aimed his wand at Julian, scowling. I said, pick it up. Julian's mind quieted its protests under another wave of bliss, and he finished reaching for the ball. As soon as he grabbed it and tried to take it off of the little pedestal, though the bliss washed out his mind, it was replaced by a screaming sound inside his head, and Julian actually felt his mind shatter. He collapsed to the ground, drooling and blinking while a scream and random images kept looping over and over inside him. Bits and pieces of Julian were aware that something was horribly, horribly wrong, but he could barely even remember that the sounds the people in front of him were making were words, let alone how to stand up and do something to quiet the screams. Damn. Well, that sucks, the older man said. All right, try cutting the section around it. Flint. Why do I have to do it? The other man said, holding a hand to his head and glaring. That bloody hurt. You'll do it because I told you to. Crouch growled. The other one scowled and held out his wand. Julian watched a pretty pink light come out of the end of a stick in his hands, though the light fizzled out as it touched the wood by the scary balls. Damn. Oh well, plan C it is. Flint, I've have to silence you. What the fuck are you talking about? The older man just smiled. Well, I could kill you instead. You did free me though, so I figure I owe you one. You're not remotely high enough yet to hear this. Julian watched the trainee scowl and stalk back down the aisle with a silencing spell shooting after him and another flaring to life around Crouch. A moment later, Crouch lifted his stick and shot a spell at the scary glowing ball. The man leaned in and listened to the tiny figure that had lived inside the ball, and after a minute or so smiled and stood up straight with the figure operating away into the air. Got it. Come on, Flint. Let's get out of here before they cotton on. The trainee came back down the aisle and jerked his head towards Julian. What about the blood traitor? The older man shrugged. Leave him. They'll find the prophecy destroyed soon enough. My jailer here can be a bit of a lesson with what happens to those who defy the Dark Lord. It's always so much more fun when they're broken instead of dead after all. Julian heard the two laughing as they walked away, leaving him curled up on the floor in a growing puddle of his own spit and urine. Some tiny part of Julian screamed out obscenities at the men. The rest of him went back to staring at the pretty glowing lights around him. Voldemort stared down at the little fortress of obsidian and steel with a scowl. He had intended for only his followers to attack the prison, yet it was looking like he would personally have to take the field. It was problematic. While the ministry as a whole was still denying his return, he'd have an advantage. It was not an overly large advantage considering how many departments, groups, and individuals saw through Fudge's excuses, but it was an advantage. Now, with the utter failure he was watching from on high, he'd have to reveal himself far sooner than he'd hoped. To publicly announce himself in such a pathetic little backwater like Azkaban, though, Voldemort scowled. This was Lucius' fault for not being able to control his pathetic bitch of a wife. Not only letting Narcissa leave, but letting her leave with information was unacceptable. He'd have to come up with a suitable punishment for the silver-tongued fool if the man survived this night. Sighing, Voldemort took stock of the situation. The Dementors were beginning to scatter. All had turned on the ministry as soon as he'd arrived. They remembered the bounty of harvests he'd given them during the last war, and they required little persuasion, merely opportunity. Unfortunately, it seemed that the rumors Potter had managed to create something that could kill the beasts were true. Even worse, the boy had managed to sell his idea to the Aurors, who had obviously had a rare moment of sanity and outfitted their small group on the island with the creations. There were only 2 Aurors present on Azkaban initially. Voldemort had intended to have the Dementors suck the life from those without any real threat to his followers. It hadn't worked. By the time he'd realized that the Aurors were able to kill Dementors, 4 of the creatures had died, and the rest had fallen back. The guards had been able to call for reinforcements, and his easy operation had suddenly become a pitched battle. It still wasn't much of a battle. The Aurors only had about 10 personnel here so far, and after he'd destroyed the Fluke connection, any remaining reinforcements were forced to travel to the island via their tiny boat. Such a shame. Voldemort's followers were not nearly so limited. With their portkey link, he'd be able to recall them all through the outer wards at the same time. It was not so dissimilar to how Potter had managed to escape him. It was simply one of the hazards of facing off against a genius. Voldemort allowed himself a minor note of satisfaction before returning to his scowl. The reinforcements for the Aurors were annoying. They'd arrived with more of the damnable creations to keep the Dementors at bay. A quick push by his followers had killed 3 of the defenders, though enough remained that the Dementors had decided discretion was the better part of valor and took to the skies. Voldemort was frustrated, but he couldn't call the creatures back. The Ministry was at least slightly prepared for this. It would be better to save the survivors and use them in the future. Scare tactics or Muggle raids would certainly be a better use for them. Not everyone could have one of those infuriating rune clusters, after all. The end result was going to be the same, and the longer he delayed, the more annoying it would be to rebuild afterwards. He touched the ring on his finger for a brief moment of comfort and safety. Retrieving his Horcrux had been a necessary precaution. With Potter powerful, Bones taking security measures, and allies of the light gathering, he hadn't felt safe without at least one anchor close by. That Nagini was almost always nearby was a large comfort, but the familiar was alive after all. Killing her would be difficult, but not impossible for any attacking group. She would definitely be a target, as she'd likely be killing multiple personnel herself. His ring, though, well, that was perfectly safe. Enough people believed, or at least were interested in the legend of the Deathly Hallows, that someone would take note of the ring if by some impossible circumstance he was slain. It would survive long enough for him to regain a body again and take it back. Perhaps the fools would think he simply wished to acquire the Hallows even. Ludicrous legends from yesteryear held no interest for him. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw aside, the Hallows did not exist. Even if they had the stone, and the cloak would be useless. The wand would be intoxicating, but it was not necessary. True, Potter had managed to do something unusual in the graveyard several weeks back, but Voldemort had no doubt his wand would still destroy the boy. There was no need to waste time on tracking such a notoriously easily lost wand down through the ages. The death stick never stayed with a master long. His mouth lifted into a brief smile until another explosion below drew his attention. Voldemort scowled and narrowed his eyes. The Auror reinforcements were only a few minutes out by boat. It was time to end this and remove his followers from the field. Streaking down to the ground, Voldemort landed amidst a torrent of spellfire. He brought up a brief shield to batter the initial wave back, and then strode forward. His wand flowed, and his magic roared. His every movement was death incarnate, and his every spell struck his targets. Within less than 30 seconds, 6 of the remaining defenders had fallen. The final 2 ran. Voldemort picked off one of the runners, though the second managed to peel around a corner to safety before he could hit the large black man. Voldemort scowled, though he hit it before any of his followers could see. Let them think he'd allowed the Auror to escape, to carry the story of horror he'd seen. "My lord," one of the sycophants said, scurrying forward. "Thank you, my lord. You fools have forced my hand. Do not expect me to save you next time," Voldemort said softly, turning a stony gaze on the man who dared speak to him. The Death Eater quailed and hurried bowed back. Voldemort turned back to the prison. "Where are my loyal subjects?" The man lifted a hand and pointed down one of the partially destroyed halls. "This way, my lord, just around the bend." We were almost upon them when we were waylaid by the squad. Voldemort didn't waste any time on thanks or reassurances. Instead, he simply stalked forwards into the corridor. He had barely turned the bend when his face lifted into a smile. "Ah, finally," Voldemort said gleefully. "My most loyal Bella, Rookwood, Travers." Bellatrix Lestrange lifted her head from the bars of her cells with a radiant expression. "I knew you were alive, Master. I knew I would be able to serve at your feet again. One day. I have waited so long for this day." With nary a glance, Voldemort waved his wand, and the doors to the cells popped open with a resounding clang. "Any who wish to serve the Dark Lord Voldemort, to me." A flood of bodies flew from the cells. Many were his former Death Eater servants, but there were some simple criminals and murderers who had not been with him before, but were willing to do anything to escape. Voldemort would sort out their status later and see if it was worth keeping them or simply turning them loose in a Muggle neighborhood. Smiling, he handed a portkey out to his new group of followers and turned. The Aurors had arrived. At the head of the group was Sirius Black and Amelia Bones. Both looked absolutely livid. Voldemort simply smiled at them and raised his wand. He let off one final overpowered blasting hex before activating his master portkey. He and his followers vanished into the ether, leaving behind death and destruction. The world would shake at his return. The foundations of magical Britain would crumble, then the world. He would remake this horrible little planet into his own image. One way or another, the world was going to change. "They hit Azkaban last night," Shiva said, sitting down at the breakfast table. Harry froze for a brief moment before flipping the eggs and scowling. He turned off the heat and shifted the bacon onto the serving plate, and finally turned to the main table. As he set the food down, he took quick stock. Shiva looked like she had aged a decade overnight, while Lily looked tired but otherwise unsurprised. Hermione was pale as a sheet, while Tonks had reached the other extreme with flame-red hair and a thunderous expression. Fleur's eyes were narrowed, and a light smattering of down was appearing and disappearing on her arms. "We knew it was going to happen soon," Harry said, sitting down and offering a slice of bacon to his owl. Hedwig nipped his fingers in approval and took her treat without further comment, simply choosing to sit on his shoulder. Crookshanks leaned his head up from the seat near Hermione and started to lap at his own breakfast. Harry still found it mildly amusing that Hermione had begged for a seat specifically for her cat. That mangy orange Moggy had his partner wrapped around his little finger. Shiva sighed. "That we knew it was coming doesn't make it much better." "How bad was it?" Hermione asked. "According to Amelia Crabbe Sr. is dead, as well as a few other Death Eaters. It doesn't look like many more were from his inner circle, unfortunately. And they got the maximum security prisoners." Shiva paused while everyone frowned. "To make matters worse, we lost 8 people ourselves. Tonks, your old partner, Shacklebolt, he made it out relatively unscathed. Hestia Jones should be okay in a day or 2. She got hit with a nasty curse, but the healers got to her fast enough, so she'll pull through." Tonk visibly relaxed at that, and it was a testament to how tense she was that she didn't even try to make a joke. Fleur reached over a hand and squeezed the older woman's own. Tonks flashed a quick smile in return, though it lacked her typical joviality. Lily turned to Shiva and frowned. "That's not all, is there? What else happened?" Shiva scowled, pushed the food around on her plate. Crouch. Fleur's lips curled, and a tearing sound rang out as her clothes ripped where her wings sprung out. A brief look of embarrassment and chagrin passed Fleur's features, and hurried, she scrunched up her face. Wings vanishing, Fleur mumbled, "Sorry. I thought he was dead already." "No," Tonks snarled. Fudge apparently wanted him to confess that Pettigrew was behind everything, so he held the trial up. My cousin was convinced it was the most convenient excuse whoever was lining his pockets provided for the idiot. He actually seemed to believe it too. Lily raised a calming hand and turned to Shiva. "What happened?" "One of the new trainees apparently bribed whoever did the background checks. Marcus Flint made it into the group." Shiva's words had Lily, Tonks, and Fleur just looking mildly confused. Harry and Hermione, however, darkened considerably. They both reached for their wands before consciously taking a mental step back and letting their hands drop to the tabletop. Shiva scowled. "Yeah, that was my reaction to when Amelia told me." She was livid, and when Susan heard it, the girl apparently was ready to march into the ministry and curse whatever idiot had taken that bribe to a bloody pulp. "Who is this Flint?" Fleur asked, looking between the three. "Wait, I remember that name." Lily said, frowning in concentration. "Flint, that was third year? Something about that freezing water rune. Luna," she shouted in triumph. Looking to Harry and getting a brief nod, she continued. "Fleur, Tonks, Flint was the reason that the group was able to get Luna out of Ravenclaw. He chased her right. Tried to molest her, but yeah," Harry said, grinding his teeth. "I thought we'd taken care of that bastard." Hermione's stormy look wasn't any more calm. Generally, being expelled tends to make one's prospects diminish. "Apparently, we didn't go far enough. We won't make that mistake again." This time it was Fleur who laid a calming hand on Hermione. Though she did take a deep breath, the brunette didn't end up truly relaxing. So he released Crouch. Worse, he released Crouch. They basically permanently incapacitated the guard and probably heard the prophecy surrounding Harry. Lily blinked. Shortly after, she growled, What kind of incompetence let that happen? Welcome to my world, where anything that can go wrong does," Harry muttered darkly. Shiva snorted in an annoyed agreement. Apparently, between the mass reinforcements being sent to Azkaban and the late hour, there were few guards near the Department of Mysteries. Amelia said that the only evidence of destruction was the single orb that contained the prophecy, meaning that Crouch probably heard it as he destroyed it. Hermione groaned. "Seriously? A prophecy that plays upon destruction of the recording device? What kind of safety measure is that?" "A typical wizarding one," Tonks said with a sigh, her hair flipping to a dark blue. "The things we think are common sense are woefully lacking in any actual sense generally." "No one else was hurt?" Harry asked. Shiva shook her head. "No, just the one guard at the ministry and the 8 at Azkaban, thankfully. Unfortunately, in addition to Crouch and the prophecy, he also managed to free most of his followers strung up there." "My aunt," Tonks snarled quietly. "Travers," Lily said, her expression darkening just as much as Tonks. Harry briefly wondered just what the man had done to her, but decided it was a question better left for another day. "Yeah," Shiva said. "A few others also. The really important one was probably Rookwood after those two. Rookwood used to be an unspeakable. I suppose we should be thankful he wasn't there to help when Crouch raided the Dom. but he probably knows all sorts of obscure, juicy bits of odd magic for Voldemort to use. Harry gave a heavy sigh and stabbed his food. Well, that's just great. Shiva let out a dark chuckle. On the bright side, Bill should be coming over soon with the rune cluster you asked about. Harry. He looked up at his guardian with suddenly wide eyes. Seriously? Thank God. My head has been killing me. The sooner I can get this damn thing out, the better. Everyone turned narrowed eyes on Harry. He blinked, realized he'd probably just said a bit too much, and dug into his eggs. How's everyone like their breakfast? Oh, no, you don't, Lily said, keeping her intense gaze on him. I finally got this whole story with the soul shard. Harry, don't try to keep this from us. He shrugged and refused to look up. It's fine. It's like I said earlier. It hurts, and it's annoying, and I'm irritable, but I have the stupid thing locked up tight. It can't get out. It's just frustrating because I have to keep at least partly focused on it every now and then to shore the walls back up. Hermione sighed and got up to move over to him. She gently took his face in her hands and gave him a quick kiss on the forehead. You noble idiot. Harry, swear that you will tell us if this becomes a true problem, before it actually gets that bad. I promise, Mione, Harry said, rolling his eyes. I've learned my lesson. I'm not hiding things from you guys. I just don't want you to worry. It's not like we can do anything about it anyway. The group collectively sighed, but nodded and leaned back in their chairs while Hermione sat back down. So, when is Bill coming over? A chime sounded throughout the house in answer to Harry's question, and Lily cast an amused look towards the door into the kitchen. Apparently now. Dobby, would you please go tell Bill that we're in here? Dobby retrieves Mr. Kersey, a perky voice shouted back, quickly moved down the hall outside the kitchen. Tonks started laughing. Mr. Kersey? Oh, God, I can't wait to tease Bill with that one. He's never going to live it down. Harry chuckled and pointed at Tonks. Hey, don't forget he likes to call you Tonksy and Mistress Colorful. Tonks blushed and immediately shut up while the rest laughed. Bill walked into the room, shaking his head in amusement a minute later. Morning all. That is certainly an interesting elf you have, Harry. Love the basilisk skeleton, by the way. Goblin animated, I assume. They do love their creepy guardians. Harry smiled and nodded. Morning, Bill. And yes, to all accounts. I know you know Shiva and Tonks, but have you met the others? Bill shook his head. Not personally, but I know of you guys. Miss Delacour, a pleasure. I was very impressed with how you made it through most of those tasks last year. Hermione, from what the twins say, if you ever want a job, just let me know. You'd be brilliant with the curse breakers. Mrs. Potter, hello. I'm sorry for your loss, but I have to say it's a bit of an honor, and if you ever get the chance to explain the actual reason why you're alive and Harry survived, I'd love to hear it. I'm willing to swear any sort of oath you'd want. Lily blinked and turned an amused eye to Harry. It seems you're not the only one with fanboys, Harry. Bill blushed and shrugged as he sat down. Hazard of the job, he murmured. Harry, you asked about the Egyptian soul render? Don't know why it's called that, considering the thing is supposed to absorb, not rend. But what do I know? I just break the curses, I don't name them. Bloody pompous skit. Harry chuckled in amusement as Bill passed the paper over. Thanks. No problem, the redhead said. It really is useless, though. I have no idea how they plan to get that thing working. You can't absorb souls. whatever the Dementors and the AK do, it doesn't absorb the soul. I'll figure something out, Harry said, waving away Bill's remark, his attention already completely focused on the scheme in front of him. I wonder if I can shift this one out of the alignment and add a focusing segment. No, maybe if I... And we've lost him, Tonks said, smiling. So, Bill, what else is new with you? Amelia sat behind her desk, trying to organize her notes. Ostensibly trying to organize her notes, at least. She was mostly just attempting to do something, anything really, to keep her mind off of what she was about to ask her friends to do. Sometimes being the boss wasn't all it was cut out to be. A knock sounded on her door, and several people walked into her office. Amelia nodded hello and cast several privacy and locking spells to ensure that their conversation remained secret. Finally, satisfied that her room was secure, Amelia leaned back and sighed. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I feel like this conversation might end up being one of the key discussions for this coming war. First off, let's ensure that everyone is on the same page. Remus, Tonks, Fleur, Sirius, I know you were all present during Dumbledore's breakdown several weeks ago. Shacklebolt, you're here because I trust you, and you are one of the best Aurors I've seen in over a decade. There are few people I trust with this, and if I don't start working on it soon, not only would the war effort be pointless, but, well, going from prior experience, I imagine Harry Potter would start going off on his own trying to take care of it. Shacklebolt's eyebrows rose in question while Tonks and Fleur started chuckling. Yeah, that is definitely something Harry would do if he felt you guys weren't doing enough, Tonks said. So, I'm betting this is about phylactery thing. Fleur rolled her eyes and patted Tonks' knee. Phylacteries, dear. Right. Phylacteries. Amelia nodded. Yes, that's right, Tonks. We are going to be discussing Voldemort's Horcruxes. Shacklebolt sat up straighter and stared at her. A Horcrux? He who must not be named? Merlin be damned. No wonder the man is still alive. Sirius turned to Shack in surprise. Wow, I know about them because of my family. The others know about them because Dumbledore's an arse. How do you know about them? The large man simply looked at Sirius incredulously. I have been an Auror for years, and I actually take my job seriously, unlike some. Sirius started saying before Amelia glared at him, and he switched midstream. Something seriously. Amelia groaned and rubbed her forehead. Siri, stop. Shack, don't antagonize him, you'll lose. All of you, let's focus. Shack, we know the Dark Lord has multiple Horcruxes. We simply don't know how many for certain. The Fulcanellis have sent word that Dumbledore suspected 6 in total. However, he has never been able to find conclusive proof for that theory, and it is quite possible that Voldemort chose to stop with other powerful magical numbers, such as 3 or 5. Wait, 6 is not a magically powerful number. I studied arithmancy, madam. Fleur said, sorry, that wasn't what I meant. I meant that he would have 6 Horcruxes, and 1 piece remaining inside his own body. The others would then be 2 and 4 Horcruxes, respectively. Remus sat back nodding. Yes, I suppose that would make sense. We already know that 1 is destroyed with the diary gone. We are still assuming that the other we know of was accidental in placement, if not intention, yes. That's correct, Amelia said. I've consulted with the Unspeakables, and they concurred that 7 total soul pieces would be the likely number. A soul would only be unstable enough to unintentionally split off with a ritual performed repeatedly like that. She paused and looked vaguely ill. Croaker still said that such an event would have been highly unlikely to begin with, and that his first thought would have been a minimum of 11 pieces. I would like to think that even Voldemort is not quite insane enough to try for that. And if he is, hate to play devil's advocate here, but once we reckon we've taken all of them out, if we're wrong, we tip our hand pretty hard. Tonks said, all of the playfulness gone from her voice. Amelia frowned and shook her head. Croaker went on to say that if someone tried for 11 separate soul pieces, they'd be so amazingly insane that they likely wouldn't be able to breathe, let alone string together a sentence. And they would probably start sprinkling soul shards around every time they bumped into a wall. So let's assume that he stuck with 6 intentional and 1 unintentional, shall we? Fleur shuddered. Yes. That mental picture is not preferable at all. 6 is enough. Okay then. Amelia nodded and grabbed one of her notes. Here is what the Fulcanellus sent along. Dumbledore believes that Voldemort has a particular interest in relics from the Hogwarts founders. It is very likely that he made a Horcrux out of Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and something from Rowena Ravenclaw. Another of the remaining Horcruxes is probably a family heirloom from Voldemort's mother's family. The Gaunce ring was Dumbledore's guess. This one in particular should be our target, as we have a potential location for it. Sirius leaned forward. You should have told me that last night, Amy. Where did he hide it? Amelia sighed again. Buried somewhere underneath the Gaunt household. Tonks' eyes narrowed. Well, that's just stupid. That's the first place anyone would look. Unless, if it's not a dummy, then it's probably the most heavily guarded piece, and is a trap. If it really is there, we have to assume it's bait. Voldemort might have left it there just to kill whoever goes for it, and also to hopefully convince someone who stumbled across it that it was his only one. That is quite possible, Shacklebolt said, nodding. It would be the only logical reason to hide something in such plain view. Fleur snorted. If Zir is one thing that being around Harry has taught me, it is that most wizards do not use logic. Amelia laughed as well. I have to agree. In this case, though, I agree with the others. It's real and it's bait. Shacklebolt leaned back in his seat and steepled his fingers. What about the last one? That would be the one that Voldemort was intending to create the night he tried to kill Harry Potter. Since he never finished that before dying the first time, we believe that he rushed to complete it upon his re-embodiment. It is possible he chose his familiar as his final Horcrux. The snake would have been close, and it is reasonably able to defend itself, Amelia said. Remus shrugged. It makes as much sense as anything else. It's not like he'd have made a Horcrux out of Wormtail's new hand. While it's well below suspicion, Wormtail is not nearly trustworthy enough to risk something like that. So what exactly are you asking us, Amy? Sirius asked. Well, Amelia said, it's really quite simple. I want you all to find and destroy these Horcruxes. Actually, everyone except you, Siri. I need you to work on searching your library in order to find anything that might be useful. The Blacks may just have a method to detect these things from long range. Once one is found, you can participate on the actual raid, but for the meantime, I need you on research. Tonks raised her hand. About that, ma'am. Harry has said that if we can get him an intact Horcrux, he might be able to reverse engineer a tracking system to home in on the others. He can't do anything with the one we know about since its signal, for lack of a better word, is tied up with another. Amelia nodded. Very well. Sirius looked frustrated, but understanding. I'll do what I can. Amy, should I tell Minerva that I can't take that position? No, Siri, keep the job, Amelia said, shaking her head. It's a good cover, and when we have legitimate leads, I can send a substitute for you so that you can participate on the raids. Sirius nodded. Sounds like a plan. Fleur spoke up next. Should we involve any Azairs in this? Amelia shook her head. You may tell Harry and his mothers about this, as it directly impacts them. While I'd like to ask you to keep it from Hermione Granger, I'm going to be realistic, so I know she'll be involved. Please try to minimize any further interested parties, though. Obviously, the more people who know about this, the more danger that our activities get back to Voldemort, and everything is for naught. At the very least, anyone else involved absolutely must have well-developed occlumency skills. All heads nodded. Amelia leaned back and smiled at them. Okay, everyone, let's be careful and deliberate on this. Voldemort may think he outsmarted us, but the problem we have here is simply in need of some good old-fashioned detective work. This is one Dark Lord who is going down. Chapter 37, Birthday Shenanigans. Lily poured the mix into the bowl and started opening cabinets with a slight frown on her face. I could have sworn we had a beater in here somewhere. Shiva raised an eyebrow as she tapped Lily's wand on the table. Han, we are witches, you know. We can just flick our wands and mix the batter without going full muggle here. Cakes always taste better when made without magic, Lily said distractedly. You agreed that we could do this my way this year, and my way is the muggle way. The muggle way needs a beater. Found it. She pulled back from the cabinet, triumphantly raising her hand high, with a mixer clutched in it. I knew I saw this the other day. Now we can finish it. Shiva just rolled her eyes good-naturedly and moved to the second bowl. Well, while you finish the batter, I'll get the icing done. How long does this thing cook for again? Well, the box always says 30 minutes, but I find if you turn up the heat a bit, you can get it done in 20. Turn up the heat? I thought you said no magic, Shiva said, laughing. Lily shrugged. No magic in the cake. Magic to speed up the baking a bit. Well, I can be a bit impatient at times. Shiva laughed harder. Hypocrite. She teased lightly, shaking her head as she finished up with the icing. I'm surprised the girls didn't want to help out, honestly. I'm not. I asked Hermione yesterday, and she was saying that they got to monopolize Harry in the evening, so we should get to monopolize at least part of his day, Lily said. What I'm amazed at is that we managed to get Dobby to let us help out. I bribed him, Shiva stated. Promised the little guy he could make the next 2 weeks' worth of meals, well, lunch and dinner. Nobody steals breakfast prep from Harry if he's up. Why is that? I haven't gotten around to asking him yet, Lily asked as she slotted the cake into the oven and leaned back against the counter. Shiva grimaced and hopped up on corner next to Lily. It's partly because he enjoys it, partly because he feels it's one of the first things he was ever good at, but largely it's because of habit. Lily frowned. My sister, she guessed. Yeah, sorry. Harry had to make them breakfast since he liked 5 or something. Young enough that he needed a stool to reach the stovetop. Shiva's lips curled into a scowl, and her fists clenched. Don't ask him about it, okay? I only found out because I made him tell me about one of the scars on his arm. Apparently, he spilled boiling water when the pot was too heavy to carry because of his age. Vernon hit him afterwards for getting the floor wet. Shiva shuddered and continued in a quiet voice. God, I hate those people. Lily's mouth had narrowed into a line. Don't worry, we'll make them pay. My darling sister and her family aren't going to get off scot-free for treating my son like that. Dumbledore, too, for leaving Harry with them. Lily heaved a sigh and shook her head. Enough of that. How are you doing, Shiva? Shiva's eyebrows rose. She chuckled and leaned over slightly to bump Lily's shoulder. How am I doing? I'm not the one who came back from the dead here. How are you doing? Seriously, Lily, you've barely even mentioned your husband for weeks now. Are you doing all right? Lily grimaced but nodded. I'm okay. Really, Shiva, I'm okay. With James. I just... She picked up her wand, cast a privacy charm around the room. Look, don't tell Harry what I'm about to say, please. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. I promise, Shiva said, cocking her head at the other woman. Thanks. Lily shook her head and crossed her arms. James and I probably shouldn't have gotten married. Shiva's eyes widened at that, but she remained silent. I did love him. I really did. The man was just a bit too immature and impulsive. I can be fiery and impulsive myself. And I always thought I'd wind up with someone a bit more methodical than me. Someone who could balance things out. James never did that. I was always the grown-up in the relationship. He mellowed out a lot during his last 2 years when he actively pursued me and we started dating, but he was a prankster at heart, and that never fully went away. She laughed and gave a little smirk to the air. He was a lot like Sirius is now, actually. Shiva nodded, knowing. Fun-loving, but can go a bit too far with the jokes sometimes. Basically, yeah, we were good together, and I firmly believe we could have been great if we had had more time, and he had grown up a bit. As it stood, though, Lily shrugged and sighed heavily. Without the war going on, I probably would have ended up dating him for a lot longer rather than jump straight into marriage and motherhood. Harry was an accident, a happy accident to be sure. But, well, we had just survived a large battle, and we well forgot our wands in the other room when we fell into the bedroom. I'm not sure if I'm explaining this well. Shiva leaned over and pulled Lily into a one-armed, short hug. I get it, Lils. You loved him. But you're not sure if he would have been the one to... Yes, that, Lily said, smiling up at Shiva. James was a good man. I really did love him. I am just not sure if he would have been my man had things gone differently, especially with how things were going towards the end. She finished with a scowl. You've mentioned a few times that things got frustrating. It just felt like we were fighting almost constantly. Between the stress of hiding, being confined to the house, not knowing who was betraying us, my research, everything all piled on top of a toddler. It strained things so much. Lily paused and let out an annoyed sigh. Anyway, my point is that I'm okay. I miss James, and I probably always will, but I'm not going to let his death destroy me. I will not become like a Laster. Shiva reared back, goggling. Matt, I was married. You didn't know? The poor man's wife was murdered at some point by one of his targets. I don't know the whole story, but I can tell you for certain that it shattered him. Mad Eye was never the same afterwards. It was when he became the paranoid old arse that he is today. Lily shook her head. I will not become like him. I'm adapting, and I'm moving on. I have others to think about, others that I have to worry about. Shiva lightly punched her shoulder. Good. If you feel any paranoid urges, let me know, and I'll knock it out of you. She paused and rubbed her chin in thought. Actually, maybe I'm not the best woman to promise that. I don't have a great track record of deterring paranoia. Harry's a prime example of my failing in that respect. Both women started laughing, and were still going as Harry walked into the kitchen yawning and rubbing his forehead. Something smells good. What are you guys laughing about? And why is there a privacy screen up? Well, kid, Shiva said, hopping down from the counter and giving him a hug, we were laughing about your growing paranoia and my horrible failure of curing you of that problem. Oh, thanks for that, Mom, Harry said, rolling his eyes as he squirmed away from her. I appreciate the vote of confidence there. All my stuff turned out to have great uses. Shiva had been reduced to a blinking, gaping mess while Harry obliviously hugged Lily. Lily raised an eyebrow at Shiva and steered Harry towards the fridge to keep him distracted until she had a chance to pull herself back together. We were just talking about women issues, Harry. No need for your delicate male ears to hear about it. Harry grimaced and pulled out a carton of milk. Yeah, agreed. Thanks. Tonks is bad enough with talking about that stuff. Anyone seen her, by the way? She was gone when I woke up in the middle of the night. Fleur too, actually, now that I think about it. Shiva sat down with him at the table with a wide smile. I wouldn't worry, kid. They're big girls. They can take care of themselves wherever they went. Why were you up in the middle of the night? Lily asked, sitting down as well. Harry shrugged. Nightmares, headache, nothing major. That's why I'm up so late in the morning now, though. He gave them a rueful grin. Guess for once I get to sleep in on my birthday, though, huh? The two women chuckled at that for a few moments. Eventually, Shiva saluted the rest of the little family and stood up. Well, folks, now that the cake is in the oven, I'm going to take a short shower. Harry, if I'm not back before it's done, kindly vacate the kitchen to keep the decorations a secret. Yeah? Harry waved off her comments and opened the paper. His attention diverted. The boy missed seeing Lily's eyes lingering appreciatively on Shiva's bottom as she sashayed from the room. Voldemort reclined on his throne, idly stroking Nagini with one hand and rolling his wand in the other. The frustrating Azkaban assault still grated, yet it was not at the primary point of his ponderings. Only one inner circle member had fallen during that, and Crabbe was no great loss. The man had been a fantastic brute and an excellent attack sponge, but he'd had no intelligence to comment on. Like father, like son in that respect, as the spawn was just as dim-witted. The loss of the 6 additional new recruits at this early stage had been costly, but with so many of his original followers saved, it had been a decent exchange. No, what Voldemort was deep in thought about concerned the prophecy. That Barty Crouch had managed to return with the addition of the prophecy in hand was beyond gratifying. Voldemort had rewarded the man greatly for that bit of forward thinking. Flint had received a slight compensation. Voldemort was wary of Gifted the lad too much, as the boy was unstable and foolishly impulsive. Even Crabbe and Goyle had been able to curtail their urges when appropriate, though Flint did not seem to contain that capacity. He didn't need another McNair getting a large head. Ah, well, The prophecy was what was important at the moment. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Voldemort murmured. Perhaps I should have studied the runic arts more deeply. Yet it does only state the power to vanquish, not the one who will vanquish. Voldemort grinned. Harry Potter is indeed strong as well as resourceful, yet to think that a mere boy of 15 could defeat me in a proper battle, ludicrous. I have half a century of experience and power at my fingertips. He has a simple 4 years. Dumbledore was such a fool to pin his hopes to the child. Voldemort leaned back and nodded. Yes, Potter's runes would be dangerous, but they were not a trump card. Not against someone with such esoteric and ancient knowledge as Voldemort himself. Instead, he turned his mind to the more confusing line of the prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Nagini, this is intriguing. I wonder if perhaps we are both immortal until slain by the other. It could certainly help to explain just how Potter has managed to survive so many situations that should have killed him. He paused to consider and laughed. How ironic that would be, to have pursued my own version of immortality with all the risks it had entailed, only to have already been immortal through fate's design. Well, I shouldn't worry about such a thing. I never was one to trust my destination to chance. Nagini hissed her amusement, and Voldemort frowned as he thought of a remote option. Still, it is not wise to simply dismiss such a potentiality. Perhaps I should approach Potter with an offer. If he leaves me Britain to do with as I please, I will leave him and his chosen companions alone. Both of us could be assured an immortal life until the end. He would likely refuse, but if he took it, my pet, we could have centuries of time to work before we had to turn our eye to whatever corner of the world he holed up in. It could be perfect. No, Voldemort said abruptly. No, I cannot risk it. Potter would never be content to allow me to reshape the world. It is better to simply kill him now, while he is still weak, and trust in my Horcruxes to carry me through the ages. Voldemort's attention shifted, and his eyes narrowed as the gaunt ring heated up in a distinctive pattern. Bellatrix, he called. Immediately the doors to his chamber were thrown open, and Bellatrix Lestrange ran into the room, throwing herself to her knees at his feet. You called, my lord? Voldemort allowed himself a smile at the woman's eagerness. Just like the Bella, he remembered. She was too thin from her time in Azkaban, but she had managed to retain at least some of her original looks in addition to a modicum of her sanity. Not much of the latter, granted, but it was enough that she was still a valuable member of his retinue. Insanity did have its own perks too. Bella, someone has invaded the Gaunt Shack. Take your team and send them a message, he said softly as he reached out to stroke her cheek. Bellatrix reacted just as he'd expected, a shiver of appreciation, adoration, and desire crossing her body. It will be done, my lord. My lord, some of the key members are still recovering. Might I take others in their place? She asked. Voldemort considered that request. On the one hand, he could potentially eliminate any who were investigating his immortality or were simply too curious. On the other, he'd have even more who knew details that Voldemort had long kept buried. Details known only to a handful of his most trusted. No, take who is available and combat ready. Learn what you can of the invaders, but do not lose any of our own. If you can kill the interlopers, do so. If there are too many for your group, then send your message and leave. It will be done, my lord, Bella said, nodding. She stood and ran back out of the room, shouting for her chosen Death Eaters. Voldemort smiled and went back to stroking Nagini. He lifted his ring and eyed it, chuckling darkly. Will you two get a room already? Sirius groused good-naturedly at Fleur and Tonks with his arms crossed. Tonks pulled back from her deep, long kiss with Fleur and smirked at Sirius. We have a room, dear cousin. We would be curled up in bed naked if we weren't here. Sirius snorted. Well, don't let me stand in your way. Feel free to disrobe here. He stopped to consider who he was talking to and paled. Actually, never mind. Forget that teasing. You'd actually do it, and I don't need to see my cousin naked. Fleur raised an eyebrow and turned to Remus. Does he actually think that we would disrobe prior to going into a dangerous situation? Remus shrugged. I stopped trying to figure out how Sirius' mind worked ages ago after I caught him with Brian Friarbush in McGonagall's chambers. Sirius shook his head. I still maintain that boy came onto me. Please, you were like a lost puppy for that month. And I wasn't questioning your choice of partners. I was questioning your choice of locations. McGonagall's room, Tonks said appraisingly. That's ballsy. I might have chosen Flitwick's myself. He'd be less likely to go on a hexing spree. Fleur sighed heavily. I am working with children. May we please get started? I want to get back early enough to shower before Z party for Harry. Shacklebolt nodded. Yes, Fleur is right. Enough jibes. Everyone ready? Good, let's move. The group started up the overgrown path towards the small, gaunt shack. This is where Voldemort's mother grew up. Seriously? No wonder the man turned insane. Sirius grimaced, looking at the tiny, run-down hut. I doubt he ever saw this place until after he was a teenager. By that time, he was likely close to Z edge already. Fleur said, shrugging. Tonks snorted. Close? Han, he was as insane as a psych patient by then. Getting all chummy with a basilisk and killing Myrtle should probably count as leaping over the line. The group split up with Remus and Shacklebolt moving around the corner to the back, checking for wards the entire way. Fleur took one side of the hut, while Sirius moved to the front door. Tonks was about to head to the other side when she heard an odd noise that sounded somewhere between hissing and scales sliding against each other. Frowning, she turned to Sirius and tried to remember where she had heard that noise before. Sirius reached out his wand towards the door, and Tonks gasped as she finally placed the sound. Lunging forward, she yelled out, Sirius, get back. She dove and tackled him to the side of the door, just as a giant spectral snake flew from the doorframe. It flailed about in midair for a few moments before dissipating as the others charged around the corner. Tonks breathed a sigh of relief as Sirius shakily got out from under her. Thanks, Tonks, he said. What the hell was that, and how did I miss it? Some sort of Parselmouth magic, Tonks said, getting her breath under control. I remember that noise from when Harry was reading from Slytherin's book we found in the Chamber of Secrets. Shacklebolt stared at her. You found more than just the diaries in that chamber. Tonks nodded. Yeah, Shack. There was a Parseltongue book that described a lot of the different snakes Slytherin knew about. Completely harmless beyond a few minor spells, but no publisher wanted to touch the thing, even translated. She shivered. Harry tried the few spells in the book, but said they made his skin crawl, so he left them alone. Everyone nearby felt the same thing. It was just like whatever sprang from that door. Damn sneaky arse, Sirius said, scowling. Didn't even show up on the diagnostics or detection spells. We need to be more careful. I can take care of ZE door. Stand back, everyone, Fleur said, moving forward. The group dutifully moved further away, and Fleur cocked back her arm. A feral grin crossed her features, and a fireball formed in her hand. Let's see how your magic reacts to ZE Vila, shall we? Tossing the fireball in a perfect overhand pitch, Fleur's passion fire spread over the gaunt shack's door in moments, and soon only charred cinders remained. Seer. Much better. I love you, babe, Tonks said, giving Fleur a light pat on her arse as she walked past her and headed inside. She let out a low whistle upon seeing the manky interior. Bloody hell, the outside looked better than this. Once everyone else had filed in, Remus started casting a multilayered detection charm. It quickly brought up a positive response on a section of flooring just under a collapsed bed. Pushing the bed to the side, Remus sighed in frustration at seeing the paneling already ripped up and the exposed hole empty. It looks like we're too late. Either Voldemort himself or someone else has already retrieved it. You sure? Sirius asked. Relatively certain, yes. All of the dust and grime in this area is gone, and these planks were removed in a hurry. Remus said, whoever came here wasn't particularly interested in a good job. They were rushing and used little stealth. Shacklebolt frowned. We should assume it was he who Voldemort. The parcel-mouth magic on the door was reapplied after all, and besides Harry Potter, we don't know of any other parcel-mouths. Sirius swore. Back to square one then. Merlin's balls. I was hoping we could get at least the one. A cackling sounded outside, and all eyes turned towards the portal back into the space beyond the shack. Sirius paled, and Tonks' blood ran cold. She remembered the horrible laugh. It resounded through her nightmares enough that she'd never quite forget it. Come on out of there, and let's play a... Bellatrix Lestrange sang. Hey, cousin. Sirius shouted in reply. Seems you're just as crazy as the last time I saw you. Why, Siri, is that you... Bella said. Shacklebolt quickly motioned for everyone to take up defensive positions along the walls. Well, I bet that your mangy dog is with you then, too. And who else would have been recruited for this home? Let's see. Oh, I know. Nymphadora, are you there, too? Tonks growled at her insane aunt's use of her full name. No one got to use that name beyond her partners and parents. Well, good deduction, Auntie. If you'd rather live longer, though, I suggest you run back to your master. Tonks yelled. She ignored Fleur's narrowed eyes. Sure, she shouldn't let Bellatrix antagonize her, but still, my adorable little niece. You are on the wrong side, sweetie, Bella crooned in her sing-song voice. Tonks felt shivers of fear running down her back. Come with me and join the winning team. The Dark Lord would find such amazing uses for your talents. I'd rather not be a fuck toy for Voldy's groupies, thanks, Tonks replied. From near where Bellatrix seemed to be, a deep laugh rang out. Shame, the unknown man called. From what we hear, you seem to love being Potter's little bitch. We thought you might appreciate some real men for once. Tonks' lips curled. Can we please kill these arseholes already? I'll take Bella, Sirius said with narrowed eyes. Remus, Shack, you guys get Dolohov. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. Tonks, Fleur, backup where needed. All heads nodded, and Sirius held up 3 fingers counting down. When he clenched his fist, the group sprung up. Sirius leaned around the edge of the door and fired off several quick shots before ducking back behind cover. Tonks jumped up to the window next to Remus, both of them blasting it out of the way and firing out into the yard. Shacklebolt used a blasting hex on a section of wall near him and used the resulting hole to fire from cover. Fleur shifted to the side and started lobbing fireballs out the door from one hand and tossing spells from her other. Quite a lot reflected back at them, though a cry of pain resounded through the early morning air signified that at least some of their attack got through. Bellatrix and Dolohov didn't stay idle, however. They sent bone-breakers, blood boilers, and exploding curses screaming into the shack. Tonks danced to the side and just barely managed to avoid a killing curse sent by Bellatrix, though the witch's follow-up cutting curse dug into her back, eliciting a grunt of pain. Abruptly, the spell barrage ceased. Well, it's been fun, sweets. Tada! I can't wait to play more with you another day. If you live at least. Bellatrix cackled. Tonks' eyes widened as she saw a jet of fiend fire streaking towards the gaunt shack. Everyone out! Sirius yelled. Tonks ignored the pain in her back and ran for the back wall with the others. Shacklebolt sent another blasting hex at the wall even as the front of the building was consumed in leaping figures of flame. One of the chimera flame beasts jumped for them, but was met in midair by a ball of Fleur's passion fire, both fizzling out. Sweat ran down Fleur's face as she said, "Everyone out now, please. This thing does not like me." She holstered her wand and used both hands to let fly fireball after fireball at each lunging flame figure, as the others charged outside. Fleur flew through the open wall after them, and the 5 ran down the hill. Once they passed beyond the tingle of the anti-apparition ward, they all twisted and apparat away from the inferno. Harry checked his watch again, with a frown. "Where are they?" "Harry, you need to calm down," Hermione said, laying a hand on his leg. "You never used to be this protective and worried." Voldemort never used to be around gathering followers either, Harry muttered. Louder he continued, "Sorry, I just don't like not knowing, Mione. Our unusual relationship isn't exactly hidden. You, NYM and Fleur, are one of the easiest ways to get to me." Tracy chuckled slightly and gestured to her friend. "He's right, Hermione. Honestly, all anyone has to do to nab Harry is to grab one of you girls and send him a place to meet. Granted, they'd probably all end up as paste on the floor afterwards, but the point stands." "Paste on the floor?" Luna asked, cocking her head to the side. "I don't think that Harry would be that messy. He'd use something that would be far more efficient." Luna frowned and raised a finger to her lips in thought, while Coco snorted in laughter from the cushion nearby. "Actually, I suppose they could end up as streaks across the floor. Midnight does have quite sharp claws after all, and the spiker is a bit messy. Though if he used the freezer to completely encase his foes, then I imagine there would be minimal cleanup required. Transporting a block of ice is rather simple." Hermione visibly resisted the urge to plant her face in her palm, while Shiva and Lily looked at Luna with a mix of amazement and fear. "Luna," Hermione forced out, "can we please stop talking about how Harry would go about removing the threat to our partners? You know, he could always just use his lava bomb. It would leave burns but little blood and has almost no cleanup required. Neville added, helpfully eliciting a series of spreading laughs. Lily leaned over to Harry and whispered, "Are all your friends as insane as you?" "Pretty much," Harry whispered back with a smile on his lips. Mother and son laughed, while Hermione glared daggers at Neville. "You really do need to stop worrying so much, Harry," Daphne said as she stepped into the room and sat down next to Tracy. "They still have their comm stones, so if either were in true danger, they could easily call for help." "Oh, yeah." Harry blushed, and Hermione squeezed his hand in sympathy. "I forgot about that." Shiva shook her head in amusement. "Well, that's why you have us, kid. Anyone interested in a movie while we wait? I think we had decided on the Mummy for the next one, right?" Augusta Longbottom and Amelia both stared wide-eyed at Lily, completely aghast at Shiva's callous suggestion. Harry smirked. He wondered how long it would be before his mother mentioned that it had been her pick, and she chose it specifically for the irony. He steadfastly refused to think about Lily's idle comment about Rachel Weisz and Brendan Fraser, both being hot. A crash from the study rang through the house as the chime that signified arriving visitors rang out. Harry's head jerked up, but Dobby had already appeared in front of him with his hands held out. "Harry Potter is asked to stay seated. Mistress Colorful and Mistress Flower not being presentable and Dogfather, and Wolfie both being tired. All four said Fays would be joining the party in a moment." Harry narrowed his eyes at Dobby, but huffed out an annoyed agreement. "I told you they were fine," Hermione said, smiling at Harry and giving him a quick peck on the cheek. "Yeah, I know." Harry rolled his eyes and leaned back into the couch. "At least it's not Halloween." Lily narrowed her eyes and moved to sit next to Shiva, leaning in. "What's wrong with Halloween? Besides the obvious, I mean." "It's not the first time Harry has mentioned it being bad luck," she murmured. Shiva shrugged. "That's basically it. Something horrible always seems to happen to him on Halloween. At Hogwarts, it was the troll, the first basilisk attack, the thing with the boggart, and the first task. Back with the Dursleys, it was less major, but always something. Halloween just sets the kid on edge, and he's becoming convinced that it's cursed." Shiva let out a small chuckle. "Honestly, I'm starting to agree with him. It may be superstitious, but the coincidences on October 31st are becoming rather hard to ignore." Lily groaned and laid her head on Shiva's shoulder. "How the bloody hell am I supposed to break over a decade of bad luck in a few months? I'm a mother, not a miracle worker." Shiva lightly punched her shoulder. "Don't worry so much." The door to the living room pushed open, and Remus and Sirius walked in, collapsing onto the couch. Harry's nose crinkled as an acrid smell wafted from the two. "What is that?" Sirius sniffed his sleeves and grimaced. "Nothing much to worry about. We just got a bit singed." Amelia sat down next to him and frowned at him. Harry didn't miss the questioning look in her eyes, though he knew Sirius wouldn't have kept something important from him, so he didn't push. There would be time for that later. Harry had started to get up to go and find Tonks and Fleur, but the door opened again, and both walked in. Harry breathed an internal sigh of relief and sat back down. Fleur smiled at him and quickly moved onto his lap, eliciting an amused look from Hermione. Harry's eyes, though, were glued to Tonks as she moved far more stiffly than normal. As she sat down beside him, a wince flashed across her features so quickly that Harry almost thought he had imagined it. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. Fleur nibbled on his ear, wrapped an arm around his neck. "We're fine, it's nothing." "It's not nothing," Harry responded. "Please." Tonks shook her head. "Later, Harry. I'll be fine, I promise." Harry bit back on his retort that she wasn't fine now. The others were right. Both Tonks and Fleur were adults and could make their own decisions. They didn't have to report to him everything they did. He sighed at himself. He really was starting to become like Moody. Well, the real Moody. Probably. He'd barely spoken 5 words to the man since Crouch had been unmasked. Okay. The party went on without any more interruptions for almost an hour. It wasn't until Tonks got up to get some popcorn that things deteriorated again. As she stood, Harry noticed that the back of her shirt was wet and darker than normal. His indrawn breath drew Hermione's attention as well. Hermione immediately sprang up and pushed Tonks out the door. Harry was only a few steps behind and made it outside quickly enough to see Hermione pull Tonks' shirt up, exposing the older girl's back. "Bloody hell, I thought I healed that thing," Tonks hissed in pain. Hermione reached out and hovered her fingers over a large gash down Tonks' back, barely a few centimeters from her spine. "This looks bad, Tonks," Hermione murmured. "You should have said something." "I'll get Lily. She's supposed to be good at healing." Tonks sighed and nodded. Harry stepped closer and leaned his head against her shoulder. "Voldemort." "Bellatrix," Tonks said quietly. "It was a lucky hit. I'm a little embarrassed about being the only one to get tagged, but I was also the only one to have to dodge a case too. So I consider myself lucky." Harry's breath hitched. "Killing curses?" She was sending killing curses. Tonks nodded. "Only a few, Harry. The fiend fire at the end was worse, honestly. Fleur was amazing. Did you know her passion fire works against fiend fire?" "I sure didn't. Actually, I don't think she did either. We should write a paper on it or something." Harry scowled, though Lily, walking into the hall with Hermione just behind, stopped him from commenting. "Let me see," his mother said in a commanding tone. Tonks shifted slightly, and Lily started casting diagnostic charms. No wonder your healing spell didn't hold. This was a dark cutting curse, not the usual one. Severus invented it while we were in school. Hang on a moment. I remember the counter curse. This will sting a bit." Tonks hissed again and clamped a hand in her mouth as Lily cast something on her back. Hermione moved to hold her other hand while Harry just helped hold her still. "Done. It's going to be a bit tender for a few days, and you might have a slight scar. You're lucky this wasn't on your spine, Tonks." "I know," she said with a groan. "Thanks, Lily." Harry's mother nodded and moved back inside after a quick glance at him. Harry guided Tonks to a seat against the wall and pulled her into a hug. "Don't scare me like that," he whispered into her hair, which had grown long enough to cover his head. He dimly felt Hermione place a hand on his shoulder and Tonks' arm shift so that the girl could slot into the embrace. "This is not remotely the worst shape any of us have been in, Harry. Don't let Voldemort being back freak you out like this. You're just giving him what he wants," Tonks said. "While I agree with that sentiment, NYM," Hermione commented, "please do endeavor to tell us if you've been injured. We aren't children, and we deserve to know if you or any of our friends have been hurt. I assume you and Fleur were searching for a Horcrux when this happened." Tonks sighed. "I'm sorry for not saying something right off. I thought we healed it, and I didn't want to spoil your birthday. Wonder Boy." Yeah, we were hunting for a Horcrux. It was already gone, though, so we have to start the search over again. We're pretty sure he moved it. My aunt showing up so quickly after we got there just adds more proof to that. Harry pulled back and affixed her with a hard stare. And Wyam, I love you. I love you just as much as I love Hermione and Fleur and Shiva and Lily. If you're going to go after a potential Horcrux in the middle of the night, wake me up and tell me, please. Sighing again, Tonks pulled him back down into her arms. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I promise. After Harry and his partners moved to the bedroom, Lily and Shiva relaxed on the couch. You were right, Shiva admitted. The cake did taste better without magic. I thought the snitch on the top was a good touch, Lily commented. How did you get it to flutter like that without any spells? I put a layer of cake on the bottom of the icing in a rune shape. I'm amazed it lasted long enough for people to see it move honestly. Who knew cake could conduct magic? Lily eyed her, causing Shiva to hold up her hands and laugh. Hey, it skirts the line of acceptable, but if you can use magic to bake the thing, then I can use magic to animate the icing a bit. Lily laughed. We are both such hypocrites. And proud of it. The light, distant chime interrupted the two's amusement, and Dobby popped into place in front of them. Mistress's destruction and fire. There be Ms. Strict and Mr. Halfseas at the door. Should Dobby let them in? Ms. Strict and Mr. Halfseas? Lily asked, blinking in confusion. Shiva quirked her mouth to the side for a few moments before raising a hand in triumph. Minerva and Phileas. Right. Dobby gave a theatrical sigh and hung his head. Mistress Destruction wins again. Dobby lets the professors in. As Dobby popped away, Lily turned to Shiva and arched an eyebrow. You've made a game out of guessing Dobby's nicknames. Yup, Shiva replied, looking far too smug. So far, I'm ahead by about, for though I never did figure out who Grouchy was. Shiva huffed. Little guy was smart with that one. Far too many people fit Mr. Grouchy to make that easy. What do you get if you win? Mostly just the right to cook a few meals without fuss if I want to. Though once I did ask him to take off a few gloves when doing work, Shiva said, shrugging. I know he loves those things, but really 6 pairs and being forced to use magic to hold up the tray because he couldn't grip the thing? Too much. Lily chuckled. Yes, that sounds like Dobby. Hello, Minerva, Phileas. It's so good to see you both again, she enthused as her 2 teachers walked into the room. Minerva looked slightly pale, while Phileas was snickering and mumbling something under his breath about fantastic charm work. Lily quickly got up and hugged each before beckoning them to a seat on the chairs across from the 2 women. It's wonderful to see you as well, Lily, Minerva said, cracking a genuine smile. It was a touch odd to see the stern woman looking so incredibly happy, though Lily certainly wasn't averse to being the cause of such an occurrence. I must ask, though, was the hissing necessary? Shiva laughed and waved her colleague's question away. Blame Harry. He felt if he was going to make it slither in midair, he might as well go for the full Monty. I didn't feel right talking him out of it. Is his house, after all. Lily just smirked. I was still mostly dead when it was decided on. Phileas shook his head, grinning like a loon at her joke. Oh, how I missed you, Lily. That boy of yours certainly stirs things up just like you and James. I've noticed, Lily said, smiling. So, to what do we owe this visit? Or is it just a social call? Minerva smiled. A bit of both. We wanted to come and see you now that things seem to have settled down a bit. It helps that I've finally got most of my house in order. Albus. Well, Albus left quite a bit of a mess behind, and I've had my work cut out for me with reorganizing everything at Hogwarts. Which is the second reason why we're here actually, Phileas commented. Shiva sighed. I thought I had till next week to send over those lesson plans for the new courses. Oh, you do, don't worry, Phileas said, dismissing her concern. We're here for Lily this time. What do I have to do with Hogwarts? The woman in question asked, blinking in confusion. Phileas' grin widened. Hopefully quite a bit. Minerva groaned and shook her head in exasperation. What my deputy headmaster is trying to insinuate is that we have an opening. I am not teaching defense against the dark arts, Lily immediately answered. From everything I've heard and researched, the position is completely cursed. I am not going to teach that and make my son nervous that I'm going to succumb to whatever horror show is affecting that post and end up almost killing him. The other three stared at her until Shiva shook her head in amusement and laid her hand on Lily's thigh, squeezing slightly. I rather doubt you have to worry about that, Lils. Yes, well, actually I was talking about the Muggle Studies course. Minerva said hesitantly. Charity Burbage decided to take a leave of absence for a few years. She seems to have taken the news of you-know-who's resurrection rather badly, and wished to get as far away as possible. She sighed. As bad as this is to say, this actually saves me quite a bit of effort. I took a look at a list that Miss Granger compiled of all the ways that the course was rather dated. It was 10 feet long. Lily smirked. That certainly seems like the type of thing that Hermione would make a list of. I remember Muggle studies being a bit old, but I only took it third year. Charity really got that far behind the times. Phileas grimaced. Well, like most of us, she didn't expect the Muggles to have advanced like they did. She never bothered to check her sources to see any changes made in recent years. When I asked her about the recent advancements, she looked at me like I'd grown a second head. That's not the only position that I'm seeking replacement for. Severus is on probation, and if he doesn't ensure that the students are treated fairly, I won't hesitate to sack him. Well, you could always talk to Slughorn. He was quite good in my day. Does he still teach? Lily asked, shrugging. I'm a little surprised you're not sacking Sybil, Shiva said, chuckling. You haven't exactly made a secret of what you think about her or her course. One actual prophecy aside, and all. Phileas smiled at her. I talked her out of it. As much as we may not believe that Sybil is perfect, there are precious few divination teachers worth much more and fewer who are willing to come to Hogwarts at this time. She's been placed on probation and told to make one to Tonks and Hermione, the brunette which padded over to Harry and gently brushed a lock of hair behind his ear. Harry, she said softly, why didn't you wait for us? I don't know. I didn't want you to worry, he sobbed. This thing keeps making me see things every time I close my eyes. I can barely think through the headaches sometimes, and it keeps trying to get out. I'm scared I'm going to lose control, and it's going to hurt you. I need it gone. I just need it gone. Harry clung tighter to Fleur and cried harder. Tonks frowned and stood up, moving to the side with Shiva and Lily. Did you know it was this bad? He heard Lily ask. Tonks sighed. No, we knew he'd been having nightmares and headaches, but it didn't seem this bad. The kid's good at hiding things when he wants to. Harry didn't need to look up to see Shiva frowning. It's damn near impossible to read him when he's actively burying things. Hermione's the only one who can even come close, and even she misses things when he's being careful. Damn it, Harry. Shoo, Fleur murmured. Shoo, it's okay, Mon Chéri, we will fix this. You're not going to hurt us, Harry, Hermione said, continuing to stroke his cheek with one hand and his back with the other. You're one of the strongest-willed people I've ever met. Even if by some catastrophe the soul shard took control momentarily, you'd beat it back down a few moments later. I know this is hard, Harry, and I know it hurts, but you need to remember everything that you've been through and everything that you've overcome. This is just more of the same. It's bigger in scale, but the principle is the same. You are strong, Harry. You will beat it back down just like you always do. Hermione paused, and Fleur hugged him tighter. After a few moments, Hermione continued, and Harry, if you don't feel like you can trust yourself, then trust us. We won't let you fall. Chapter 38. A New Year. Harry let out a murmured groan of pleasure as he felt Tonks' fingers digging into his forehead. He had thought that it would just be Hermione and him on the Hogwarts Express until Tonks had announced that there was no way he'd be on the train without an escort. Harry hadn't been able to tell whether she was going because she was actually worried about a potential attack or if she just wanted to spend a few extra hours with him before school started back up, and their time together would drop precipitously. Either way, he didn't particularly care since he was getting to spend just a bit longer with his partner. Fleur, surprisingly, hadn't actually tried to tag along. She had claimed she was busy doing research at the moment, and that she was simply going to monopolize the first Hogsmeade trip. He didn't know how Tonks had done it, but she'd found a way to make her head massages actually relieve some of the issues he'd been having with the Horcrux. She'd apparently taught her technique to Hermione as well, so that his first partner would be able to keep helping him during the school year. Fleur hadn't been able to replicate their efforts, unfortunately. Ideally, none of their massages would be needed soon. Hopefully, maybe if Merlin decided to come back from Avalon and personally tutor him, perhaps. His efforts on fixing the soul cage were hitting wall after all. The main problem seemed to be that the Rune Stone was trying to pull the larger soul his own instead of targeting Voldemort's hitchhiker. It wasn't something that should be happening since he'd included a targeting aspect to the scheme, and every expert he'd talked to had agreed that the Rune Stone should be working. Shiva and Harry had been trying to figure out just what was going wrong nearly every day since his birthday with no noticeable progress at all. He let out a sigh and then grunted as Tonks dug hard into his head. Stop angsting, Wonder Boy. Concentrate on your massage. I'm not angsting, he muttered. Sure you aren't, she said, amused. And my hair isn't pink. Hermione flipped a page in her book and gestured to Tonks without even looking up. Your hair is blue today, love. Tonks' fingers froze for a moment, and Harry opened his eyes quickly enough to see her hair flash to pink and a blush spread across her features. He smiled up at her and chuckled as he closed his eyes again and relaxed back onto her lap again. Nice, NYM. My point still stands, she said, starting up her fingers again. Sorry, just musing on why the stupid cage isn't working. Hermione reached over and lightly flicked his arm. We'll figure it out. There is a reason that the Egyptians didn't get it working, you know. With all the modifications that you've made, Harry, I'm sure that it's going to end up being something incredibly small that has been overlooked. Just keep focused on how things will be after this is all over. Harry felt Tonks nodding above him in agreement. Mione's right. You can't be expected to fix something in 2 months that those crazy pyramid builders couldn't get right in 2,000 years. She paused, and he felt her silent chuckle ripple all the way down through her legs. And I just heard how depressing that could sound. So let's treat it like a joke instead. Yeah? The positive thoughts are still holding the soul shard back, right? Yeah, that's not the secret to the massage thing, is it? Because that would be kind of lame, to be honest, Harry said, smiling. Amazingly enough, keeping positive and happy had actually helped to keep the bonds around the Horcrux from straining too often. He wasn't naive enough to think that it was because of any actual power behind the feelings hurting the Horcrux. It was far more likely that simply by keeping his spirits up, he subconsciously reinforced the power in his mental walls. Whatever the actual mechanism behind it, the shard hadn't been able to influence him enough to convince him to try the slightly modified soul cage a second time. He was still getting nightmares, but at least it wasn't every night anymore. No, happy thoughts are not the secret to the massage, Wonder Boy, Tonks said, laughing. The secret is pressure points. Mum showed me some of the things she used when learning a bit of the healer stuff, and I adapted it. Ah, Harry said, uttering another low, contented groan as she hit a spot just to the side of his scar that sent tingles down his spine. You are amazing, woman. Tonks preened. I prefer best damn woman ever, but amazing works too. Careful, and wham, say that around Dobby, and he'll actually start calling you that, Hermione said distractedly. Harry chuckled. Nah, I think he's settling on Mistress Colorful for the moment. There was a knock on the door to their compartment, and a few moments later it slid open. Nice, Harry. Glad to see you're still in one piece and enjoying the benefits of improvements to the coursework, but she has the year to make the changes before we take action. We have strayed quite extensively, Minerva said, rolling her eyes. Lily, would you be interested in teaching the Muggle Studies course? Shiva nodded towards Lily. It would let you stay close to Harry during the school year without having to keep making trips to Hogsmeade on various weekends. Lily considered her options for a minute before slowly nodding. That's true. I was considering trying for a potions position in the town. This would pay just as well, I assume. Hogwarts pay is quite competitive, I assure you. That is one area that Lucius Malfoy was not willing to try and force budget cuts on, Minerva said, and I'd be able to conduct the class as I choose to? Of course. Lily sat back and crossed her arms with her mouth quirked in concentration. Okay, I'll do it. Harry's partners had been sleeping for over an hour when he gave up falling into dreamland himself. Every time he closed his eyes, he just saw the hidden door in his mind bulging and horrible images of Tonks dead with a huge gash down the middle of her back. After he managed to push those nightmares back, they were replaced by mental pictures of Fleur glassy-eyed, lying bonelessly on the dirt. Shortly after those, it switched to Hermione completely limp and tied to a bed with Malfoy grinning nearby. With a growl, Harry dived into his mindscape and threw more and more restraints around the Horcrux, until finally the images stopped seeping out and his irritation level lowered. He had hoped that the activities with his partners earlier would have been able to tire him out enough to fall asleep without having to deal with the regular nightmares, but apparently he wasn't that lucky. Never should have made that stamina rune, Harry muttered, sitting up. Rubbing a hand over his aching scar, his eyes fell on the completed prototype schematic for his soul cage sitting on the desk. Grimacing at another twinge of pain from his head, Harry made up his mind. The Horcrux needed to go. Gingerly crawling over Fleur, the heaviest sleeper in the group, he got out of bed, pulled on his boxers, and sat down at the desk. Harry pulled out his tools and activated one of the privacy rune stones so that he wouldn't wake the girls with his work. Half an hour later, Harry had finished carving out his soul cage prototype. He held it up to the light and twisted it around several times, examining every facet. The core of the scheme was similar to the Egyptian soul render, but the modifications were extensive. He'd checked and double-checked everything. He'd run the design by Shiva. He'd even outsourced parts of it to some of the researchers at Outback Training Alternatives to make sure that the sections worked independently. It should be ready. It should be fine. It should be safe. It should take care of his Horcrux problem. Idly, Harry turned to rub his Dementa Anchor tattoo. Would it protect him if something went wrong? It wasn't remotely designed for something like the soul cage. The tattoo had a very specific function, and with as complicated a design as the soul cage had become, he wasn't sure if the tattoo would do anything in a worst-case scenario. It might help. I should wake the girls. I should wake my mothers, Harry murmured even as he lifted the rune stone closer and blew the last bits of stone dust from its etchings. This is stupid. I promised them I wouldn't do things like this anymore. They're right there. Just drop the privacy stone, Harry. Just drop it and wake them up first. Except if he woke anyone else up, he'd have to admit how much he'd been downplaying the Horcrux issues. How little sleep he'd been able to get for the past few weeks. Lily would blame herself. Shiva and his partners would blame themselves for not stopping him from touching Lily before they'd figured out what to do with the Horcrux first. Harry'd have to admit how worried he really was about losing control, about letting his guard down at the wrong moment, and the thing pushing through and trying to wrest control, about how scared he was about hurting the people he loved if he didn't get rid of this thing. His lips curling in scowl, his scar flared in pain again, and he felt the mental bonds holding the Horcrux in strain. Just die already. Harry yelled. He swept a hand across the desk, not noticing as he knocked the privacy stone across the room. Clutching the soul cage with his other hand, Harry charged the rune scheme and slammed it onto his forehead. The next instant, pain flared in every nerve of his body, and all of his muscles locked taut. He felt like he was seeing double. One view was his normal vision, while the other was from just slightly above his body. He felt his entire being straining against some invisible bond, and he felt the life being practically choked out of him. Distantly, he heard an ear-piercing scream from somewhere. It was only when Hermione leapt off the bed and ran to him that he realized the sound was coming from him. "I can't get it off. Help me." Hermione screamed to Tonks and Fleur as they jumped to her side. All three grabbed his hand, clutching the rune stone to his head, and started tugging. Harry's double vision got worse, and he felt the things tying him stretch further, part him, noted the brightly glowing Dementa Anchor tattoo on his side, and the way that the spectral part of him seemed to be pulling against that. Most of Harry, though, was too consumed with pain to really truly notice much. The door to the room banged open and Shiva and Lily charged in. Harry watched them take in the naked forms of the girls clustered around him, as well as the way he was contorted on the chair, still screaming. Harry felt himself stretch further, and the anchor glowed brighter, peeling back from his skin, slightly. Dobby popped into the room and blinked at them all, his mouth hanging open. Lily started to raise her wand, but Shiva jerked it down. No, no magic. It'll just make it worse. Shiva shouted. Hermione managed to wedge her fingertip underneath the rune stone and lurched back with all her strength. Harry snapped back into his body as he felt skin tear from his forehead under Hermione's nails. His partner fell backward, and the soul cage went flying across the room between his mothers. Harry fell backwards, only staying off the floor, thanks to Fleur catching him. His entire body ached, and the area around the Demento anchor burned. Turning and burying his head in between Fleur's breasts, Harry cried at the pain and shame. I'm sorry. It was supposed to be safe. Everything said it should be safe. Lily started to say something until Shiva clamped onto her arm and shook her head. The older woman instead grabbed the blankets and draped them over Fleur and Harry, handing. Relationship. Sue Lee's amused voice drifted down to him. Harry shrugged and waved to her, popping his eyes open, but not moving from his position. His grin widened as he saw Parvati and Padma stepping into the compartment next to the Asian girl. Got to enjoy it while it lasts. How are you, Sue, Padma, Parvati? Well, Sue said with a feigned sigh. I was going to say better than you, but considering you're apparently a necromancer now, you weren't targeted by the local incarnation of Hitler over the break, and you're currently the recipient of a head massage, I can't really use that opening anymore. Parvati grimaced. Please don't say he's a necromancer. That's a bad omen. Padma smacked her sister on the back of her head and rolled her eyes. Will you stop with the divination shite already? Harry, we wanted to let you know what we found out from talking to our families over the summer. Harry gently pushed Tonks' hands away and sat up. He pulled a privacy stone from his bag, activated it, schooled his features, and nodded to the three newcomers. Okay, any good news? Unfortunately, not really much from our end, Padma said, grimacing. Most of the stories my family found were pretty inconclusive. We know similar things have happened in the past, but the resolutions tend to be killing the victim. Other alternatives are mostly lost to myth. One story had Vishnu himself step in to save the girl. It makes a nice story, but I doubt you want to waste time searching for a god that probably doesn't even exist. I had marginally more success, Suli said, sighing. Sadly, it's not really useful for our purposes. Depending on the level of contamination, Chinese wizards had great success with simply removing the affected limb. She smirked at Harry. Somehow, I don't think even you could survive without a head. Harry snorted and shook his head. Yeah, I'm not quite that awesome. Plus, it's been in me long enough that it's probably tied too closely to my own soul for that option to work well. Agreed, Sue said. My mother had an old friend that knew of a potential potion combination that might work. I think it should be a last resort, personally. Hermione frowned and took out a notepad. How dangerous is it? Sue shrugged. Well, from what my mom remembered, it pretty much kills him for a few minutes. The potions should bring him back afterwards, but I checked into some of the ingredients, and it's basically the same chance as getting resuscitated in a Muggle hospital. Agreed, killing Harry is not going to be our primary option, Hermione said, nodding. Tonks raised her hand. I fail to see how killing him would even help. Isn't the goal to not have to die? Parvati shook her head. Well, it clears his aura and she cut off and dodged her sister's hand before huffing and turning back to the others. Fine. It tricks the Horcrux into thinking the vessel is destroyed, and it loses its anchor. The trick is to keep him dead long enough that the extra soul is kicked out, but not so long that you can't bring him back. So like I said, last resort, Sue said, crossing her arms and leaning back. Agreed. Harry breathed out and leaned against Tonks. Thanks for checking, girls. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully I'll get my rune option working before things get desperate enough to have to resort to an only mostly dead alternative. I love that movie, Parvati said, perking up. She blushed immediately and sank back into the cushions. Sorry. The rest of the compartment just chuckled. Within another minute, they were chatting about their respective summers while Tonks hummed and went back to massaging Harry's forehead. Remember, Harry, Fleur, and I are just a calm stone call away, Tonks said as she leaned against one of the pillars on the Hogsmeade train platform. If anything happens, and I mean anything, call us and let us know. I will, he promised. Good, she nodded. I'm going to miss you, Wonder Boy. Hopefully by the time I get to spend the day with you again, we'll have a few things taken care of. We'll keep you in the loop. Just keep yourself on your toes and keep your training going. I love you, Harry. Tonks' hair shifted to a deep red, and she leaned in to capture his lips. Harry responded in kind, and though they only stayed connected for a few moments, both felt warmed as they pulled back. Tonks turned to Hermione and pulled the younger girl into a kiss, as well, though theirs was slightly chaster. Hermione blushed as she stepped back. I'll watch out for him in the meantime and endeavor to minimize the trouble that he gets into, Hermione said. You and Fleur, make sure to watch out for each other. We will. Han, go get on the carriages and tell Lily and Shiva I said hi, Tonks said, smiling at them. Both students returned the grin and slotted into the queue for a seat. As they hopped up into a seat across from Luna, and Coco, Harry's mind wandered. He wasn't sure what to expect from this year. Voldemort's martial strength was growing, but they were starting to galvanize some of the masses against him. Progress was slow, but Sirius and Remus defense articles in the Quibbler seemed to be helping. The last minor attack by Death Eaters had actually seen 5 nearby civilians fighting back. They hadn't really done much damage, but they had kept the terrorists from hurting anyone until the Aurors showed. Harry felt he should be doing more to help the fight directly rather than just sitting around in school. Well, either way, with his luck, he'd probably get dragged into something by the end of the year. So maybe he could use Hogwarts as a way to establish a large group of people willing to help in whatever craziness May/June would bring. The welcoming feast yielded a few surprises for Harry this year. That Lily was the new Muggle studies teacher was something he'd known going in, so that didn't ruffle any feathers. When Headmistress McGonagall announced it, though, the huge cheer that broke out in the Great Hall did see him rocking back on his seat a bit. He'd expected some people to be excited about his mother coming to teach. He just hadn't expected it to be quite so many or quite so enthusiastic. The real surprise was Sirius. How his godfather had managed to stay quiet about landing the defense against the dark arts position was a mystery for the ages. Harry supposed he should be happy about this. He tried to think of it in a good light. He really tried. He thought about Remus and how great the werewolf had been. Then the fact that out of 4 defense teachers, 3 had actively tried to kill or permanently injure him crept back into the forefront, and Harry scowled. Sirius should have warned him. Now, he was going to have to be careful to ensure that fate didn't throw him into a situation where his godfather would be raising a wand against him even inadvertently. Fantastic. For his part, Sirius seemed perfectly jolly sitting up there and chatting with Sinistra and Sprout. Snape was entertaining to watch as he shifted from muted disgust while looking at Sirius to almost sad longing when he gazed at Lily. Harry turned from the man and dug into his food, waving away Hermione's raised eyebrows. "Snape," he murmured, filling his glass with pumpkin juice. "Ah," she replied, following his lead and moving food onto her plate. "Well, try to reserve judgment on him this year. There's always the chance he could take what your mother said to heart after all." "Or pigs could fly," Harry said. Luna looked up at his with a devilish gleam in her eyes despite her dreamy smile. "Daddy made pigs fly over the summer. Actually, he thought it might attract a drifting Kelberg. Sadly, it didn't work. I don't think those are real myself, but it did seem to worth attempting at least." Hermione chuckled in amusement at her friend and patted Harry's knee. "See, even Luna thinks that the arse has the potential to change." "Well, I think that's what she meant." "That is what you meant, right, Luna." Luna just smiled wider in response and started eating. Dinner was almost over when Harry's comm stone buzzed. "Harry, it's Daphne. Would you and Hermione be willing to meet me in the room after the meal for several minutes?" Harry frowned. His friend sounded far more uncertain than usual, and it set him slightly on edge. "Sure," he replied. "We're prefects this year, so we have to lead the first ties up to the common room. First, though, is everything all right?" "Yes, it's fine," Daphne said, a bit of amusement creeping into her voice. "I'm prefect as well, remember? We sat across from each other in the compartment during the meeting. Harry..." "I was a little distracted," he mumbled. Daphne laughed, and he could see her shaking her head at the other table. "No, really? I would never have guessed. Just head up to it afterwards. Whichever of us gets there first, please set it to the lounge configuration." "Okay, I'll see you then, I guess." "See you soon, Harry," Daphne agreed. "Disconnect." Harry turned to Hermione, who was already nodding. "Daphne wants to talk," she asked. Harry just stared at his partner incredulously. "How do you do that?" Hermione smiled and patted his leg. "Woman's intuition." She finished her dinner and leaned over to whisper in his ear. "Also, you turn to look at her while talking. Pretty big hint, love." She stood and waved the first years over to her as the hall started to empty out. Harry shook his head in amusement and took his place at the back, making sure that none of the new students got lost along the trek to their dorm. Harry followed Hermione into the room of requirement to find Daphne already there pacing. A somewhat amused Tracy was sitting cross-legged behind her on the couch. Harry felt sweat start to bead on his forehead as he flashed back to Daphne's actions immediately prior to the final task a few months back. Daphne's hesitation earlier suddenly made much more sense. "Oh, you're here. Good. That's good," Daphne muttered. Abruptly, she stopped pacing and took a deep breath, visibly centering herself and seeming to calm down a bit. Harry, on the other hand, had to fight down a rising panic. He had expected this. His partners had been pretty clear throughout the summer that this conversation was likely going to be happening soon. He just hadn't expected it on the day he got back to school. He had hoped to have a bit more time to get used to the idea. It was funny. None of his partners had been actively pushing him to accept Daphne as a potential concubine, but they'd all made it perfectly clear that they were okay with the idea. Harry figured that he was probably one of the only men in the world whose girlfriends were trying to help him recruit more harem members instead of dissuading him from it. He felt like a character from a Japanese manga. "Harry, you can sit down, you know," Hermione said from the couch, her lips curled up in amusement. Harry blushed and quickly sat down next to her. Daphne nodded to herself and sat on the edge of the cushion next to Tracy. Tracy just waved a hello. "Harry," Daphne said, "I've been thinking for some time now. I already spoke to Hermione, Tonks, and Fleur on the train home last term. I think it's no secret anymore that I am attracted to you. However, before I continue, I would like to know something. Harry, are you attracted to me?" He looked to Hermione, who just raised her eyebrows at him. Silently, Harry cursed her ability to smirk at his awkwardness. What was this now? 3 times that she got to see him in this position. Where was Tonks when he needed her? Actually, no. Tonks would have made it worse. Fleur, however, would have been nice backup. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Harry turned back to Daphne and nodded slowly. "Yeah, I am. I'd have to be blind not to be Daph. In case you haven't noticed, you are rather beautiful, incredibly intelligent, and one of the people I trust the most." Well, more specifics beyond generalities would have been nice, but you appear almost as nervous about this as I am, so I'm not going harp on that, Daphne said, chuckling slightly. Hermione snorted. "Trust me, this is calm compared to when I first brought up dating Tonks." Poor boy completely shut down. "Men," Tracy commented, rolling her eyes and causing herself and Hermione to begin laughing in earnest. Daphne and Harry each glared at their respective partners until they quieted down. "As I was saying," Daphne continued, "Harry, I've spent this past summer thinking about quite a few topics. You, Tracy, me, my father, my feelings. It's confusing to say the least. I don't like being confused." She scowled for a moment before smoothing out her features again with a deep breath. "To be perfectly honest, my father complicated things quite a bit. I've been attracted to you for some time now. I tried to ignore it, and we both saw how well that worked out before the final task." "Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise," Harry commented dryly. Daphne grimaced. "I am sorry about that. I was rather overwhelmed at the time. It's why I've spent so long thinking about where I stand. My father has been pushing me to make an official alliance for several years now. Initially, when we became friends, I used you as a convenient target to make him back off. He recently started pushing me harder on that front, and I needed to make sure that what I was starting to feel for you was me, and not what I was supposed to feel. Not arg. Does this make sense at all?" Harry frowned and cocked his head a bit. "You wanted to know that you liked me because you liked me, and not because you'd simply been telling your father it enough that you'd started to believe it by proxy or something?" She nodded. "Close enough. What I ended up deciding was that I do like you on my own. I like you a great deal. Harry, you are as important to me as Tracy, which scares me. She stopped and shook her head before looking him directly in the eye. "I would very much like the opportunity to try dating you and to throw my hat into the ring for the House Black concubine position. And Tracy?" Harry asked, gesturing to their friend. "That is where things get a bit more complicated," Daphne said. "I don't want to give her up. I don't want to break things off with her. Like I said, you and she are on equal levels to me. Just like Hermione, Tonks, and Fleur are all on equal levels for you. I understand that you four are trying to maintain a polyamorous relationship. I'm certainly not adverse to that at all. I am willing to try and slot into that to a degree, though I can't promise miracles. I like Fleur very much, though it's not love, at least not yet. I'm undecided on Tonks, though I do respect her a great deal, and her humor is rather ideal at times. While Hermione and I tend to be rather opposite in terms of approach and philosophy, I think we strike a good balance between the two of us. We also both excel in our love of our studies. Daphne looked to Tracy briefly and turned back to Harry. Tracy, however, is not interested in joining your group. Nor is she looking for a line continuation option, as her family doesn't particularly care about those things. What I am saying, Harry, is that I want to try dating you. I am open to seeing if something grows between me and the other women in your group, and I want there to be an understanding that I will continue dating Tracy separate from the main group. She grimaced and continued in a quieter voice. I don't want to say I'm asking your blessing to have a mistress, but, well, that's basically what I'm asking. Harry leaned back into his seat and rubbed his scar. He wasn't sure whether to be disturbed or impressed that a large chunk of this conversation had gone just like Hermione had predicted. Daphne, I'm a little surprised that you're willing to try and build something with my partners, but your reasoning here seems a bit, well, forced. We're all in this because we want to be, not because of conditions or because we feel we have to. Daphne winced. I didn't explain this well. That's not what I tried to imply. Damn it, this should not be this hard to talk about. Tracy sat forward a bit and rubbed a hand down Daphne's back. Let me try. Harry, Hermione, Daph isn't saying she's going to force herself into loving the girls in your harem. She's saying she's not going to wall herself off into a little box of just me and Harry. Tonks and Fleur didn't love each other before joining your group. Well, Tonks didn't love her, at least. That's all that Daph is saying. Oh, well, why didn't you just say that? Harry groaned, shaking his head in exasperation. I swear girls get more confusing the older we all get. So, that's pretty much all I had planned to say, Daphne said quietly. Harry crossed his arms and leaned back thinking. Most of his time over the past 2 months had been consumed with the Horcrux, his mother, Voldemort, and the manor. Whenever he hadn't been dealing with those, though, he'd been thinking about how he was going to respond to Daphne when this came up. Was he okay with her having a mistress on the side, even if said mistress was a good friend? Considering his current relationship status in life in general, not to mention his atypical family, he certainly wasn't leading a normal life. Was a girlfriend who had a mistress that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things? It really wasn't. There was also the fact that Daphne was basically his best friend outside of his partners. In some ways, she was even closer to him than Fleur or Tonks. Somewhere along the line, he'd come to rely more on Daphne than Neville, his closest male friend. She'd consistently backed him up, even in situations where she would have been better hanging back. Almost every confrontation with Snape and the few times with Fudge were prime examples. Then there was the incident early in the summer with the Aurors, and how he and Daphne had taken down 2 trained dark wizard hunters without even breaking a sweat because they worked together smoothly enough that they knew how the other fought without having to communicate. Was he willing to risk damaging what they had in the hope that they might find something even better? Daphne, Harry said slowly, I'm okay with your conditions. I want to be clear on something, though. When I started dating Hermione, we agreed that our friendship always came first. We agreed that if things got weird, then we would drop the relationship aspect of things and try to go back to being just friends. I care about you too, Daphne. Besides my partners, you're basically my best friend. If we try dating, I want the same assurance that me and Hermione had. Friends first, partners second. Daphne smiled and nodded. I completely agree. She grimaced then and quickly continued. One thing though, there is a chance that my father would try to forcefully move matters along quicker than any of us are comfortable with. If that happens, I fully intend to pull back and deal with my family issues on my own rather than inconvenience the group. Harry rolled his eyes and stood up. Daph, I swear you and Hermione have the exact same problem. You both think far too much sometimes. He quickly glanced to Hermione, who nodded to him with a satisfied grin. A similar encouraging smile from Tracy saw Harry pulling Daphne up from the couch. This time he was the one kissing her. Draco Malfoy had skipped his annual taunting of Harry Potter on the Express this year. He had better things to do this time. Plans to finalize, allies to acquire, research to complete. He'd seen the Greengrass bitch and the Davis slut waltz out of the common room just a few minutes ago, so it was finally time to pool his forces. Potter would pay for stealing his mother from him. Shutting the door to the fifth-year boys' dorm, Draco cast several privacy and silencing spells and turned to his gang. Crabbe and Goyle were, as usual, sitting and staring at him dumbly. Pansy Parkinson looked up at him with desire and longing. Theodore not had some intelligence in his eyes, something which would make him difficult to control, but Draco knew he needed the extra muscle for this job. The bitch couldn't be underestimated, otherwise his entire plan would backfire. Gentlemen, welcome back. I think you all know why we are here. Revenge, Crabbe muttered. We've all lost family to Potter and his whores, Draco said, ignoring his bodyguard. They dash. Hold on a second, Theo said, cutting in with a scowl. Pansy hasn't lost shit. Neither have you, Draco. Draco snarled at Theo. How dare the little bastard question him? Potter did something to entice and seduce my mother. She'd never leave father or me, especially not when we are on the eve of winning everything that we always wanted, everything we always believed. I don't know what he did, but he did something. He's brainwashed her, and I'm going to show him just what happens when he crosses followers of the Dark Lord. Theo just snorted. I want to hurt the son of a bitch, too. He killed my father barely 2 months ago. Unfortunately, nothing that you just said explains why we can trust Pansy to be here. I won't be discussing anything against anyone until I know that everyone here has a personal stake in the matter. Pansy raised her eyebrows at Theo and held out her hand. She wiggled her fingers, drawing attention to a very small diamond ring. I'm Draco's betrothed. Satisfied? Seriously? Theo asked incredulously. He looked from Pansy to Draco and burst out laughing. Wow, Pansy, I know you haven't exactly won the beauty lottery, but Draco, either you must be really desperate, or you actually love the little Ponce. Whatever, consider me appeased. Theo waved for Draco to continue. The blonde had to actually bite his tongue in order to prevent himself from cursing his fellow Slytherin. That wouldn't do, not just yet at least. No, He could wait until after they took out Potter's slut before reminding Theo just who had the ear of the Dark Lord. Now that we're all happy, Draco snarled, we can continue. The best way to hurt Potter is to hurt his whores. I call dibs on the mudblood, Goyle said, raising his hand. The others turned to stare at him, and the giant just shrugged. What? Since Brown helped her out, the mudblood's gotten hot. Did you see her at the Yule Ball? If we're going after them, I want dibs. Draco rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Goyle, use your brain for once. We can't go after the mudblood. It's exactly what they'd expect. Theo nodded. We also can't try for Looney. The girl's smarter than she looks, and Flint had a first-hand demonstration of what happens when she has even half a chance to run. There are better options. We should probably avoid Bones and Abbott too, Pansy said, frowning. They don't travel with a pack, but unless we kill them, Susan would make sure her aunt killed us. If she didn't do it herself. Agreed, Draco said. Crabbe scowled. So, who the bloody hell are we supposed to attack then? The meta-slut isn't here anymore. The French tart's probably back in her cheese-eating cesspit. And I ain't killing an owl. That's bad luck. Goyle shrugged. The runes teacher is decent looking for a teacher. We could go after her. Keep her from her runes, and she should be easy to take out. Or we could just go for the mother. Lily Potter is hot. Is that all you think about? Pansy asked, grimacing and glaring at the boy. Goyle chuckled and jerked his chin to her. Didn't hear you complaining last year. Besides, the Potter woman's only been up and moving for like 2 months. She can't have all her old reflexes back yet. Shouldn't be much of a fight. Theo groaned and slapped a hand to his head. Talk about famous last words. I'd love to watch you try just so I could be there laughing as she rips your dick off and shoves it up your arse before cutting out your intestines and strangling you with them. Stay away from Lily Potter if you value your life. That woman's temper and skill were damn near legend before she came back from the dead. Draco sighed and nodded. As much as I'd love to go after Lily Potter, I agree. The Dark Lord would surely reward us all immensely if we humiliated or killed her, but I doubt we would get a good chance. She's going to be watching her back, just as closely as her spawn and the mudblood. We have a far easier target that should hurt him just as much. Which one are you thinking? Greengrass or Davis? Theo asked, completely unsurprised. Draco nodded to the boy. This was why he needed someone who could think a bit in the group. Greengrass. The whore thinks she's too good for Mias, and she's been practically drooling over Potter since second year. What makes it even better is that she's with the half-blood, so she's not doing jack squat with him. When we get her bent over, we can make sure the pictures get back to Davis. There's no way that lesbian bitch will be able to deal with her lover fucking a man. We take care of both of them in one shot while hurting Potter. Snape should protect us even if the bitch talks, Pansy put in. We're just showing a blood traitor what happens if you don't choose the right side. He'll back us up in private and make sure any punishment is barely a slap on the wrist. Theo shook his head and shot Draco an evil grin. She won't be able to talk when we're through with her. With any luck, we can break her enough to land her right next to Lockhart, Draco said, his answering grin just as disturbing. Now, here's the plan. The first day of classes went by relatively quickly for Harry. He had switched his schedule to add Muggle studies so he could see how his mother taught, and that had jumbled his schedule up enough that he had last period free on Mondays. Charms class had been even more fun than usual today. Flitwick seemed to be ecstatic for some reason, and he had wanted to share the mood with everyone, so they all got to review cheering charms in preparation for the OWLS, of course. Harry was still smiling and laughing with Hermione, Neville, Sue, and Padma as they walked out of the classroom. "I'm heading down to the greenhouse. I'll see you guys later," Padma said, waving. Harry lifted his own hand but froze halfway through the gesture as his calm stone started screaming in his ear. "You bastards think you're going to get away with this." Daphne's voice snarled. Harry flinched and fell backwards into the wall in his surprise. "All you're doing is marking yourself as surely as your master would. Except his mark just means you're a bigoted fool, while this one is going to see you killed." Harry growled low. All the effects of the cheering charm blasted away. "Where?" He focused solely on his friend's voice, ignoring the looks of concern and confusion on the others' faces. Something like a muffled laugh came over the link before Daphne spoke again. "Idiots! Throwing someone into the third-floor classroom near that obstacle course doesn't guarantee privacy. Touch me, and you're living on borrowed time." Another muffled reply was soon followed by a loud slap, a scream of pain, and the link went dead. Harry barely even noticed. He was already running. His vision went red, and something inside him screamed to rip and tear and hurt. He didn't even try to fight the urges this time, since he could use them to power him forward. Dimly he heard shouts from behind him, but they weren't important. His blood boiled, and his brain raced. As he tore down the corridor and rounded a corner, he reviewed the rune stones in his utility belt, discarding several options. He pushed through one of the tapestries to leap into the secret passage, and as soon as he reached the other side, Harry shifted to midnight for better speed. The Panther's improved hearing made him aware of pounding footfalls behind him that were falling further behind as his leaps carried his forward. Students emptying out of a classroom jumped out of his way as he bounded off a corner wall just outside their door. A shouted "Mr. Potter" in McGonagall's shocked voice echoed behind him, but Midnight didn't even pause. His eyes narrowed as he saw the corridor open up into the grand staircase just ahead. The stairs were shifting to align better for him, almost as if the castle itself was helping. They weren't moving fast enough. Midnight jumped using the Windrunner tattoos to give himself a boost, and he shifted back in midair. Harry landed just long enough on the railing ahead to push forward across the gap in the staircase. Exclamations rang out behind him as he dropped a floor down, grabbed the bottom rungs of the banister, and used it to swing himself into the next corridor. He didn't land perfectly and had to roll to his feet, losing some speed, but it was better than waiting for the stairs. He was only one corridor away when Filch stepped out of a broom closet just before a sharp turn directly in Harry's path. Harry didn't bother trying to move out of the way. He just stuck out an arm, wrapped it around a surprised Filch's elbow, and used his speed and the counterweight to take the turn without losing any momentum at all. He heard Filch start shouting behind him, and McGonagall appeared to have gotten close enough to shout something back. Harry's eyes just narrowed as he took in the sealed door ahead of him that Daphne had managed to pinpoint. He stopped pumping his arms and held his hands forward, wand clutched in one hand and the knockback tattoo glowing in his other. Mature content begins here. Daphne fought down the urge to scream in rage and panic. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her hurt, let alone desperate. This was her own damn fault for getting careless. Even then, though, Malfoy shouldn't have been able to come up with this by himself. They'd been too smart for the arrogant little shite to have been the brains behind the plan. Having one of them polyjuice to look like a fur's tie, then stun her had been a good strategy. She hadn't even realized something was wrong until it was too late to dodge. When she'd woken up, her hands had already been tied to the desk in front of her, with her legs spread to the side. Her face had turned red as she realized that the breeze in the room was hitting bare skin everywhere, and that the little pile of rags in the corner was her clothes. She took a bit of relief in knowing that despite being naked, they couldn't see much of her beyond her bare back and arse. Yet, that was when Malfoy had started laughing and taunting her. "Still too good for me, you little blood traitor whore?" Malfoy asked, grinning sadistically. Daphne's eyes narrowed as she spied Pansy in the corner with a smirk on her face and her arms crossed. Malfoy's bodyguards were leering at her, and Theodore Knott was up on one of the desks grinning. 4 boys and the worst bitch in the year. Daphne had to shut her eyes and slam down every mental shield that had been ground into her since birth. Just like sharks, weakness would only make these assaulters more excited. "Wow, what big strong men," Daphne deadpanned. She was proud of how she kept the tremble out of her voice. This was bad. This was very, very bad. She couldn't do wandless magic yet beyond a few spells, and they all had to be directional. Damn it, she should have asked Harry to tattoo a boomstone or something onto her. Was the child imperieused, or were one of you getting your jollies on in her shape? Crabbe scowled. Well, that answered that question, not that it helped her at all. Except for stalling. Stalling was good. They were obviously still in a classroom, so if she could keep them distracted long enough, she just might get lucky and have some random student walk in on them. Sure, and maybe Ron Weasley could learn how to pronounce electricity. While she waited for that, Malfoy strode forward, his grin falling a bit. He grabbed her hair and jerked her face up. "You bitch. You think you're better than us? You think you can spurn me without any consequences? You think that you can sit there and make out with the half-blood slut while making goo-goo eyes at Potter? We'll show you what it's like to be with a real man. We'll show you just what happens to people who laugh at the Dark Lord. You may not be one of Potter's whores yet, but you're close enough to him that this works to teach him a lesson too. I get to kill 3 birds with 1 stone." Daphne's mind raced even as he dropped her hair, and her forehead smacked into the desk, and she blinked away tears of pain. They didn't know she was dating Harry yet. That was good. That meant even if she couldn't escape, she'd likely survive. Probably not fully intact. While Goyle would likely be satisfied with just raping her and being done with it, Crabbe was enough of a brute that he wouldn't let her leave without several bruises or broken bones. Malfoy seemed to have legitimately lost a few marbles, so how far he'd go was up in the air. That Knott was here was worrying. Theodore didn't do anything halfway, so she'd have to be careful just how much defiance she showed until she found a way out. "Funny, I only see 2 birds here. Is one of your bodyguards going to volunteer their arse, or does Pansy count as 2? She asked, deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. Daphne silently cursed herself. So much for watching how far she took the taunts. She bit her tongue to try and refocus and ignore the mounting sense of helplessness and fear. She couldn't afford to slip. There was a very small chance that if she made Pansy awkward and guilty enough that the other girl would leave and send someone here to stop things quickly enough to matter. "Will you just fuck the bitch already?" I'm not keen on watching you guys verbally wank off, and I want to get these pictures before someone comes, Pansy said, glaring at Daphne. Well, there went that hope. Daphne felt her eyes burn again and tried to convince herself it was just from blood dripping into them. Nobody's going to come, Knot said, rolling his eyes. People are afraid of this corridor. Ever. Since that giant arse dog was in the next room, no one has had the bollocks to wander here long. It's right moronic. If you're going to avoid a room, avoid the bathroom with the 60-foot snake climbing up the pipes. He snorted and hopped off the desk, running his eyes over her back. Daphne couldn't help a slight shudder from his wandering gaze. I do agree, though, we should move this along. Malfoy squatted down, so that his head was level with hers, and he stared right into her eyes. Do you think your slut will get wet looking at the pictures of us taking you, or will she cry and refuse to ever touch you again? I'm honestly a bit curious myself. I wonder how Potter will feel when he too gets these tomorrow morning. He stood back and grinned wider while starting to loosen his robes. You may be the Slytherin Ice Queen, but you're pretty hot. This is going to be so much fun. It was all she could do to hold back a scream of rage at her impotence. She was Daphne Greengrass. She had a boyfriend and a known, accepted mistress. She was the heir Greengrass. She was Harry Potter's right hand. She had fought a fucking basilisk. She had killed a Dementor. She was not going to simply sit here tied to a blasted table and let inbred cavemen rape her. Daphne ruthlessly beat back the shivers running down her back and fanned the flames of her rage. She ran over everything that even might help. She'd been trying to pool her magic to do that wind thing that Harry did when he was close to losing control, but nothing in the room had even fluttered, let alone done anything strong enough to break her bonds or signal for Daphne's thoughts froze, and she blinked, cursing her panic and how it apparently killed her brain cells. They'd taken her clothes and her wand, but the arrogant arses hadn't removed her earrings. Come on, contact Harry, she muttered as quietly as possible. She should have paid more attention when he'd mentioned how to use the emergency broadcast mode. Harry was good, but a dozen saviors would have been better. You bastards think you're going to get away with this, she snarled loud enough to be just shy of yelling. All you're doing is marking yourself as surely as your master would. Except his mark just means you're a bigoted fool, while this one is going to see you killed. A growl came across the comm stone line, and Daphne refused to smile despite knowing that Harry had heard her. He was coming. She wasn't going to have to face this or face Tracy and Harry afterwards. Harry was coming, and everything was going to be okay just like always. Where? The growl said in her eye. Daphne started to hyperventilate as her perfect solution crashed to a halt. Where was she? Wait. Daphne flung her mind back to a few minutes ago. What had Not just said? Giant dog. Giant dog. Where had there been a giant dog in the castle lately? Malfoy laughed. Big words from a horse splayed out like you are. First year. Before she'd ever even met Harry and the others, they had gone through some sort of trapped area with a Cerberus guarding the entrance. She could have pumped her arms in triumph. Idiots! Throwing someone into the third-floor classroom near that obstacle course doesn't guarantee privacy. Touch me, and you're living on borrowed time. Malfoy scowled. I was just going to have my fun with you. Bitch. Now, I want to see you break, he said quietly. Drawing back his hand, Malfoy slapped her hard enough that her head smacked into the desk again. A second later, he grabbed her ears and tore out both the calm stone and her regular earring. She couldn't hold back her anguished shout as her ears felt like they were on fire. Malfoy straightened up, and blood from her ears dripped down his hands to land at his feet under his open robe. Daphne's head rang from the pain, but she tried to focus on her impending rescue. Harry knew where she was. He was coming. He was coming. So who gets her first? Not asked. Me, Crabbe said, stepping forward and running a hand down her back before clamping onto her arse. Daphne bit her tongue again to keep from crying out. I had to be that pipsqueak, and I was the one who hit her. I should get first crack. You can wait your turn, Malfoy snarled, glaring at his bodyguard. This was my plan, so I get to start. You can have her mouth. Daphne's eyes narrowed and hatred burned through the fog that was starting to descend over her. If Malfoy had started with her mouth, then at least she could have walked away with a souvenir that the boy would never forget. Malfoy dropped the remainder of his robes and moved behind her. Daphne screwed her eyes shut and tried to force her breathing to slow down and get back under control. She was Daphne Greengrass, and she would not break. Harry was coming. She just had to hold on a little longer. Rescue was coming. Just a little. The door to the room exploded inward. Pieces of wood from the hinges, and the lock flew off to either side, while the door itself soared through the air, landing nearly in the middle of the classroom. Riding it down was Harry Potter, looking like the angel of death himself. Messy black hair completely disheveled, glowing wand in one hand, glowing runic tattoo in the other, glowing rune stones emblazoned in twin arcs across his chest from his bandoliers, eyes wide and bright, robes billowing out behind him in an unseen wind, and his face set in an expression promising pain and vengeance. He was the most beautiful thing Daphne had ever seen. It almost made her fragile control shatter, seeing him here. Harry had barely touched ground when spells lashed out from his hands. Daphne could barely follow his movements. He was going so quickly. Crabbe was blasted into the wall with a wave of force from Harry's hand while his wand shot out a sparking blue spell that Daphne recognized as a bonebreaker. She didn't see who it hit, but a grunt of pain told her it hit home. Harry was already rolling and casting from a rune stone held up in each hand. An instant later, Pansy was frozen to the wall, completely encased in ice, with just a small section around her mouth and nose exposed to the air. Something shot out from Harry's other hand at the same time, but Daphne couldn't see what it was. The high-pitched scream from Malfoy sent a shot of ruthless pleasure down her spine, and she decided identifying what Harry had done wasn't important, only that it had hit the would-be rapist. Harry finished his roll and shot another bonebreaker from his wand-felling Goyle with a hit on his tailbone. The entire battle, from the time the door had exploded to the time all opponents were down, had taken barely 5 seconds. Daphne heard Harry grunt, and a second later a flash of silver crossed her vision, and the table jumped slightly. Her bonds went completely slack, and she saw him drop the sword of Gryffindor as he moved forward and swept her off the table, draping a robe around her body and pulling her into his arms. She leaned her head against his chest and let him embrace her. She didn't know quite how long they stayed crouched on the floor, but it was barely enough time for her to regain a measure of her composure before more people burst into the room. She raised her head slightly and was momentarily distracted by the wet spot on Harry's shirt front, right where she had been resting. Had she been crying? Scowling and shunting her confusion to the side, Daphne twisted slightly and gasped slightly at seeing Filch at the head of the pack of personnel. McGonagall was almost right behind him, followed by Neville, Hermione, several more of Daphne's friends, and a thoroughly winded Flitwick. Everyone froze at seeing the scene in the room. Daphne turned her eyes to the side, and her mouth fell open in shock at seeing Malfoy. He was pinned to wall by a spike through his right thigh, and one through his left shoulder. The little piss stain was whimpering and holding a hand to the spike in his shoulder. He was also still very naked. Daphne reveled in the karmic justice in front of her for a moment, but started to scowl as it didn't seem to be quite enough. She wrapped Harry's conjured sheet around herself tighter and pushed back from him enough that she could stand. Well, enough that she could try to stand. The fucking bastards had apparently kept her tied long enough that her legs had gone numb. Thankfully, Harry caught her before she wobbled too much, and he looped an arm around her waist for support. Daphne squeezed Harry's arm in thanks and returned her malevolent stare to Malfoy. Before she could say anything, though, McGonagall spoke. "Miss Greengrass, are you all right? Do I look all right, headmistress?" Daphne asked, turning her glare on the professor. She knew that they were supposed to ask those types of questions, but really, she was wrapped in a sheet, could barely stand, her ears and head were still bleeding, and she was still practically hyperventilating. Did she look remotely all right? "I was just molested by some of the biggest pigs in the school. Harry may have arrived and interrupted them prior to any actual, before they could complete their intent. But let's please not forget that I was just tied to a table naked with 4 leering men and 1 leering woman standing over me. My injuries to pride and mentality aside, things are mostly superficial. As long as you discount my ruined ears, my repeatedly smashed head, and that I can't seem to stand on my own." Daphne's voice had been steadily rising throughout, and she knew she was ranting, but couldn't be bothered to care much. Harry squeezed her to him tighter, and she forced herself to take a large breath and simply returned to glaring at Malfoy. "We should get you to Madame Pomfrey, Miss Greengrass," Flitwick said, his own breathing having returned to normal as he walked forward. Harry's grip tightened on her, and Daphne turned to him in confusion. Harry's eyes were flashing as he looked at the approaching Flitwick, and one of his tattoos started to dimly shimmer. She didn't have a chance to speak before Hermione had swept forward from the group, hurried past Flitwick, grabbed Harry's chin in her hand, and gently moved his head so that he was staring into her eyes. After a few moments, Daphne felt the tension in her new boyfriend loosen considerably, and he took a shaky breath. "Thanks, Mione," he murmured, just barely loud enough for the 2 girls to hear. "I'm good now." Filch scowled and looked up from the prone body of Nott and jerked his head towards McGonagall. "Headmistress, what about these others? They seem rather bad off." "Should just let them bleed out," Sully muttered. Daphne couldn't tell whether the comment had been intentionally loud enough to carry or if she just didn't care. Either way, Daphne wholeheartedly agreed with the girl. Neville and Padma were also nodding their concurrence. McGonagall, however, sadly did not share their ruthlessness. Her face contorted into a grimace of disgust, and she flicked her wand, tying up the 3 on the floor. "Phileas, please assist Argus in removing these students to the infirmary. Then contact the Aurors. This will not go unpunished. I will see to Mr. Malfoy personally. Mr. Potter, is there a special way to unfreeze Miss Parkinson?" "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "It's just ice. You melt it or chip it off. Should probably do it soon, though. She's going to be freezing in there." Sorry about grabbing you, Mr. Filch. I was kinda in a hurry, he mumbled, running a hand through his hair. Filch narrowed his eyes, but nodded slowly as he took in Daphne, still held tightly against Harry's chest. A pained whimper alerted the occupants to McGonagall getting Malfoy off the wall and hovering ahead of her. Phileas, please extricate Miss Parkinson before heading out with the others. One moment, Professor, Daphne said, angling herself and Harry so that she was standing in front of Malfoy. If I may, she asked. McGonagall seemed to struggle with an internal battle before turning with Flitwick and Filch as all three moved to intensely study Pansy and begin chipping off the ice. Malfoy remained hovering in midair, though he now had a sheet tied around him in a perverse foil to her own attire. Daphne's eyes narrowed, and her lips curled into a snarl. This inbreed had Daphne's voice came out low and laced with venom. I did warn you that you were marking yourself by touching me. Harry, may I borrow your wand? I don't know where they put mine. He nodded and passed it over. Daphne felt the Hollywood warm in her hand. It wasn't quite as good a match as her own, but it was better than she had expected, and would do well for the task at hand. Allow me to show you just why my nickname is Ice Queen, you fucking bastard. She took aim at Malfoy's nether regions and shot off the spell that her mother had taught her before she'd ever left the house. The hovering boy uttered a high-pitched warble, causing Daphne to smile in triumph and lean back into Harry. Headmistress, if you're done with Pansy, I'd appreciate an escort to the hospital wing. McGonagall turned and nodded, waving her wand to get Malfoy floating out into the corridor. Of course, Miss Greengrass. I'm sure the others can handle things here. Come along. Mature content ends here. Marcus Greengrass scowled and crumpled the letter in his hands. Those uncivilized buffoons had tried to despoil his daughter, his heir. They had nearly ruined everything for him. If Daphne were to be sullied like that, her bride price would drop precipitously. She would be used goods, dirted, unworthy. He'd never be able to marry her into a respectable family that'd allow him to keep his line and name intact. He cursed having a daughter for an heir yet again. This would never be a problem with a boy. He'd never have to think about contingencies for having a son that was raped. That it had barely been averted was practically immaterial. Time was up. He'd given Daphne years to cement her alliance with Harry Potter and heard nothing but stalling words and misdirection from her. This incident was just the final nail in the coffin. It was time to secure the Greengrass family. Aligning with he who must not be named would be a foolish avenue to take. Even if Daphne's assaulters hadn't been in that crowd, he'd never particularly liked the man or his methods. Marcus' actions and allegiances over the past few years more or less prevented him from even approaching anyone from the Dark Lord's camp. However, he couldn't go to anyone from the Light contingent either. Those fools would take his business holdings and squander them for the greater good. So who was left? There were precious few gray personnel these days, and those numbers dwindled with every day that the Dark Lord recruited. Perhaps the Zabinis? Victoria was not highborn, but she was certainly crafty. To leave 7 dead husbands behind she'd have to be. Marcus doubted she'd be against Blaze taking the name Greengrass. Black widows were never too attached to names. It would ensure the boy had means and a decent family name without having to rely on his mother or her method of employment. Yes, Yes, that might just be a viable solution. Marcus nodded to himself, satisfied. Daphne had been playing around long enough, and this close call would hopefully make her see that. The green grasses would continue one way or another. Chapter 39. Defenses and Countermoves. Watcher, Han, Watcher, Remus, Tonks said as she dropped into the only cushion not covered with papers. Remus lifted his hand in acknowledgement, while Fleur briefly looked up and smiled before turning back to her papers. Bonjour, mon amour, Fleur said before scribbling a notation on a photograph and nodding happily. Did you have success? Tonks shook her head and let out a sigh of frustration. Nada, zip, zilch. The elf dropped off the map completely. I couldn't even find out which family Hokey went to after the ministry trial. Dumbledore found her. This shouldn't be that hard. It's likely a dead end anyway, Remus said, flipping a page, one of the old newspapers in front of him. We already know that Riddle framed her for the poisoning. It is very unlikely that the poor creature knew of any further details. Tonks grimaced. It probably doesn't even matter since she's almost definitely dead by now, unfortunately. If Dobby was remotely capable of stealth, I might ask him to pop around and check. But yeah, you're probably right. How about you guys? You fare any better? Fleur picked up a photograph with a large red circle on the bottom corner and held it out, grinning largely. I believe so. We think this could be one of the cave systems that Riddle may have used to hide a Horcrux in near Z Orphanage. We cross-checked several maps of Z shoreline, as well as any potential magically significant sections of Z coast. There are about 4 or 5 caves that we think he might have used, Remus said, frowning. I think we're going to have to check each one individually, as it seems unlikely we can narrow the list down any further. Tonks perked up and looked over the few photos, smiling. Excellent. Hopefully we'll get lucky this time. Fleur, you want to go check if Sirius can get free on Saturday to go spelunking with us? Fleur nodded emphatically. I think that is for Z best. You never know how many of ZE locations will be trapped, as ZE Shack was. Sirius would be useful in a fight. Remus smiled at the 2 girls. And getting to see Harry and Hermione has absolutely nothing to do with going to see Padfoot in person, of course. Of course. Both girls responded with matching grins. Remus just rolled his eyes. One moment, Fleur said, raising her hand and pointing to her ear. Hello, Hermione. No, Ari has not spoken with me yet. And wham, has Ari spoken with you recently? Tonks shook her head. Nothing since telling us yesterday about Daphne. He hasn't already gotten into trouble, has he? Fleur shrugged and turned her attention back to Hermione. He hasn't reached her yet, either. Okay. Fleur's eyes darkened, and she scowled. Daphne is all right. How bad? That does not sound promising. What did Zay try to do? Please tell me it was not what I am thinking. CES Fils de Chiens Galliux. ILS de Vraint Etracasters, ET Jetés Dawn, Lu plus Sombre ET plus Profond de Cachos, Sur le Continent. Tonks' hands clenched at Fleur's tone, and she felt her throat close up as feathers rippled down her partner's arms before disappearing again. Apologies. I said they should be castrated and imprisoned in the worst place imaginable. Tonks could keep quiet any longer. Did they kill her? She asked softly. Fleur gasped and looked up, hurriedly shaking her head. No. She was assaulted, but help arrived in time. She is recovering. Hermione, what is being done to ZE animals? Sad is good, but I still say, oh, well, at least sad is something. We will be over shortly anyway, so we will stop in and see how she is in person. Thank you letting us know, Hermione. Fleur frowned again, and Tonks felt her hair shift several colors at the concern that flashed across the Viola's face. That is not good. We are closing in on a potential hiding place, so hopefully he will have one to experiment on shortly. We should begin exploring other options beyond Z Rune. If he cannot get it working, we will have to be prepared for drastic action. I agree. Take care, Hermione. We shall see you soon. As soon as she tapped her comm, Stone Tonks was sitting up and staring at Fleur. Short version. Draco Malfoy and several Azairs molested and assaulted Daphne. Harry dealt with Sam, but not before Zae had several minutes alone with her. Daphne is putting forth a good show, but she is not unaffected, and either Harry or Tracy are staying with her at all times. Fleur's mouth spread into a predatory grin. Zae attackers are being expelled, and Zir wands will be snapped within Z hour. Draco can no longer father any children's angst to a family spell delivered by Daphne at Z end. Horrors are involved. Thank Merlin. Tonks breathed out relieved and sank back into the cushions as she forced her hair back into a deep blue. Okay, we definitely will be stopping by the hospital wing then. What was Hermione saying about our boyfriend? Fleur grimaced and turned to look at Remus, who took the hint and excused himself to grab a drink. He is not well. During his rush to get to Daphne, Harry apparently allowed many of his bonds around Z Horcrux to slacken. They have been strengthened again, but Hermione is worried. He nearly attacked Flitwick after Z assault was stopped. She is convinced that he is downplaying his continuing difficulties again. Tonks' hair shifted to black, and she grimaced. Shite. We can't wait till Saturday to search for this thing. Let's ask Sirius if he can leave tomorrow. Agreed, Fleur said, nodding. Is it bad that I almost hope we get attacked? It would be nice to take out some anger and frustration on acceptable targets. Tonks laughed mirthlessly. I find myself with similar feelings, Han. Hey, Mooney, you get your drink yet? Remus walked back in sipping some tea. It takes some time to get these things perfect, you know. So are we moving up the timetable? We'll try for tomorrow if Sirius can get away, Tonks said, nodding. She paused before continuing and frowned, grabbing a lock of hair. Scowling, she shook it and changed the black into a bright yellow. Stupid hair, she muttered. Tomorrow work for you, Wolfie? There isn't a Wisengamot meeting, so yes. I'll just have to flew Narcissa and move our tea date until Thursday, but that shouldn't be a problem. Fleur's eyes widened. Tea date was Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Black, Remus corrected gently. She actually isn't all that bad. Her views aren't quite modern, but she's far more flexible than you'd think. Tonks snorted. Flexible, huh? Personal experience there. Wolfie? Remus flushed. That would hardly be appropriate considering she just divorced a few months ago. And how long before that was the last time she had sex with dear old ex-Uncle Lucy? His silence was all the answer the girls needed. Daphne's eyebrows rose as her mother, Cassandra Greengrass, walked into the hospital wing. Walked was a bit of an understatement, as the woman was moving quickly enough that she was just a hair below inappropriate running. Daphne wasn't about to complain. It was also a good indication that her father wasn't coming at this time. Not that really surprised her at all. Would you like me to leave, so you two have some privacy? Hermione asked softly, leaning over the bed. I can always go back to the library and double-check my latest project. Harry, sitting nearby, started mumbling in his sleep. Don't eat the pie. The pie is for Dobby. He wants to hit Dumbles with it. Both girls ignored him. Daphne shook her head. It's fine. You can stay, Hermione. Cassandra quickly brushed past Madame Pomfrey and sat down next to her daughter. Daphne, my sweet, sweet little girl. Cassandra reached out and grabbed Daphne's hand, prompting an embarrassed blush to spread over her cheeks. Mother, you really didn't have to dash. Of course I did. Cassandra scowled. Though your father seems far more interested in your continued marriageability. He's been locked behind closed doors for most of the past day, making flu calls and ensuring your options remain open. Hermione frowned and wrote a short note on a nearby notebook. Daphne shrugged. Would you have expected anything different? I certainly did not. He was a good man once, but enough about that. Is there anything you need, my dear? Is there anything that I could do to assist? You could get them tossed into Azkaban, Hermione muttered. Daphne chuckled. I don't suppose there is any chance of that happening, Mother. It would be nice, but seeing who they back, I doubt they'd be in there very long anyway. Cassandra shook her head with a pained expression. Draco Malfoy was a bit smarter than I would have given him credit for. He and the others are all blaming the entire incident on Nott. It's ingenious, really. His mother passed years ago, and with his father having died at the end of last term, there is no one to protect him or advocate on his behalf. I imagine Theodore will likely meet an unfortunate accident along the way to his Azkaban cell in order to ensure that he can't implicate or accuse the Malfoy boy any further. So Draco gets off with no repercussions? Daphne asked, narrowing her eyes and lowering her tone to dangerous levels. I wouldn't say that, Cassandra said, smiling and chuckling. McGonagall is planning to snap all 5 of their wands in a few hours at the gates to the castle, so you can go witness that firsthand. In addition, I have spoken with Andromeda Tonks and Narcissa Black. Lucius has claimed that with Draco's expulsion and snapped, Wand the boy should be considered a squib, and as such cannot be held accountable in a wizarding court for his participation in the assault. Hermione snarled and got out a notepad, hurriedly scribbling. Yet another law that we will have to change. Loophole after loophole for these privileged cretins. They think they are so smart. Wait until I get a chance to write the new versions. Cassandra lifted her eyebrows at Hermione's mutterings. Daphne patted her friend's hand, nodding along before she turned back to her mother. How are they punishing Nott then? Shouldn't he fall under the same twisted loophole? And I assume that you 3 are using Lucius' attempt against him concerning Draco. With Nott, they are claiming that his punishment was already decided prior to his wand being snapped, and if that is not gray enough, they are claiming that as he attacked a pure-blood heiress, he should still fall under our laws. Their arguments are circular and would never pass through an uncorrupted system. Lucius, on the other hand, yes, we are using his own reasoning to attack, Cassandra confirmed. Draco will be stripped of his heir status and forced to live in the Muggle world. I give him a few months, perhaps before he annoys the wrong person and gets himself killed in a back alley somewhere. That's assuming he manages to feed himself and make enough money to survive that long, Daphne said, smirking. He would have been stripped of his heir status anyway. Cassandra blinked, momentarily confused before laughing. Oh, you got him with the ice crusher then? Yes. Little Draco will never be able to sire offspring, and he should be singing soprano forevermore. Hermione cocked her head to the side as she looked curiously at Daphne. So that's what you meant. Did you freeze them off or simply crush them, as the spell implies? Freeze, Cassandra said. It's a family spell my grandmother invented to deal with unruly men. There are different levels it can be used at, from simple deterrent to, well, that. Actually, Mother, I would like to teach it to several classmates and friends, considering the times. Daphne trailed off. Of course, dear. Just ensure that you trust those you teach. Daphne nodded. What of the others? Cassandra shrugged. About the same as Draco, unfortunately. There is some. Good news, though. Fudge has spent too much capital with allowing this oversight injustice to occur. The Black sisters and I are gathering our votes and leaning on the prophet. By this time next week, Fudge will have been sacked, resigned, or facing a lynch mob. Well, that's something at least. It's not ideal, but I suppose I can take comfort in Malfoy living his worst fears for now, Daphne said, sighing. I admit, I'm surprised that Narcissa Black is accepting this. She was unhappy about it, but agreed that it was better than many of the initial options presented. Narcissa was also very unhappy about the depths to which Draco had sunk. I don't think she had quite realized just how like his father he truly was. I feel bad for the poor woman, and thank Merlin that you and Astoria have never had those issues. Cassandra gently squeezed her daughter's hand. I'm sorry I can't do more at the moment. Perhaps you and your friends will be able to prevent these types of things in the future. I am becoming more and more confronted with the flaws in our current system. Perhaps it truly is time for a change. She leaned back and smiled over towards Harry's sleeping form. Now, tell me a bit about your savior. Is the young man still simply a friend, or has more developed? Daphne blushed again. You used to have more tact, Mother. We are officially dating. I was going to tell Father whenever he bothered to show up here. Hermione chewed the end of her quill, frowning. Daphne, perhaps you should write a letter and ask your mother to let him know as well. Cassandra waved it off. I'll inform him. If he's up to something, though, it won't make much difference. Marcus no longer believes that Daphne is legitimate concerning Harry Potter, and without a ring on her finger, nothing is likely to convince him otherwise. Hermione's frown deepened, though Daphne just sighed. I did play that card far too often, so it's my own fault. I won't make such a mistake in the future, Daphne commented wearily. And what of Tracy? I expected to see her here, Cassandra asked. Hermione answered before Daphne could. Tracy and Harry have been switching off. She's showering at the moment, and we'll be bringing up food with Luna when she comes back. Daphne rolled her eyes, but couldn't fully suppress the heat spreading over her cheeks and the warmth in her chest at her partner's attentions. I told them it was unnecessary, especially seeing as I leave here this afternoon, but they insisted. They would not be very good companions if they hadn't. Cassandra smiled and chuckled lowly. You are very lucky, my dear. Now, about this study schedule for the OWLS I've heard about. Blaise scowled as he crumpled the letter from his mother. Good match, my arse. You'll have a decent name, Blaise. You'll have a business empire, Blaise. You'll have a pretty wife your age, Blaise. Go screw your next husband, Mom. Blaise contemplated setting the letter on fire out of spite, but decided to hold off for a few minutes at least. Daphne would probably want to read it herself before he incinerated it. Still scowling, Blaise started stalking down the halls of Castle. Now where would she be? Hospital wing, maybe? No, she should have been released a little while ago. Slytherin common room. No, she'd probably avoid that until Malfoy's gang is officially destroyed. Maybe the Gryffindor common room. Hopefully not. I don't know where that one is. Maybe... Blaise glanced out a window he passed and stopped mid-stride. Chuckling, he turned on his heel and headed for the doors out of the castle. Of course, she'd want to watch. Blaise joined a few other students streaming out of the doors of the castle and filing down to the main gate. The assembly wasn't supposed to start for another few minutes, but it seemed like quite a lot of his schoolmates wanted to be early. Wanted to get a good view was more likely. Malfoy's squad hadn't just restricted itself to Harry Potter after all, and there were quite a few who would be cheering as the idiot's wands were snapped. He tried to slot into a section of the crowd near Daphne, but didn't even make it within 5 feet of the girl. She was surrounded by Potter's group. They weren't visibly acting as bodyguards despite it being clear to an observant eye that they considered themselves as such. Longbottom was covering the rear with Bones and Abbott on either side of him. The Patils with Brown and Lee were stationed on the left edge, while the right side was covered by the Weasley twins, Weaslet, and the Quidditch trio. Potter, Granger, Tracy, and Lovegood were in the center with Daphne. Blaise decided discretion was the better part of valor. He could wait until afterwards. McGonagall stepped up to the gates after several more minutes and raised her wand to her throat, casting a sonorous spell. Good afternoon, students. Thank you for all arriving promptly. I realize this is highly unorthodox, however, things at Hogwarts will be changing drastically this year. There has been a disturbing lack of action on the staff's part to curb bullying and inappropriate practices in the past. That trend ends now. Every one of you carries a deadly weapon at nearly all times, and your actions have consequences. Personal responsibility and morals are essential. The 5 students you see before you recently assaulted a fellow classmate with intent to perform heinous acts. This behavior is unacceptable. McGonagall turned to glare at Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and Knott. All 5 were magically frozen just in front of the gates with 2 Aurors behind Knott. She quickly turned back to the main crowd and continued her speech. Expulsions are typically handled in private, however, due to the current political state of the country, as well as the lack of visible punishment in prior years, an exception has been made. Watch well, students. I expect each of you to behave as gentlemen and gentlewomen. I expect a level of respect for each other, as well as common decency. Attacks on others will no longer receive a slap on the wrist. You will be held accountable. Turning back to Malfoy's gang, McGonagall strode forward to Draco first. Draco Malfoy, you are in violation of the Code of Conduct at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You are forevermore expelled from this institution. May God have mercy on your soul, and Merlin have mercy upon your magic. Without any further preamble, the headmistress took out his wand and snapped it, incinerating the pieces afterwards. Blaise smirked at the look of shock and loss on Malfoy's face. Served the pompous arse right. The same scene repeated down the line. The only difference was in Parkinson, who burst into tears as her wand's pieces went up in flames. For a moment Blaise felt sorry for the pug. Then he remembered that she was standing by while 4 guys were about to rape his friend, and all commiseration fled. As the last one was snapped, the 5 were sent out of the gates. Knot was immediately apparat away by the attending Aurors, while the other 4 followed a robed individual down towards the path to Hogsmeade. If Blaise hadn't have known better, he'd have said they were just being taken back to Voldemort's camp and given new wands. Thankfully, he had his own sources, and he knew that Cassandra Greengrass had made some calls. They would disappear into the Muggle world before the Death Eaters even thought to retrieve them. Good riddance. The assembly broke up, and Blaise started searching for his target again. Most of the formation around Daphne stayed intact, which was annoying. Blaise heaved a sigh and squared his shoulders. Oh well, he'd never had a problem with Potter before, so he shouldn't be worried about approaching them. There was just something in the golden boy's eyes that promised pain, that sent shivers down his spine. Blaise had seen it reflected in his mother's eyes enough that he'd always recognize it. "Excuse me," he said as he walked closer. The ranks subtly moved inward. Daphne and Tracy both placed a hand on those close to them, waving him in. "Thanks, Daphne. I need to speak with you for a few moments." Alone would be preferable. Daphne frowned and nodded. She headed off towards the large tree, near the lake, with most of her friends hanging behind out of listening range. Blaise followed quickly after her. "What's this about?" she asked, foregoing most of her usual subtlety and tact. Blaise leaned down and picked up a few nice flat rocks to try skipping stones. He tossed the first one and held out the letter from his mother in his other hand. "You should read this." Daphne frowned and took the parchment. She scanned the contents and scowled. He skipped a few more rocks as she reread it and proceeded to crumple the paper. Blaise chuckled. "I did the same thing about an hour ago. You want the honor of incinerating that thing." Daphne didn't even bother nodding. She just took out her wand, and the letter ignited. "So, no offense, Daph, you're pretty and all, but I'm not particularly interested in marrying a lesbian." "I'm bisexual, actually," Daphne said, still glaring at the ashes. "And I'm already dating Tracy and Harry." "Well, I was until this." "Damn it. He just couldn't leave well enough alone." "I'll find a way out of this." "I'll try researching some options too," Blaise said, nodding. "I have a girlfriend myself. She's going to be pissed if I break things off because my mum's a bitch who can't keep her greedy little paws out of my business." Daphne turned to look at him with a calculating gaze. "Make certain your mother doesn't find out that you're searching for ways out because of the girl, or she may disappear." "Nah, Mum likes poisons, not disappearances. I already taught Sally and detection spells and the like, but thanks for the sentiment. Let me know if you find anything before I do," Daphne said, turning to go. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention." Blaise tossed out his final rock and nodded. "Sure thing. Good luck to us both." Blaise leaned against the tree behind him and watched her walk back to the group. Damn, wizarding politics. Harry walked around the cupboard under the stairs, poking at rotting sections of the boards up against the wall and frowning. "This wasn't here last time. I should ask Shiva to come back in and take a look." He scowled and punched the wall, flinching back afterward at the pain in his hand. Stupid Horcrux. Stupid Voldemort. Stupid Dursleys. Stupid runes. Stupid impulsiveness. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He punched the wall again and turned around. He'd already shifted his memories to a different section of his mindscape, and he proceeded to wall off the entire segment of his mind again. He'd been an idiot to think that positive thoughts had worked to hold back the thing earlier. Whatever damage he'd done with the soul cage had been healed, and the soul shard was pushing back out again. Harry had shattered quite a lot of the restraints when he dropped all his inhibitions in the rush to get to Daphne the other day. He still didn't know if the urge to kill Malfoy and his goons had come from him or the soul shard, or which option was more disturbing for that matter. Many of the protections Harry had initially placed were rebuilt, and he'd added even more. It didn't matter. This was a losing battle in the long run, and all he was doing was stalling. He hadn't wanted to admit it, not even to himself. Unfortunately, this was becoming a huge problem. If the soul cage didn't work soon, he'd ask Sue to get that potion's recipe. If this stupid thing kept fighting, it was going to start affecting every aspect of his life soon enough. Dropping out of his mindscape, Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead. The common room was mostly empty. Hermione was reading a book on the couch, while Luna was playing with Coco in the corner. The twins were looking over business expenses and comparing locations for their shop while Ginny offered her opinions. Angelina and Alicia had already ranked their choices for the two, which brought a slight smile to Harry's face. Life went on despite the turmoil roiling around him. Harry took out his sketches for the soul cage, and the base design shifting to the couch next to Hermione. Holding the pages in front of himself, he tried to layer them to be able to see both sheets at once and started slightly turning them, trying for a different way of seeing things like Luna. Hermione asked, marking her page. Yeah, I'm missing something. I think maybe I broke the targeting section when I started modifying the power rune. Hermione quirked her mouth and reached out to tap a segment of the scheme that had just overlapped. Was this in the original? A containment cluster here might wall off the two different souls, wouldn't it? Harry blinked and moved the papers apart, then layered them again. Hermione, you're a genius, Harry exclaimed. He dropped the papers and pulled his partner into a deep kiss. As they broke apart, Hermione murmured, breathless, "Thanks. It's not a guarantee, though, Harry." "Guarantee? No." Harry agreed, pulling out a new piece of paper and starting to modify his design. "But I think it'll work. If I connect this cluster with that and shift this one over a bit to this link, then the containment cluster will work synergistically with the targeting cluster." Hermione laid a hand on his wrist and gently turned his eyes to meet hers with the other. "Harry, you're not about to test this immediately, are you?" "I won't," he said quietly. "I promise. I'll wait until Tonks and Fleur come back with a test subject so that we can conduct a safe test. And if they take too long, then I'll make sure that everyone else is nearby when I try it out." Hermione smiled and leaned in to kiss him again. "Thank you, Harry. We'll get that thing out of you soon enough." Hermione waved Harry into the room of requirement, rolling her eyes at her boyfriend. It was incredibly cute and oddly sexy to see him walking down the corridors with parchment in front of his face, making notes and corrections. He'd been at it for over an hour, and she'd barely been able to get him to stand and start walking when Daphne had called to meet up. Hermione was acting as his eyes as they walked along, making sure he didn't run into the walls or trip over the stairs. As they finally reached the room, she gently took the papers from him and pushed him towards the couch. "You can finish afterwards, love." "I'm basically done," Harry muttered, exasperated. He sat down on the couch, and Hermione joined him with a chuckle. It was so nice to see him in a good mood again. Things had been so chaotic for so long that such an event was far too rare an occurrence these days. The door to the room opened again, and Daphne walked in with Tracy right behind. The blonde gently pushed Tracy to sit down next to Hermione, who gave the other Slytherin a querying look. Tracy just shrugged in response. "Thanks for coming," Daphne said. "I apologize in advance for this. Earlier Blaze gave me some information about plans that my father has made." Daphne scowled and Hermione frowned, fingering her bag. Damn. Sometimes she hated being right. It was a good thing she'd finished the corrections Snapfist had recommended earlier. He's initiated contract negotiations with Victoria Zabini, Blaze's mother. I'm to be his bride before the month is out. As such, I think it is only fair that we end this, she said softly, gesturing to the 3 sitting students with a pained expression, before things get too far along. Harry frowned and leaned forward. "Wait, are you saying you're breaking up with us 2 days after starting to date us because your dad is being a bastard?" "That's not really how I would have put it," Daphne said, fumbling. Tracy glared. "I'm with Harry on this one, Daph. That's what it's coming across like. I think we all deserve a bit more credit than that." Daphne frowned and started pacing. "You don't understand. This is my problem. This is my family. I have to handle this before I can justify bringing any of you in the firing line. My father is difficult enough when he feels threatened, but with the addition of Victoria Zabini, it's madness. I can't keep dating any of you while betrothed to Blaze. She'll kill you to secure his inheritance. She's killed 7 husbands. And the Slytherin Slayers have killed a basilisk, several Dementors, survived a chimera, fought off trained Aurors without a scratch, and went toe-to-toe with Voldemort multiple times," Harry said, ticking off items on his fingers. "We've stood up to an entire schoolhouse, faced off with Dumbledore, and killed Death Eaters. Hell, Daph, I have a piece of a freaking Dark Lord in my skull, and Tracy was possessed by the bastard for almost a year. I think we can deal with a pissed-off Black Widow. But it's not fair to you," Daphne said, frozen in place and looking between them in complete confusion. "If I can't find which contract he is using and search for the loopholes, none of it matters. I'd be locked into it, and we could never have anything real. I won't kill Blaze. He's a good guy in spite of his mother. It's not fair to you. I have to deal with this before I can commit." Harry rubbed his scar and groaned in frustration. Tracy just glared at Daphne. "When has anything been remotely fair for the past few years for any of us, Daphne? But Daphne collapsed into the couch facing them and covered her face with her hands. "I just want to do what's best for you all. What's best for us is staying with you and helping you through the mire of pureblood politics," Hermione said gently. "Daphne, would I be correct in saying that whatever contract your father and Ms. Zabini try to use would be precluded by an earlier one and rendered null and void?" "Of course, but I don't have any previous contracts to fall back on. Father was always one for keeping his options open, and he was willing to let me have my own say until recently," Daphne exclaimed. Hermione could hear the strain in her voice, recognizing the other girl was close to breaking down completely. Harry moved to say something, and Hermione quickly shook her head to keep him quiet. Tracy almost jumped in before Hermione also quieted her. "Daphne, Hermione said, reaching into her bag. I started drafting this after the attack. It's why I spent so long in the library the last 2 days. Initially, I was working based on a worst-case scenario in which your father acted something like this. After your mother's visit, I grew more convinced it might be necessary. I've triple-checked it to ensure that it is accurate, legal, and follows all guidelines. I contacted Snapfist just before dinner to run the wording by him, and he agreed that the contract is sound. Hermione held out a document inked on official-looking parchment towards Daphne, who had dropped her hands from her face, and simply stared at Hermione's mouth, hanging open. Harry and Tracy were locked into similar expressions of shock. Mione, Harry said slowly and carefully. Mione, did you draft a betrothal contract? I did. How the bloody hell do you know how to draft a betrothal contract? Harry asked, completely incredulous. Well, Hermione said, blushing, I took notes from the contract you had with Ginny. There were some books in the library with examples of typical contracts, as well as advice on how to adjust several terms. I consulted with some of my Muggle books to close a few loopholes that seemed to be endemic to the wizarding world, as well as to add other clauses to allow either of you to break the contract at any point in time up to the time you say your vows. Hermione shrugged. It wasn't really that difficult. All it involved was a lot of double-checking and attention to detail. Merlin be damned, the woman's a genius. Tracy muttered. Harry rubbed his forehead and groaned. Mione, a little warning, next time would be nice. Well, I wasn't expecting to have to pull it out the same day I finished it, she replied, slightly annoyed. I was planning on bringing it up over the weekend, so we all had time to get the week's homework out of the way before turning to potentially dramatic topics. The excitement of this year is starting rather early. Daphne gently reached forward and plucked the contract from her friend's fingers. Every time I think I've hit the limit on the amazing things surrounding Harry, something else pops up. Give me a moment to read this. Tracy whistled and leaned back into the cushions. I think there's going to be a copy of your face next to crazy prepared in the dictionary. Hermione. Is that a real word? Hermione asked. If not, it should be. Harry raised a hand and waved it around a bit. For those less skilled in legalese, can I ask a question? This is basically a less restrictive version of the thing with Ginny that Daphne or I can cancel anytime for any reason, right? And it keeps her from being forced to marry Blaise. Correct, Hermione said, nodding. And why doesn't her father have to sign it as her magical guardian? Harry asked. Because it's written using a young lover's contract base. Daphne said, astonished. I never thought of modifying that section like this. This is brilliant. The way this is worded, all we'd need is McGonagall to sign off as a person in a position of authority acknowledging the mental state, health, and comprehension of the undersigned. Hermione smiled and nodded. Actually, I checked. Position of authority is not limited to the headmistress, but is also covered by any faculty member. You could just ask Shiva or Lily to sign it if you're uncomfortable with asking Professor McGonagall. This even specifies consort to House Black, and states that at least one child should carry the Greengrass name. Merlin, Hermione, you really do think of everything. Daphne exclaimed. Not everything, Hermione protested weakly. I messed up with Shiva's name origins, and I certainly make my fair share of mistakes. Harry snorted in amusement. Not when it counts. He held up his revised soul cage design and pointed to the contract with his other hand. Cases like 20 and 21. So what do you think, Daph? Still want to break up, or do you want to commit? Daphne froze and slowly looked up to meet Harry's eyes. You would be okay with this? As you said, we've been dating for barely 2 days, Harry. And as Fleur kept telling me over the summer, we've apparently been dancing around each other for years. I think she's biased, but I'll admit she has a bit of a point. Harry shrugged and leaned back into the couch. If it can be canceled at any point without a fuss, then who cares about a piece of paper? The thing with Ginny was horrible because I had no control. Here I do. If things don't work out between us, we tear it up and search for other partners. By then you'll probably be old enough that you wouldn't need its protection anyway. Tracy nodded agreement. I'm with him. It's a good idea, Daph. As long as it doesn't specify exclusivity. She trailed off and looked to Hermione, who merely started laughing lightly and shook her head at the absurdity of that question considering her current relationship configuration. Tracy chuckled and turned back to Daphne. Yeah, I'm all for it. Daphne took another look at the paper in front of her, shook her head, and laughed. She reached over and pulled a quill from her pack, signing it with a flourish. In for a canute, in for a galleon. Fleur and Tonks operated into Hogsmeade and made their way up the path to Hogwarts. Fleur smiled at seeing the castle coming into view. It really is magnifique, isn't it? Tonks quirked an eyebrow at Fleur. Unlike Mione, I get like 2 out of every 100 words you say in French. Han, if you're saying the castle is beautiful, then I agree completely. Fleur rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue at Tonks. It means magnificent. This word is not complicated. It sounds nearly the same in English. Sure, whatever you say, Tonks teased, pushing open the gate and holding it for her partner. After you. Why thank you? Fleur waved hello to Hagrid, who was tying up some bundles of herbs in his garden, and moved forward to hold the entrance hall doors for Tonks. Now, after you, NYM. Tonks chuckled and moved in. Don't mind if I do. Daphne's probably out of the infirmary, already easy way or hard. Fleur frowned in thought for a moment. Easy. We still need to find Sirius before it gets too late. True. Come on, contact Hermione. Hey, sweetie, you wouldn't happen to know where Daphne is, would you? Fleur, and I just Well, that makes things easier. We're on our way up. Tonks disconnected and shrugged at Fleur. Apparently, both girls, Tracy and Harry, are up in the room of requirement. Mentioned having to talk to us about something anyway. Fleur raised her eyebrows. Too bad Harry is still shy, otherwise I might have dared hope for something naughty. Tonks laughed. Just because we know it's not, that doesn't mean we can't tease him with it. Fleur rolled her eyes, and they continued to the room in relative quiet, only passing a few students out and about. Tonks opened the door for them, and Fleur watched in amusement as she strolled in with a wide smile and arms thrust wide. All right, peeps, clothes back on. Delicate eyes on the premises. Delicate eyes. Harry asked, amused. You two are the most perverted people I know. Well, okay, maybe Luna would take that title, but still, my point is solid. Fleur laughed. Poor. Harry surrounded by deviants. Hello, Hermione, Tracy. Daphne, we heard of the assault. Is there any things that we might be able to do? Daphne's mouth hung open slightly before she shook her head and laughed. "I've been friends with you people for years. You'd think I'd stop expecting Slytherin behavior from you all. I'm better, Fleur, Tonks. Thank you for asking. Harry and Tracy have been wonders, and Hermione has helped as well. I won't lie and say I'm fine, but there's nothing I would ask for at the moment." She paused and grimaced. "Actually, I take that back. I humbly request that neither of you throttle me in the next few minutes." "Why would we throttle you? Were you guys actually doing the naughty? You know it's cool if you were," Tonks said, falling into a chair. Harry subtly placed Hermione between him and the newcomers. Fleur raised her eyebrows at that, but held her tongue for him to speak. I kinda just got engaged to Daphne." Any response, Fleur, had fled from her mind at that. Tonks wasn't quite as lost for words. "Run that by me again, Wonder Boy," she said, her voice completely strained and her hair a blur. "Honestly, one would think you'd try to explain things in the worst way possible." Hermione huffed, lightly smacking the back of his head. "Girls, Daphne's father is being a right bastard and forcing a marriage between her and Blaise Sabini. No one wants this beyond her father and Blaise's mother. I had a betrothal contract drafted just in case this happened. Either of them can cancel it at any time they wish, but this prevents Daphne from being forced into a marriage she can't escape. We deeply apologize for not informing either of you prior to signing, but we are very worried about timing as our copy needs to be legitimate prior to whatever Marcus and Victoria are drafting. There's no telling how long it will take them to finalize terms, but we expect it to be quite soon knowing both of their personalities." She paused and shrugged. "Also, it's written so that Daphne is a consort and not a wife." Fleur let out a breath. We really must teach Aerie a better way to summarize events. Tonks nodded emphatically. "Definitely. Shiva and Lily okayed this." "Ugh. I was going to go and tell them, but then you two arrived," Harry mumbled. Fleur shook her head and ruffled Harry's hair. "Make certain you do, Aerie. While it may be easily voided, it is still something they should know immediately." "Well, yeah, this just happened less than 5 minutes ago, love," Harry said with a sigh. Hermione held up a hand. "Plus it was mostly my idea." "Oh, well, in that case," Tonks said, flicking her wand and sending a mild stinging hex at Hermione, who yelped and jumped in surprise. "Daphne," Tonks paused and, shifting her hair to pink, saluted the Slytherin. "Welcome to the family." About an hour later, Harry was standing outside Shiva's quarters, gathering up the courage to knock. He ignored the twinges of pain and worry seeping out from his scar and raised his hand to rap on the door. Going to Shiva first was smart. She'd known him a bit longer than Lily and probably wouldn't get as annoyed as his birth mother over him signing the betrothal contract without telling them first. Though on the other hand, Shiva had been there for the first contract, so maybe she'd end up being more annoyed. The door opened, and Harry's internal debate was cut short as he saw Lily sitting on the couch and laughing at something Shiva had just said. "Hey, kid, I was wondering how long it'd take you to come talk to me." Shiva smirked, holding the door open and waving him in. Harry suppressed his groan and walked over to the couch. Well, at least he'd get to kill 2 birds with a single stone this time. You knew that I was going to want to talk." Lily smiled and patted his knee. "One of your best friends was just attacked." "Harry, of course we figured you'd want to talk. How is she?" "Oh, right, Daphne. He hadn't had a chance to see either of his mothers about Daphne's assault yet. He'd been too busy in the past 2 days to get down to them. She's okay. Not good, but okay. I think she's focusing more on her anger and such to avoid thinking about it. But Daphne does that a lot, so I think she'll be all right. The assembly earlier helped a lot. You could really see her relax afterwards. Tracy is going to stay with her in the room of requirement tonight, though since she didn't want to head back to the Slytherin rooms for another day or two just in case Draco arranged anything with some of the people left behind. Lily grimaced. I hate that things have gotten this bad. What about you? How are you, Harry? Okay. Both women raised their eyebrows at him and simply waited. Harry groaned and flopped back against the cushions. Fine, I'm not okay. The stupid Horcrux is acting up, and it's keeping me on edge. Something made it a lot worse when I ran to help Daphne, and it hasn't settled down. The corruption is spreading. Not a lot, but the walls of my cupboard are starting to rot, which can't be good. Harry's eyes cracked open enough to see Lily's flash of fury at the mention of his old bedroom, but she didn't mention it just yet. Shiva moved over and ruffled his hair before sitting down. And yet you have a plan, otherwise you'd be completely freaking out instead of just frustrated. Lily turned to her friend in surprise as Harry chuckled. You know me too, me, Shiva, Harry murmured. Hermione gave me an idea on what might be missing from the soul cage. If the changes don't fix it, then I really have no idea what else would. Tonks and Fleur stopped by and let us know they were going after another Horcrux in a day or two. I'll wait to see if they get lucky so we can test the Rune Stone. If it doesn't work, then I think I'll just ask for Sue Lee's potion and roll the dice. Lily frowned. She crossed her arms over her chest and studied him carefully. If you truly think it's better than living with the soul shard, I understand. Harry, get the recipe from her, and I'll see if I can change a few things to make it safer. I was always good with potions. Sure, Mum. Harry rubbed his scar and sighed. That's not why I'm here, though. Daphne's father decided that her assault was too close of a call. He's trying to get her to marry Blaze by the end of the month. Some father he is, Shiva muttered, scowling. Let me guess where this is going, kid. You're giving her an out? Harry ran a hand through his hair, giving her an awkward grin. Actually, it was Hermione's idea, but yeah. He held out the contract to both women. It's a betrothal contract for Daphne to become consort to House Black. Mione wrote it herself and ran it by Snapfist. It's similar to Ginny's, but can be broken whenever either of us want. Her father doesn't need to sign it because of some weird base contract that Hermione used. Went way over my head. Long story short, any teacher here can sign it, and it will be a legal document. Lily silently read the contract, while Shiva turned to Harry with a deep frown. I'm not sure I like this. Kid, we had a lot of trouble with the last contract you were in. I know, Mum. This is something I'm choosing, not something that was forced onto me. Marcus has Daphne scared enough that she tried to break up with me, and Tracy both. Blaze isn't too happy about it either. Signing this thing only helps us all. And he shrugged and gave a sheepish grin. I really do like her. Shiva leaned back and took the offered contract from Lily. The redhead regarded Harry and asked carefully, Harry, if Hermione missed something, not that it looks like she did, but humor me if she missed something, would you be okay with Daphne being your consort? Harry nodded. This is your decision. If you want this, then I'll sign it, Lily said, closing her eyes. I agree that I'm not exactly ecstatic over the idea, but I can see why it appears to be the best choice. Shiva laid the contract and the table and crossed her arms, leaning back in thought. Daphne was okay with this. She asked slowly. Harry nodded again. Obviously Hermione doesn't mind. Fleur and Tonks. They were annoyed I didn't ask them first. Harry said, blushing red. I have no problems admitting I should have, and no excuses for why I didn't beyond being worried about getting it finished before Marcus Greengrass. But yeah, they're accepting of it. What about Tracy? Shiva asked. Harry nodded. She was there as we discussed it. She didn't have a problem. Shiva shook her head and gave a small huff of laughter. I swear you kids get into the craziest things at the drop of a hat. All right, where do I sign this thing? Harry smiled and leaned over to tap the appropriate blocks for his mothers to write in. Tonks led the way into Sirius' quarters, foregoing her usual flair, and simply opening the door and beckoning Fleur inside. Sirius sat behind his desk, grading papers. He waved hello and gestured the girls to 2 chairs in front of him. One SEC, just gotta finish this last paper. And done. He leaned back, groaning loudly while stretching his arms wide. Being a teacher is harder than I had expected. Fleur laughed and rolled her eyes. You have been a teacher for all of 2 days. I would even say you are being rather strict, giving them homework already. Have to keep them on their toes, he commented with a smile. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company, ladies? Checking on your harem mate or business? Both, Tonks said, rolling her eyes at him. It's not really a harem, you know. Besides, if it's anyone's harem, it's basically Hermione's. That girl somehow managed to rope me into dating a teenager, got Harry to accept dating a French villa, and apparently managed to convince 3 people that getting the Slytherin Ice Queen betrothed to the Gryffindor Golden Boy was not only a good idea, but a great idea. Thank Merlin she's not related to the Blacks, because then she'd be unstoppable. Sirius gaped at her. Wait. When did Harry get betrothed? How did I miss this happening? Fleur chuckled. It was about 2 hours ago. I'm sure word will spread quickly. Sirius wiped away an imaginary tear. I'm so proud. So should I be looking for rings on your fingers anytime soon as well now? Hold your hippogriffs there, cousin. Tonks set her hair flipping through several colors before settling on a bright red. It's mostly to screw Marcus Greengrass over and to help Daphne out. We have to add the Git to our growing list of people to go after later. Once Daphne has control of the Greengrass companies, we can leave him penniless mon amour, Fleur said, patting Tonks' knee in agreement. All right, as fun as gossip is, you mentioned business? Find out anything worth pursuing? Sirius asked, glancing between the 2 girls. Tonks nodded. We think so. Yeah. We narrowed down several of the caves near Riddle's orphanage. It should only take us a few hours to inspect them all. We were hoping that you'd be willing to beg off classes tomorrow to help us scout and raid. Remus is good for it, and I checked with Shaq already too. Sirius frowned. I'd hate to get a sub for my 3rd day of classes. Are we absolutely sure that there's a Horcrux there? Or is this something that can wait until the weekend? There are extenuating circumstances, Fleur said, grimacing. We want to get one of the Saloperies back to Harry as soon as possible. He needs to test the soul cage soon. Sirius scowled. I can't wait until we kill this bastard. I'll call Amy and make sure the sub is here. Meet you at the manor first thing. Sounds good. Thanks, Padfoot. Have fun with the grading tonight, and make sure you get some sleep, old man. Tonks say congenially as she and Fleur got up to hug him, and head off back the way they came. Harry tossed and turned in his bed. Ostensibly, he was asleep, yet sleep rarely let someone remain as aware as the boy who lived was at the moment. Harry wasn't aware of his dorm's surroundings, however. No, Harry was currently watching a slaughter in the making. Thousands of miles away, Tom Marvolo Riddle, a.k.a. Lord Voldemort, was sitting on a rooftop and observing his Death Eaters attacking a market. They had arrived a few moments ago and were currently busy torturing and killing people everywhere Voldemort turned his eyes. He had needed an outlet to show the new recruits what they were signing up for, and this had been perfect. A gathering of Muggle lovers, blood traders, and half-bloods at a flea market. The man could have laughed at how easy this was. The foolish puppets danced to his music. He was a conductor on the stage of life and death. He was maestro of the country. He was Mozart of the New Age. He was. The music changed abruptly. 2 spells from the victims shot towards his Death Eaters. One struck the young man in the face, and his mask exploded, the body falling limply to the ground. The second shot went wide, soaring harmlessly through the throng of revelers. Its follow-up spell, unfortunately, was not so erratically aimed. It struck true, and the unlucky Death Eater flew through the air, striking a brick wall, and not getting back up. More spells were shot at the Death Eaters, now as many of the cattle stopped hiding and started fighting back. The recruits desperately tried to shield themselves and started sending more and more destructive spells back into the fray. What had just moments earlier been drunken fun and highborn privilege descended into chaos and destruction. Voldemort scowled. Some time ago, one of his newest followers had returned from a raid claiming that the sheep had fought back. He'd made a ridiculous statement that the entire force had been killed by the masses. Voldemort had dismissed the fool as a lying coward who ran when the Aurors turned up earlier than expected. The Dark Lord had been so disgusted by the pathetic fool that he hadn't even bothered to read the man's mind before killing him. Now, the proof of that report was laid bare. The cattle were growing fangs. A series of pops sounded, and red robes suddenly flooded towards the embattled street. Voldemort roared in frustration, rage, and hatred. He raised his wand for a parting gift, and Harry rolled out of the bed, falling to the ground panting, his clothes soaked in sweat and his scar burning. Harry's landing roused a loud snore from Ron, but otherwise the dorm stayed resolutely quiet. Shaking, Harry curled into a ball for several minutes, waiting for the pain and terror to pass. When the shuddering stopped, Harry dived into his mindscape, jumping straight to the Horcrux. The stone and metal surrounding the thing was bulging and corroding. Harry cursed and went to work hammering everything back into place, adding a few young dragons, xenomorphs, and T-1000s to watch over it, and act as an alarm system to hopefully give him some warning the next time he entered Voldemort's mind. Next time, Harry slammed a fist into the wall of his mindscape. This wasn't working. His walls weren't going to hold forever. Maybe he could use it, though. Maybe he could root around inside the monster and find where the Horcruxes were. And no. With a roar, Harry turned and launched an energy bolt into the Horcrux, sending it mulling back down to whatever hole it hid in. The crazed, suicidal suggestions died down, and Harry felt his mind clearing somewhat. Intentionally opening that connection would let the door swing both ways. Voldemort did not need direct access to his mind. Harry surfaced from his mindscape still breathing hard. He grabbed his invisibility cloak from his trunk and stood up. For a moment, he contemplated coming Hermione, but discarded that. She'd had almost as long a day as he had, and it would be selfish to wake her up just so he could lay down on the couch with her for a few minutes. Tonks and Fleur were too far away to bother. He considered going down to the room of requirement and asking to sleep next to Daphne and Tracy for several moments before again decided it wouldn't be fair to the girls. Daphne had her own issues at the moment and didn't need him to add to them. So instead going towards any of his partners, Harry found himself walking down the corridors towards Shiva's room again. This time it wasn't a matter of which mother to search for. It was practicality. He needed distraction. He needed to work. Shiva was a better helper with his work than Lily. Standing outside the door, Harry paused. He knew the password, so he could just walk in, but it was the middle of the night. Sighing, Harry knocked softly. Better to be safe than sorry. Walking in on Shiva in her night clothes would be exceedingly embarrassing, and he didn't need that right now. The door opened, and Harry pushed the hood of his cloak back enough for Shiva to see him. Blinking in surprise, the woman quickly pulled him inside. "Geez, kid," she muttered, looking him over. "You look like death warmed over. And you're using the cloak instead of a ninja. Fuck. Give me a sec. Come on, contact Lily. Lils, can you come to my room for a few minutes?" "Yeah, thanks. Disconnect." "Didn't want to waste time looking for where I put the rune belts," Harry murmured, sitting down on the couch and rubbing his forehead. "Hermione's asleep, and I didn't want to bother Daphne. Mind if I stay here for an hour or two? I just need to work on something for a bit." "Sure, kid. Here, I have the designs we've been looking at for the tech assist. Let's try to finish those up." "Yeah," Shiva said, pulling some cluster schematics out of a drawer, and walked over to set them in front of him. A deep frown was still etched across her features. The door to the chamber opened, and Lily rushed in. She pulled up short momentarily, gaping at Harry, who was still half invisible. She recovered fast and quickly shifted targets to take the cloak off his shoulders and drape it over a chair. "What happened?" "Voldemort got annoyed at people actually fighting back," Harry said quietly. He shifted the papers in front of him and started to mark a few of the clusters and erase some of the individual runes that seemed to be problematic. They did a good job, too. Took down several Death Eater recruits and stalled long enough for the Aurors to arrive. He ran away about that point, but not before sending off one spell of his own towards the crowd. Don't know what, managed to kick myself out of his head before seeing it. Shiva sent a pointed look at Lily and glanced down at the parchment covering the small table. "We're about to try to fix one of Harry's inventions, if you're interested in helping. It's supposed to locally suppress magic to allow for Muggle electronics to function in high magic areas." She pointed to a few spots that Harry was working on. "These sections of the cluster are giving us some problems. We've already determined why it can't be adapted to work on living tissue, and unfortunately, I doubt we'll be able to fix that in this lifetime. The idea still works for inanimate items, but we're having some issues with affixing it to tech without shorting the things out before it activates." Lily took the hint and pulled up a chair. "Well, you both know while I enjoy this stuff, it's not my strong suit. I can't promise I'll be much help, but I'd love to assist." Harry just nodded and crossed out another rune, adding a different one to the changed weave in its place. The next day at breakfast, the entire group sat with Daphne at the Slytherin table. It was a calculated move. It showed both that she wasn't afraid of the remaining house members, and also that if one of them tried anything against her, they tried it against nearly half of the fifth-year students. Daphne kept a careful control of her expression. It wouldn't do to grin at these fools like a madwoman. Harry's group of friends had grown considerably, and he hadn't even truly realized his influence. How Draco thought that he would have been able to simply walk away after assaulting her was something that only made sense to the ferret. One thing dampening her good mood were the bags under Harry's eyes and the slight paleness to his expression this morning. She'd caught Hermione's eye, and the brunette shook her head in confusion as well. While the boy was distracted, Daphne leaned over to Neville. "Did Harry get any sleep last night?" she whispered. Neville let out a low, frustrated sound. "He went to bed at the same time as us, but he was gone when I woke up," Neville responded softly. His bedding was mostly on the floor, and his trunk was hanging open. "I closed it up and tidied things up a bit before the others noticed." "Thanks, Nev," Daphne said, sighing. She glanced at Harry again. His smile was slightly strained, but his laughter at Luna's newest comments was genuine. "I'll let you know if we need to keep watch for anything. I'd hazard it was simply a horrible nightmare that hasn't quite let him go yet." Neville raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. "We should all take lessons from you on how to have two conversations with one dialogue." "Take lessons from you." Daphne cocked her head to the side, and a huge grin split her face, stretching from ear to ear. "Actually, that's not such a bad idea. Nevada." She cleared her throat and raised her voice enough to be heard by nearly everyone surrounding her. "Everyone, how would you all feel about taking some extra defense lessons?" Chapter 40. Muggles, Horcruxes, and Elephants. Oh my. "Good morning, everyone," Lily said with a bright smile on her face. She looked over her students, trying to figure out with a glance just who was taking the course solely to see her and who was genuinely interested. Her lips twitched briefly into a frown as the number seemed rather extremely biased towards the former. It wasn't much of a surprise, but it was still exceptionally frustrating. Well, at least it got them in the door. Now, they were hers. "Professor, is it true dash?" the fifth-year Ravenclaw boy cut off as Lily held up a hand. Wide smile firmly planted on her face, and a sickeningly sweet tone. Lily answered the kid. "Before you finish that statement, I want to make sure that it's relevant to the topic of this class. Questions such as, is it true that the Muggles can destroy cities with a single push of a button? Or is it true that Muggles can turn on lights without candles, gas, oil, runes, or magic? Or is it true that Muggles can communicate over long distances instantly? Are completely appropriate." Her smile widened, taking on a distinctly dangerous appearance despite her continued feigned cheer. On the other hand, questions such as, is it true that you died? Or is it true that your son is the chosen one? Will see the questioner in detention for a month. With Filch, the Ravenclaw gulped and slowly lowered his hand. Lily swallowed the chuckles that threatened to boil over and sent a pointed look at Harry, who wasn't even trying to hide his quiet laughter. Lily noted with amusement that Hermione was alternatively rolling her eyes at Harry and glaring daggers at the Ravenclaw. Sue Lee raised her hand, and Lily nodded to her. Professor Potter, could you elaborate on what you mean by Muggles destroying cities with a button? I've heard about that from family in China, but details are hard to find in this country, and many magicals seem to regard it as exaggerated rumors. Lily blinked a few times before slapping her hand to her face and groaning. Exaggerated rumors? Seriously? Oh dear, please tell me you've heard of World War II, at least. All Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised, put your hands down. Lily groaned louder as a grand total of 2 purebloods had their hands still in the air. The look of complete confusion on the purebloods' faces were only matched by the incredulity of the Muggle-born/raised. I knew this course had needed updates, but Merlin, this is going to be harder than I had thought. Please, Zacharias Smith scoffed. We all know that Muggles can't do that. Wizards and giants can destroy a small town in about an hour, but even we can't wipe out a city that fast. Professor Potter, perhaps we should jump ahead in the syllabus to the atomic bomb lecture. Hermione said, wincing. It might encourage the others to pay more attention to the rest of the course. Unfortunately, I think you're right, Ms. Granger, especially considering current events. Lily clapped her hands together and turned around to rummage behind her desk. Letting out a short exclamation of victory, she moved to the center of the classroom and plopped an old projector onto Harry's desk. This, everyone, is called a movie projector. Think of it like an advanced version of wizarding photos, but with sound added. The specifics of how it works will be covered later on. Harry snorted in amusement and lifted an eyebrow at her. Guess it's a good thing we got the tech assist working last night. Huh? Lily just smiled at him and patted him on the head. Good boy, helping your mother out before she even knew she needed it. Lily put a roll of film onto the reels and turned down the lights in the room. All right, everyone, pay attention. While many sections of the wizarding world have somewhat stagnated, the Muggles have chugged right along, outright surpassing us in a surprising amount of areas. Watch. Watch and learn why following or allowing Tom Marvolo Riddle to provoke these people into attacking us is a supremely bad idea. The movie was a short one. She'd picked a half-hour documentary on nuclear weapons that spliced together footage from the initial tests to the reasons for their deployment to the actual usage at Japan. She felt odd showing that film to the students. On one level, that it was even necessary was supremely disturbing. On another, she felt some small amount of satisfaction showing sheltered magicals just what the supposed inferior Muggles could do. As the movie reel finished playing, Lily noted with a pleased warmth that Smith was as pale as a sheet. So, Mr. Smith, still think that the Muggles can't destroy a city with the push of a button? The boy just swallowed and shook his head mutely. Good. Now, that was a highly destructive use of Muggle technology, and is quite shocking indeed. They have a great deal of other inventions as well that are just as good as magic, and not nearly as dangerous or devastating as bombs. Even with such explosive technology as bombs, these items can be turned to good or scientific pursuits. Rockets are the only way to get to the moon after all. Millicent leaned forward, grinning widely. Oh, Professor Potter, I read about that over the summer. The Muggles have actually walked on the moon. Why did they even want to do that? Wait, what? Someone shouted from the back of the room. The moon. Lily smiled and jumped up to sit on her desk with legs crossed as some of the Muggle-borns started to proudly affirm Millicent's declaration. This was what Muggle studies was supposed to be like. Fleur shivered wrapping her arms around herself even tighter. It was times like this that she wished her fireballs could be conjured, just hovering in the air beside her and providing a bit of warmth. The wind was strong enough, but the addition of the icy cold ocean spray borne by said wind made things so much colder. Fleur couldn't even appreciate the way that the cold caused Tonks' nipples to stand at attention. She was so miserable. Not she had much chance to glance back and notice that anyway, Fleur noted with a scowl. This stupid rock path was both slippery and treacherous, so she couldn't afford to take her eyes off it for long at all. Sirius had already nearly fallen into the sea. He'd only managed to avoid that fate by Kingsley's quick reactions. Tonks' leather jacket, effectively covering her wonderful assets, also might have had a slight hand in preventing Fleur's gaze from wandering. "Oh, thank Merlin!" Finally, Remus exclaimed from just around the next bend. "We made it, folks. Fingers crossed now." Fleur turned the corner and let out a breath of relief. The cave system ahead of her was somewhat small. It looked like the entrance would be at least partially underwater, with high tide, though they could wade through it with little difficulty at the moment. Unfortunately, it seemed to reach a dead end, rather quickly ruining any accomplishment Fleur had been feeling. Yet another location, Zad, is a ruse. Wonderful. Tonks pushed forward, frowning at the wall. "Hang on there, babe. Shaq, you feel that?" "I do." Kingsley leaned forward and peered at the same rock wall that Tonks was examining. "There is some sort of ward on this section. Could it be a hidden door?" "If it is, be careful," Remus cautioned. "And Tonks, keep your ears open for any more parcel magic, like the gaunt shack." Sirius narrowed his eyes and started to reach out to the wall, running a single finger over it. "This is black family magic. It needs a sacrifice to open." "Bloody hell, we got the right cave people." "Sacrifice?" Fleur asked, scowling at the wall/door. "Perhaps we should go find a D's eater and throw them at it." Sirius snorted. "As nice as that suggestion is, it's nothing that dramatic. A sacrifice ward of that magnitude would be sending out waves of magic felt for at least a mile. Good old Tom didn't seem to want to advertise this place that well. This just needs a bit of blood." He ran his hand over a sharper section of the rock and pushed in hard enough to leave a small trail of red on the stone. Fleur felt the ward touch the blood, and the wall seemed to fold inward. Frowning Tonks looked between the now open door and Sirius. That was it. A simple first-level healing spell would fix a cut like that. What was the point? To be an arse? Remus lifted his eyebrows and shrugged. "This is Voldemort we're talking about. Brilliant and powerful he may be, but nobody is going to hand him a sanity award. He might well have done it just to spite anyone coming along. Whatever the reason, we should press forward before any further uninvited visitors show up," Kingsley commented, moving into the new chamber with wand out. Fleur followed along behind him and gaped slightly at the view. The inner chamber was far more like what she had been expecting. It was large and circular, with a small bank leading down to a lake of black water. The water was glassy enough to be visibly unnatural. "Don't touch the water in here." Fleur nodded her agreement with the Auror's statement. "Should we go back and get brooms?" Tonks asked, looking at the water with suspicion. "I don't think I'm a good enough flyer to get down the cliff on them." Sirius shook his head. "There's going to be something here to get us across. Voldemort would have protected the thing, but he's paranoid too, so he'd want to be able to check on it relatively easily, I'd imagine. Perhaps we should use the chain, Remus said, pointing to a rock outcropping with a chain wrapped around it that disappeared into the water. Worth a shot, Sirius said. He stepped up and started hauling the chain in. After a few moments, a small, barely stable boat appeared floating closer to the shore on the end of the chain. As it bumped into the shore, Fleur stepped up and started running several diagnostic charms. "Merds, this boat is cursed," she said. "Only one of us may go at a time. Unless we wish to go get Airy or someone else underage." Tonks glared at Fleur. "Not funny. I don't like this. There's an anti-apparition ward in this place as well. I doubt portkeys would work either. That island is a perfect for an ambush." Kingsley sighed. "Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it. Unless Fleur is willing to fly us to the island, we have to go one at a time. However, I agree this is hitting nearly every alarm bell I have." Fleur eyed the boat before turning to the lake and gauging the distance to the island. After a long moment, she nodded and turned back to the others. "I can take Tonks to ZE Island. I may be able to carry Remus Satphar as well with a featherlight charm applied, but I would razor not take Z chance of dropping you in Zat Lake. Yes, let's not drop the werewolf in the middle of the ominous lake, please," Remus said, raising his eyebrows. "I think I'd rather be safe than sorry. Tonks, Fleur, if you two fly, we three could stay and stand guard on this side. Then we wouldn't have to worry quite as much about being stuck." "I like it," Sirius nodded. "Any objections?" "Okay. Fleur, whenever you're ready. Girls, if you need help, call immediately, and one of us will hop in the boat." "Will do," Tonks said, saluting. She turned and, holding her arms out wide, grinned at Fleur. "Try not to drop me, babe. And lose my little pink minx. I think not." Fleur shifted enough that her wings grew out and took off. She'd really have to find the tailor who had designed these Vila-specific clothes and thank them properly one day. Avoiding ripping her shirts or jackets was definitely an improvement. She gently picked up Tonks and started flying towards the island. Barely a few seconds into the flight, Tonks' hands tightened around Fleur's forearms. "Hey, Fleur? Any chance you could fly a bit faster?" she asked, her voice very strained and higher than usual. "My wings are designed for my weight, not a passenger. I am going as fast as I can. NYM." Fleur glanced down in concern and noticed Tonks' hair had shifted to her natural mousy brown. "NYM, I'm not going to drop you." "Good, because that lake is filled with infery, love. Please hurry." Fleur nearly skipped a wing beat at that. "What?" "Saw a body float just below the surface. Please hurry. I don't like zombies, magical or mundane," Tonks said. Her voice was so incredibly calm that Fleur knew her partner was barely holding it together. Tonks was never that calm. Fleur increased her speed as much as she was able, and after a few more seconds, she squeezed Tonks' arms. "We're there, mon amour." Gently, Fleur touched down and hugged Tonks, who shuddered for a few moments before she pulled back. "Sorry, hon, really don't like zombies. And there are at least hundreds, if not thousands, down beneath the surface." Tonks gave one final shake before turning and walking towards the cauldron sitting in the center of the small island. "Let's just get this done and head back." Fleur frowned, but nodded and followed behind her partner. She cautiously peered over the edge of the cauldron. Inside was a partially transparent, greenish potion with a glint of gold at the bottom. We might have dash. Sure. Tonks exclaimed, clamping a hand over Fleur's mouth. Don't finish that sentence. Don't even think that sentence. You'll curse us. Fleur chuckled into the hand over her mouth and calmly nodded. Tonks sighed and removed her hand. Okay, let's get this potion out, yeah? 5 minutes later, Fleur and Tonks were both quite annoyed. The recalcitrant potion was being very uncooperative and simply refused to vanish. Spells didn't work. Spooning it out didn't work. Soaking it up didn't work. They'd even tried to tip the cauldron and the potion, and Horcrux stayed firmly inside. This is stupid. What type of potion can be spelled to require someone drink it? Fleur huffed, glaring at the solution. Tonks threw up her hands. Screw it. Let's just conjure a donkey or something. Then we can feed Voldemort's potion to an ass. Fleur shook her head in exasperation. That pun works better in the United States, mon amour. Let us hope that Voldemort's potion has a sense of humor, Zuff. Fleur raised her wand and quickly transfigured one of the nearby rocks into a small goat. It seemed real enough, whether the ephemeral nature of the thing would fool the potion, though. No donkey? Tonks asked, raising her eyebrows. Fleur winced. Donkeys, they don't like me. A goat will have to do. Babe, it's a transfiguration. It does what you want for the most part. But this way we can make fun of the old goat. No? Fleur said, conjuring a pair of glasses and plopping them onto the goat's head along with a large purple wizard's hat. Doesn't he look like Dumbledore now? Tonks snorted in amusement, shaking her head at her partner's misdirection, though appreciating the irony inherent in using a Dumbledore goat to try and retrieve a Horcrux. She reached down with the provided ladle, and with Fleur's assistance fed the first spoonful to the goat. Nearly immediately, the poor thing dropped to the ground, completely paralyzed. Tonks cringed. I know it's not technically alive, but this still sucks, despite the fact that the paralyzing thing is somewhat hilarious. Goats are weird. At least it's not screaming. Fleur nodded and held the goat's mouth open as Tonks poured a second mouthful into it. Tonks had gone back for another scoop when the goat stopped playing dead and decided to start screaming instead. Tonks winced and glared slightly at Fleur. See, told you we'd be cursed if we finished fate-tempting thoughts. I never should have said that. Hold the bloody ass still. The goat kept trying to flee from the potion, and binding charms didn't seem to work on it. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the cauldron had been completely emptied. The transfigured creature was lying on the ground, breathing hard, and Tonks was holding up a shiny locket with a triumphant grin. Got it. Excellent. Let's turn this thing back and get out of here. Fleur tried to reverse her transfiguration, but like the earlier attempts at immobilizing the creature, it appeared that the transfiguration faded just before touching it. Or we can leave it and let Z magic run out. Stupid potion. Fleur extended her wings and turned back to Tonks. She froze, seeing her partner's white face. Trouble, Tonks murmured. Fuck. Bella is back. Fleur. Sirius just cummed. We need to get back over there now. Hang on. Fleur jumped, grabbing Tonks under her arms and lifting them into the air. Disillusion us. NYM. She flew as close to the ceiling as she felt comfortable doing and soared back over the lake as Tonks' spell flowed over her. As soon as they had gained some height, The light of spells could be seen illuminating the area near the door into the room. Fleur cursed and pushed her wings for more speed. Tonks dropped to the ground on the bank a split second before Fleur sat down next to her. "Why haven't they dropped the ceiling on us?" Tonks questioned. "Why does your aunt do anything? She is insane and enjoys causing suffering." Fleur scowled as she saw Rodolphus and Rabaston, Lestrange peering around the pillar with the boat's anchor chain. She uttered a silent prayer, thanking God that they hadn't landed there. Rookwood and Dolohov were standing with Bellatrix back near the entrance. Remus, Kingsley, and Sirius were clustered behind a rock outcrop only a short ways away. "We have to dash," Fleur cut off, and her eyes widened as the lake behind them visibly rippled. She squeezed Tonks' hand, and both of them whispered. The goat, panicked, screaming, tore through the continuing sounds of battle, and everything stopped. Fleur caught a glimpse of the Lestrange brothers peering in confusion around the pillar. A moment later, the entire lake seemed to jump into the air from a massive underwater wave, and then crash back down. A wave of pale, scrawny bodies suddenly poured out from the water's edge. The inferi were completely silent as they started to swarm out, seeking all intruders. Fleur stood, pulling Tonks to her feet as well, and tried to run towards their friends. She made it half a step before being jerked to a stop. Turning around and expecting the worst, Fleur was surprised to see Tonks' outline simply standing rooted to the spot. There were no inferi clinging to her, preventing her from moving. She was simply frozen. "Nymphadora, move that arse." Now, a shimmer in the air near where Tonks' head should be shifted, and without any more hesitation, both girls started running. A gurgling scream resounded throughout the chamber. Fleur's mouth twisted into a predatory smile as she watched the inferi horde overwhelm Rabaston and Rodolphus. Both brothers disappeared under the bodies. One bleeding arm was flung free from the pile and into the mass. She couldn't tell which brother had just died, but it didn't particularly matter, as the other one was flung by the inferi over their masses and into the lake, promptly vanishing under the surface of the rippling water. Bellatrix let out a scream of rage and started firing spells into the inferi horde. The remaining Death Eaters quickly followed suit. Fleur and Tonks jumped behind the rock outcropping with the men and dropped their disillusionment. "Time to leave." Tonks yelled. "Any ideas would be appreciated." Sirius scowled. "They have the exit, and knowing Bella, she's going to switch to Fiendfire any moment." Kingsley flung a whip of fire towards a group of inferi heading their way. "Can your elves get through?" Riddle is notorious for marginalizing non-humans. Their method of travel works differently than ours. Perhaps he missed that. "Better than my plan of charging forward. Wands blazing." Sirius muttered. "Creature." "Winky." Tonks yelled. Both house elves popped into the cavern right behind their masters. Tonks twisted to grin at her elf. "Winky, get us back to Potter Manor. Now." "Creature, same location." Sirius ordered. Fleur watched as Winky nodded and grabbed Kingsley's arm to pop him away. Creature, on the other hand, simply stared around the cavern with an expression of utter hatred and vitriol on his face. Fleur really couldn't blame him. Inferi were vile, evil creations, some of the worst possible uses of magic in existence. "Creature, now." The ancient elf shook his head, nodded, and grabbed Remus, disappearing with a pop, while Winky blinked back in. She grabbed Tonks and vanished again. Fleur conjured several fireballs in each hand and launched the passion fire towards the closing inferi. Beside her, Sirius vanished via a returned creature. She was left alone as a scream of rage came from Bellatrix. The last thing Fleur saw of that horrible cave was the entrance caving in as creature popped back in and whisked her away to safety at Harry's home. The receiving hall resolved itself around Fleur, and she let out a relieved breath. Well, that was exciting. Thank you, creature. Creature happy to help Harpy Seductress escape. Creature hate Evil Cave. Creature would destroy Evil Cave, if he could. Creature would burn them all to ash to avenge Master. Sirius rolled his eyes. I appreciate the surprisingly enthusiastic loyalty, creature, but I'm not dead yet. You can head back to the house. Creature nodded, and he vanished. Winky stood off to the side of the room, wringing her hands. Tonks moved over and gave the little elf a large hug. Thanks for that, Winky. I hate zombies. You saved me. Winky did good, she asked softly. You did very good. Head on back to my mum, okay? Make sure she gets you anything you ask for the rest of the month. Winky gave a shy smile, nodded, and vanished. Remus collapsed into a chair nearby and pulled off his damp boots. Please tell me you two managed to retrieve the Horcrux prior to the ambush? We got it right here. Tonks said, holding it up. Looks like it should be Slytherin's locket. Funny, I kind of figured a Horcrux would, I don't know, radiate evil or something. Airy doesn't, Fleur stated, shrugging. Tonks shrugged. Still seems weird, Morgana's tits. You've got to be shitting me, she snarled. The others quickly stood and clustered around Tonks as she held the open locket in one hand and a note in the other. Kingsley grimaced. Another fake. Worse. Someone beat us to it. Tonks thrust the note at him. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it. Bloody freaking hell. How do we know if he managed to do it? How do we know if he found any others? R.A.B. Sirius frowned. Damn it. He could have at least left a real name. Voldemort would know who this was instantly, so stealth isn't really important. Shite. Now we have to try and track him down too. Fleur sighed and sat down, rubbing her head with her hands. Perhaps C. Locket could be a clue? Does anyone recognize it? Remus, Tonks, and Kingsley shook their heads. Sirius shrugged. It looks vaguely familiar, but I was dragged to a ton of highbrow parties as a kid where everyone was all dolled up in their finest. I could have seen the bloody thing on anyone's neck back then. It's not like I paid attention to that stuff beyond breasts and arses at that age. Like that's changed much now, Tonks muttered. I can't believe this bull's height. One bloody break. I'm going to take a shower. We can try to figure out where to go from here later. Sirius sighed and nodded. Yeah, I need to head back to the school anyway. See you guys later. Remus exchanged glances with Kingsley, who returned his look with a nod. We'll both stay and try to find any pictures that have that necklace while collating a list of any potential enemies of the Death Eaters with those initials. Fleur smiled at them and moved to follow Tonks out the room. Thank you both. I will try to calm her down. She found Tonks peeling off the last of her clothing and jumping under the steady stream of water cascading down from the shower head. Discarding her own clothes, Fleur climbed in behind her and wrapped Tonks in a hug. Talk to me? Tonks leaned back into the embrace and shifted her height so that she molded better into Fleur's arms. I'm sorry, it's just between the Inferi and Bella, and another dead, and it's just, what are we supposed to tell Harry now? Tonks murmured. He's losing it with the Horcrux, and he needs something to test his rune on. What if we have to watch while he takes Sue's death potion? Her voice was quiet but filled with emotion. Fleur could hear her partner fighting back tears, and the tension in her arms was evident. It will not come to that, Fleur said softly. We will find the real Horcrux. We will get it to our man, and we will watch him beat the odds yet again. It is what Aerie does. We will all get rough, sis, mon amour. For now, you need to relax. We will tell Aerie later tonight. Just relax. Fleur squeezed Tonks tighter and moved around to the front to pull the older woman into a kiss. After a moment, Tonks reciprocated, deepening Fleur's kiss. She pulled back shortly after. Thanks, Fleur. I know I don't actually say it often, but I love you too. I know. I am Vila, and I am brilliant, Fleur said, mock preening. What is Zir not to love? Tonks laughed, and Fleur joined in. The mission may not have been a resounding success, but it could have been far worse indeed. Voldemort glared down at Bellatrix. If it had been anyone else, he would have already seen them shaking on the floor under a crucio, or simply killed them for their failure. But this was Bella, his most trusted, his most competent, his most fanatical. She hadn't had all the information, and it had directly led to the deaths of the Lestrange brothers. While the loss of Rabaston and Rodolphus was troublesome, it was somewhat mitigated by the fact that neither had ever been subtle or particularly suited for recruitment. If Bellatrix hadn't already been insane prior to being given to the brothers, Voldemort would have been certain they'd have driven her to it. They had been sadists, and sadists made excellent shock troops, yet poor figureheads. The Death Eaters were losing personnel, and he'd already had to take steps in order to ensure that the more extreme members were not involved with inducting the new followers. Properly cultivating the needed mindset to torture and rape and murder took some time in most people after all. Perhaps it was even for the best that the brothers were dead. It certainly wasn't like Bella was going to miss her husband at all. No, the far more frustrating item of note was that Bella had destroyed the cave entrance before ensuring that Potter's forces were dead, or that his Horcrux was still safe. He seethed and clenched the arm of the throne hard enough to crack it. The reassuring weight of the gaunt ring held his wand hand in check while Bella continued her report. The half-breed and the werewolf had been sighted and added to the list of hunters. Voldemort briefly considered sending Fenrir Greyback and his pack after Remus Lupin. The irony of sending a werewolf after a werewolf nearly saw him ordering it. He had even opened his mouth to shout for the barbarian before scowling and shutting it again. Greyback was busy prepping for an attack on Hogsmeade in several weeks, and it would not do to tip anyone off that Lupin was more important than he should be. The Vila, though, perhaps he should arrange to acquire some of the creatures as playthings or slaves for his followers. It would be almost certain to boost their ranks. Few men ever turned down a night with a Vila. If he kidnapped some of the females from the French enclave, then it would serve as a reminder to the half-breed to stay out of his business. The only issue was his forces would have to postpone several plans in Britain to ensure enough of a force for a successful raid. Voldemort scowled again. Too many things to do, with too little personnel to do it. His mind circled back around to his Horcruxes. There was no disputing that they knew any. Longer, Voldemort's lips curled into a snarl, and his wand sparked. Potter and his army knew how he had made himself immortal, and they hunted his soul. The diadem was safe. None would ever find that room in the castle, and even if by chance some unfortunate did, it was hidden within the mass of detritus. A single tree in the forest was no tree at all. The cup was ensconced within Gringotts and should be secure as well. The goblins never assisted anyone, let alone humans. They would prevent any effort to obtain entry to Bella's vault without the woman present. Nagini and the ring would not be leaving his side, so if they were lost, then he'd likely already be at his end. Well, the ring at least. Nagini did have her own mind after all, so eventually she would falter like all the rest. He doubted that any enemies would still be remaining by that point, though, so it didn't truly concern him in the moment. The diary was already gone, though whether or not the hunters knew what it truly was, that was another matter. The locket. Voldemort turned his baleful gaze onto the witch groveling before him. He noted that she'd long since finished her report, though he had stopped paying attention quite some time before. The locket should probably be counted as a loss. Whether or not the hunters had found it, the location was no longer hidden, and the identity of the vessel would have been discovered. At least he wouldn't have to deal with a horde of inferi swarming the northern coast. Bella had been good enough to seal the exit prior to her departure. Shock and awe and a horde of magical corpses were all well and good, but it wouldn't do to let the Muggles know he was going to destroy them prior to being ready to follow through. One-on-one, a Muggle was nothing to a wizard. An entire army facing his Death Eaters, though, was quite a different concern until he'd properly prepared the fools. The piece of soul inside Potter was an odd matter. At times he could almost feel the boy's mind behind a curtain, but at others he felt a stabbing pain behind his own eyes from that same curtain. The connection was more troublesome than useful. There was no need to lure the boy into a trap. Potter had enough advisors in his army to ensure that he didn't run in blindly, and it would easy enough to simply tell Potter where he was needed and let the fool waltz right in. Potter was predictably noble, so a single important hostage would be more than enough should the necessity arise to maneuver the boy. Perhaps he should try to make another Horcrux. Voldemort chaffed that his soul was in 6 pieces now instead of 7. He could take Ollivander for a sacrifice, or perhaps he should try for the Metamorphose's mother. Bella would take great delight in seeing her sister sacrificed to him to serve his immortality. Though the books had been vague on the limits that a soul could be split, and he would hate to waste the effort on something pointless. Even going after Andromeda would be fruitless at this stage. As dearly as he wished to send a message, he needed to conserve his forces until he regained his prior numbers. Bella had reported that at least one of the hunters had died due to the inferi horde after all, so perhaps that would be enough for the moment. In the meantime, he'd do more research into seeing if he could make a new Horcrux. Snape left Voldemort's quarters heading towards his potions lab. He hated this life more and more each day. Lily no longer looked at him like he was scum beneath her boot, but she had exchanged hatred for complete indifference. He wasn't certain which was worse. His information had managed to prevent several slaughters when Bones had placed off-duty personnel in the crowds at the attack sites to assist the civilians and apprehend several recruits. Unfortunately, he'd also been forced to tell the Dark Lord about several upcoming raids, allowing many Death Eaters to escape capture. The tightrope was draining and Voldemort's mood while informing him of the newest batch of required potions was terrifying didn't seem like a strong enough modifier. Snape sneered. All he needed to do was survive this civil war. If he could do that perhaps in time, he'd be able to make some sort of peace with Lily, or Harry Potter, or perhaps even himself. As Snape passed in front of Bellatrix's quarters, he could hear her muttering inside. I failed Voldemort. I failed, yet he didn't punish me. I failed, yet no matter. I will simply ensure that they die by my own knife next time. Yes, then my master will reward me like no other. No destruction is too high, no depravity too low, no torture too extreme. I will show him just why I am the first of his people. I will prove I am worthy. Voldemort. Snape's stride was frozen in midair as he struggled to turn that thought into something that made any sort of sense. A shuffle from the open door kicked him back into gear. Snape walked away at a speed just under a run. Some things one would be happier never hearing or remembering. Lily sighed as she sat down on the couch next to Shiva and leaned her head on the other woman. Heard back from Tonks. The hiding place was real, but someone beat them to it. We're stuck with a fake. Shiva swore and punched the cushion beside her. Well, that's just bloody perfect. So much for a test run. I really don't want him taking that Chinese homebrew, Lils. Me neither, but we're running out of options and time. Agreed. Shiva sighed and squeezed Lily's leg. Look, Harry will be fine, no matter whether we use the rune stone or the potion. He always is. Lily picked her head up and raised an eyebrow. Just who are you trying to convince? Shiva, me, or yourself? Both. Shiva said, grinning slightly and shrugging. Lily rolled her eyes and lightly punched Shiva's shoulder. Well, we wouldn't be his mothers if we didn't worry. As urgent as the Horcrux matter is, I'm starting to wonder just what we should do once it's taken care of. What do you mean? Well, we seem to be hitting wall after wall on the Voldemort front. We find the ring, he's already reclaimed it. We find the locket, someone else has stolen it. We have no idea where to look for the others, or even what they truly are. We're assuming at least one is the cup, but Merlin knows what Ravenclaw's artifact was. Lily said, holding up one finger for each point. I died once for my family. I'm not particularly eager to see Harry or anyone else doing the same anytime soon. And if we can't find these Horcruxes, that's what's going to end up happening. Shiva nodded. Well, we could always fall back on my suggestion from last year when the shite about the tournament came up. She noticed Lily's questioning gaze and hurriedly continued. I asked Harry if he'd be willing to run away to a new country and live without magic. We have let the girls and family friends know where we were going, but he decided to stay instead. He figured Riddle would still hunt him down, and he wanted to have magic to fight. That option's honestly a lot more appealing now. We'd all still have magic after all, and prophecy only says he has to be there at the very end. Lily blinked in astonishment for a few seconds before laughing. And I thought witches had no common sense. If things get anywhere near as bad as last time, we should definitely move. I could kiss you for that suggestion. Shiva. Well, nothing's stopping you, Lils, Shiva replied with a wry, teasing grin. Lily's laughter tapered off, and she stared thoughtfully at her friend. That is true. She saw Shiva's eyes widen. Obviously, the woman had meant the comment as a joke. She could shrug it off and return with an answering jibe, or she could, but James was dead, though, and Shiva was very much alive. Ah, hell. Lily quieted the part of her still lightly protesting and leaned in. She paused, her lips just a hair's breadth above Shiva's. Before she could finish moving down, Shiva raised her head and closed the remaining distance. Their lips locked, and a second later their tongues dueled. Lily heard Shiva let off a low moan of contentment just before both pulled back, slightly breathless. Well, Lily murmured, that just happened. Shiva chuckled and shifted so that she could wrap an arm around Lily's shoulder. Yeah, good kiss that. Agreed, Lily answered, a wide grin blossoming on her face. So, you like girls too? I kind of figured that you were strictly into guys. You know, husband and all, Shiva commented hesitantly. Lily shrugged. I had a girlfriend before I had a boyfriend. Travers killed her and her family in the last war. We parted amicably long before that, but the point stands. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was a long time ago. The point is, yes, I like women just as much as I like men, Lily said with a small snort of amusement. When I was kid, I used to think I was ahead of my time. Then I got more used to the magical community, where that sort of thing seems to be less of an issue. Well, at least as long as you're not concerned with passing on bloodlines. Shiva nodded. Oh, so, you like me? Lily sat up and raised her eyebrow, staring incredulously at her friend. Is this really a surprise? I've been leaning on you since I woke back up. We're both raising our son together. I've told you the state my marriage was in before Halloween '81. We speak and hang out almost every night. You're very beautiful and extremely intelligent. And I've taken to staring at your arse whenever you leave a room before me. Well, you put it like that. Shiva shook her head, laughing. And for the record, I've been staring at your arse for weeks. Didn't really think it was appropriate to say anything, though. Well, the elephant in the room has been spoken of now. That it has, Shiva said. So, before I try to kiss you again, are you looking for a fling to help you get over James? Because I'm honestly not sure I'd be up for that. Lily rolled her eyes. Wow, jumping the gun a bit there. No wonder Harry is so bad with talking to girls, she teased lightly. I don't know what I'm looking for. Shiva. I just know that I like you and would like to spend time with you as more than just friends. I don't want a rebound relationship, but I have no intention of making the same mistake I did last time and marrying someone due to a war. Shiva smiled and cocked her head to the side a bit. Well, Harry has been trying to get me to date someone for a few years now. Can you imagine the look on his face when we tell him we're sort of a couple now? Lily started laughing. It'll be priceless. Yes, it will, Shiva commented sagely. She leaned over and cupped Lily's chin in one hand, whispering seductively. Now, Professor Potter, I believe I need to check whether you remember your studies. Harry groaned, sitting up and pushing away his papers. He'd finally managed to get it finished. The Treski schematic no longer had grounding issues and could be used without incurring any magical backlash. He'd have to get the design over to Amelia so that she could run a few field tests to be sure, but there wasn't any reason that it should have issues. A traitorous part of his mind whispered that the soul cage shouldn't have any issues, either yet that hadn't stopped the thing from nearly killing him. Shaking his head to rid himself of the annoying doubt, Harry gathered his work and stood up. Maybe just a quick check with Shiva and Lily to make sure. No reason to jump the gun after all. Besides, he could ask them for advice on what to do for Hermione's birthday, and maybe get some help with setting things up for Daphne's Defense Association meeting over the weekend. And tell them about Daphne's Defense Association meeting over the weekend. Harry sighed to himself. There just weren't enough hours in the day anymore. Sirius had gotten back a little while ago, too, so he needed to swing by his godfather, too. Who better for ideas on what to try covering in a defense class than the defense teacher? It would also nicely cover Harry's bases of attempted murder by Dada Professor. If Sirius was a guest teacher in Daphne's new club, then there would be bound to be an accident or something at the end of the year, almost getting him killed. Now he wouldn't have to worry about his godfather turning evil and trying to kill him. He stopped in front of Lily's office first this time, but there wasn't an answer to his knock. After waiting a minute or two, and still not getting any answer, Harry let himself in only to find his mother wasn't in her rooms. Briefly, he considered coming Hermione to check the aide or Lily herself, but he shrugged and simply turned to continue on to Shiva's room. They were generally together anyway, whenever he went looking for one or the other. It made talking to his mothers easier, but it was reaching the point of hilarity at times. Shiva, Harry called, knocking on her door. Again, there was no answer. Shaking his head and mumbling in annoyance, Harry called out again. If you're in there, I'm coming in. I need to talk to you and Lily for a few minutes. With silence his only answer, Harry gave the password, and the door swung open for him. He shuffled the papers he was holding so that he could check a few things as he stepped inside, and shut the door behind him. Shiva, I fixed the grounding issue in the tray ski. I had to lower the ward tunneling ability and add in a shunting workaround just in case, but I think it's better than bleeding from the eyes when jumping through a strong ward. He heard a grunt coming from the door to the bedroom area and shuffled that way, switching to a second sheet. I also added in a disintegrate matrix. It'll destroy the rune stone if there's too much backlash to bleed off, unfortunately, but again, better than hemorrhaging. He turned the doorknob and pushed it open. Do you want to contact Amelia or Dash? Harry cut off abruptly as a feminine squeal had his eyes wrenched up from the papers. On the couch in front of him were Shiva and Lily, both very sweaty, very naked, and very entangled. Harry's mouth dropped open, and the papers he was holding slipped out his hands. He made a strangled sound that was certainly not a terrified scream. It was a manly utterance of surprise. Sorry, I'll come back later. He had the door wrenched shut before he had fully processed just who had been in Shiva's arms. Halfway across the office, that information caught up with his feet, causing him to trip and fall on the ground, desperately trying to get the imagine of his two mothers' naked bodies out of his mind. Harry, knock next time, kid. Shiva shouted from behind the newly reclosed bedroom door. I'm a little busy here. Harry groaned and covered his head with his hands. I did knock, and I was talking too. Lock your bedroom. Harry? Maybe we should talk, honey. Lily's voice drifted through the door. Harry could practically hear the blush of embarrassment in her voice. It perfectly matched his own tomato red face. Maybe later. Have fun. Leaving now, bye. Harry didn't wait around for either of them to say anything further. He picked himself up and practically ran out of the room. He didn't slow his pace until he hit the ground floor. Bloody hell. Now you have two mothers. Tonks, I'm going to kill you. You probably arranged this, he muttered. Merlin, that was embarrassing. Harry shuddered again. He didn't have any issues with Lily and Shiva getting together. It was rather weird considering one was a mother by blood and one was a mother by adoption. Also weird when one stopped to consider that one was 35 going on 22 and the other was 23 going on 24. Whatever. Harry shook his head and groaned. No, Lily and Shiva could date. That was fine. He just had no need to see his parents having sex. That was all sorts of wrong. It would have been all sorts of wrong if they had actually be a good deal older than him, like most parents and children. That they were both by an amusing quirk of fate actually pretty close to him in age just made it even more embarrassing. Resolving to try and wipe the scene from his mind with a bit of manual labor, he changed course and headed towards the greenhouses. It was early afternoon, so he'd probably have most of the area to himself. He could finish the practical part of the herbology homework early. That was a great idea in principle. Unfortunately for Harry, it ended up being a bad idea in practice. He had just walked into the greenhouse and grabbed the gloves when he heard something falling towards the back of the enclosure. Frowning, Harry moved through the overhanging plants towards the noise. Anyone else here? A distant giggle was the only response. Harry sighed in annoyance. He wasn't really in the mood to play hide and seek with people from the lower years. Look, I'm about to start dash. Harry cut off as he pushed aside one large fern and found himself face to face with Neville. A bare-chested Neville, with Susan similarly sans clothing and sprawled underneath him on top of the last table thankfully clear of plant material. You mind, Harry? We've claimed this greenhouse for an hour or so, Hannah said, raising an eyebrow at him from where she was standing with her arms wrapped around Neville from behind. Harry just gaped and silently tried to reach for words as his face heated up. Before he could regain his composure, Susan twisted to look up at him. Actually, probably 2 hours. Hermione is up in the astronomy tower doing some work, I think, if you were looking your own entertainment. Harry locked eyes with Neville, who was struggling not to laugh at the girl's comments and largely failing. Lock the door on your way out, mate. I could have sworn I did that. My bad. Yeah, bye. Harry practically squeaked as he dropped the frond he was still holding and ran out of the greenhouse. He was on the 7th floor by the time he consciously decided to try and work out his embarrassment in the room of requirement. He paused in front the tap dancing trolls, trying to decide what would best take his mind off the last few minutes. Eventually, Harry decided to try meditating sitting by the fire, curled up on his bed from the manor. It had worked wonders when he'd done that over the summer halls with his partners. He set the room and walked in, shaking his head, trying to find the humor in this very normal teenage problem, which should be an extremely refreshing change from the usual life-threatening ones. That attempt was blasted out of his mind as he yet again walking into the middle of an intimate scene. Fleur and Tonks were squirming against each other in the middle of the room's version of his bed with their hands between each other's legs and both panting heavily. Harry's mouth again dropped open as he stared. Both girls froze in surprise at the sound of the door clicking before their eyes found Harry, and the tension in their shoulders dropped away. They turned to each other and laughed. Well, Tonks said, completely amused, we thought we'd be safer coming here to avoid the possibility of Remus or Shaq accidentally walking in on us. Didn't even think about you or Mione being able to open the door. Watcher, Wonder Boy, care to join us? Fleur grinned lecherously at him. I know I said to meet later in the evening, Harry, but I am glad you decided to come here early. Harry groaned and wiped a hand over his face. Why does this keep happening to me? Sirius scowled as he twisted the fake locket in his hands. Why do you look so familiar? What am I missing? He dropped the stupid thing on the table and slammed his head down on the desk. Maybe I should call Creature and ask him. He's been around long enough that he's surely seen enough old jewelry to point me in the right direction. I know I've seen this before. I know I'm missing something big about this whole thing. Merlin's bollocks. Why did Remus and Lily have to have all the brains in the group? Siri, are you talking to yourself again? Amelia asked with an amused raised eyebrow as she let herself into his room. You're supposed to have left the crazy in Azkaban, dear. Sirius rolled his eyes and glared at her. Haha, very funny, Amy. Thanks for stopping by. I can really use your deductive skills here. Amelia chuckled and pulled up a chair beside him, running a hand gently through his hair. And here I thought you called because you missed me. Well, of course, I missed you, love, Sirius said, shooting her his trademark black grin. I just also happen to admire that beautiful brain of yours, and am not above admitting that I'm a fool who misses trees in a forest somewhat consistently. You go running off on a fool's errand against all common sense twice, and you never let yourself let it go, huh? 3 times. At least. Pettigrew counts as 2 and 3. In hindsight, I should really count running around with a transformed werewolf as number 1 for the fool's errand occurrences, he said, grimacing. Amelia blinked in surprise and pulled back, staring at him open-mouthed. Who are you, and what have you done with Sirius Black? He groaned and slapped a hand over his heart. I can be mature sometimes, Amy. Those kids' continual brushes with death, completely unrelated to any of their own actions, are forcing me to re-examine some of my own life choices. It really doesn't paint the Marauders in as sterling a light as I prefer. Oh, please, beyond the animagus thing, your actions were harmless. Pranking and exploring isn't against the law, Siri. We were bullies. I honestly think I finally get why Snape hates me so much. I can't even blame him. I'd hate me too. Amelia frowned. Sirius, be honest with me. What the hell is going on? You're never this introspective. He waved a hand over the locket on the desk. Ever since we got back from that damn cave hours ago, I've been going over everything. I'm missing something, Amelia. It's eating at me and eating at me. I don't even know what it is that has me turning this over so much, but I know I'm missing something major. I understand. I've felt the same way on investigations, sometimes. It's one of the single most frustrating things of being an Auror. Your instincts tell you something is wrong, but you can never find the justification for what set you off until it's too late. Let's take a look and see if I can help jog something loose. She picked up the locket, turning it over several times before flipping it open and inspecting the inside. Was there anything odd about the cave itself or the location? No, it was a cave. I went spelunking with James back in '74, but that looked nothing like this cave. Amelia nodded and gently set the locket down, turning her attention back to Sirius. What about the enchantments? He shook his head. Nothing odd except that one on the entrance in. Black family magic has a distinctive flavor, and I know that spell. Mum loved it. She used to put the damn thing on the cabinets when she wanted to make sure we didn't go for the cookies. Is it possible your mother helped Voldemort in the construction of the defenses then? No way, Sirius said, shaking his head. She supported his ideals 100%, but she would never stoop to actively helping him. My brother might have told him about the spell, but it could just as easily have been Bella, since I know she got a kick out of it too. Amelia nodded again and quirked her mouth into a contemplative expression. Let's move on then. How about the Inferi? Sirius sighed and shook his head again. Nope. Never had issues with them before. Never encountered them beyond Auror training. And nothing leaps out at you about the potion protecting this. Nothing. I was never good with potions, though, so that's not surprising. You're somewhat used to battle, as well, so that's out, Amelia said softly. Anything about when you were all leaving that seemed strange? Sirius frowned. Well, Creature froze for a minute there, when he first popped in, and he was rather vehement afterward about helping us out of there. He really seemed to hate the Inferi. Is that a house elf thing? Not that I know of, Amelia said slowly. Her eyes narrowed, and she scribbled a note. We'll call him and ask as soon as we finish going over the rest. Let's get a full list before pursuing the leads. Sirius nodded emphatically. Sounds good. The locket itself next. You say it looks familiar. I know I've seen it. It was before Azkaban. That much I'm certain of, Amy. I thought originally it might have been at one of the parties that Mum and Dad dragged me to as a teenager, but now I'm not so sure. Do you recognize it? He asked, holding it out again. She shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, no. That is no design I am aware of personally. I have an antiques dealer friend that we could try asking in the morning. If it's a relic or an heirloom, he stands a good chance of recognizing it. Okay, that's better than nothing. Do you want to read the note inside it? Yes, please. She took out her monocle and scanned over the paper he handed her several times. Her face lost quite several shades of color as she carefully handed the sheet back and removed her monocle. Siri, what did you say your brother's middle name was? Arcturus, Sirius said, shrugging in confusion. Why? What does Regulus have to do with anything? Amelia opened her mouth and closed it, remaining silent for a moment. She rubbed her temples. He vanished in 1979, didn't he? Yeah, got cold feet or something after he joined up with the Death Eaters. The reality of raping and murdering apparently didn't fit with his fantasy. From what Bella said in Azkaban, Voldemort had him killed. Sirius scowled. None of my family ever wanted to get their hands dirty. If you're going to go evil, at least be bloody decisive about it, so I can properly hate you. Amelia's face whitened further until she resembled a sheet. Merlin's beard. Sirius. Think about it. Black. Family magic on the door. Regulus disappearing somewhere around the time this was likely hidden. A horribly familiar locket. Creature having a bad reaction to the cave. R.A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black. Sirius' mouth dropped open, and he turned to stare at the piece of jewelry. He slowly reached out and picked it up. Heirlooms, you said. Mum had an old locket she kept locked up that was a few generations old. I remember it had a big jewel on the front, just like this creature. Master calls for Creature, the ancient elf rasped as he popped into the office just to the side of Sirius. Creature, I need you to tell me about what happened earlier today, when you came for us. Creature? Creature. Sirius' eyes narrowed as the elf remained quiet, simply staring at him. He was about to yell at the old thing before he realized that Creature wasn't staring at him. Creature was staring at the locket. Master Regulus Locket. Creature murmured reverently. Then he burst into tears and flung his arms around Sirius' legs, hugging them in a death grip. Master has recovered Master Regulus Locket. Master is to be praised. Master is no longer unfit. Master is honoring his family. Sirius could only stare slack-jawed at the ancient elf. He turned to Amelia, for help who could. Only shrug in confusion. Frowning, he turned back to Creature and gently pried the little guy off of his legs. Creature, can you tell me what happened earlier in the cave? Do you know about this locket? About Regulus? What happened to my brother? Creature burst into tears again. It took 10 minutes before the two wizards could get him calm enough to begin explaining the sad history of Regulus Black. Finally, Creature explained how he'd been used to test the defenses around the Horcrux, and how Voldemort had left him to die, not realizing the elf could escape due to Regulus' earlier orders. He spoke of how Regulus had soured to Voldemort after that casual dismissal of the loyal elf. He spoke of Regulus' research and discovery of the Horcrux. He spoke of Regulus' attempt to retrieve it, ending in the man's death. He spoke of Regulus' final orders to destroy the actual Horcrux, orders that remained incomplete to his eternal shame. He spoke of how he had almost been forced to discard the Horcrux before he could continue trying to complete his mission, but how Mistress Irreverent had convinced Sirius to allow Creature to continue holding the cursed item. Creature finished his tale and again collapsed into tears, praising Mistress Irreverent and Master Unfavorite. Sirius finally managed to regain use of his voice. Creature, he asked softly, if you bring me that Horcrux, my godson, and I will destroy it for you. I swear this to you. We will help you finish my brother's last order. You can keep this locket in return. Creature's cries cut off, and he stared up at the man. Blinking large eyes, Creature disappeared without another word. Amelia reached over and grabbed Sirius' hand, squeezing hard. We found it. We found it, he replied with a grin, splitting his face in half. Thank you for listening to Part 7 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path. The Rune Stone isn't just revealing magic, it's revealing character. Harry is no longer merely preparing for battle. He's becoming a symbol of magical renewal, whether he wants the title or not. As the political and personal stakes rise, this part leaves us with the question, what is the cost of knowing too much too soon? Let us know in the comments. Which new developments surprised you? Which scenes stirred you most? What do you think is coming next? And if you haven't already, like this video, subscribe for future chapters, and consider joining the Wizard Army to help us keep fanfiction stories like this alive in audiobook form. Did you know? Some readers interpret Harry's journey in this story as an allegory for self-determination in the face of institutional failure, a theme reflected in how he rejects traditional authority in favor of older, more grounded forms of magic. Thank you for walking the path with us. And remember, revolution doesn't always start with rebellion. Sometimes it begins with understanding. We'll see you soon in Part 8. Until then, stay sharp, stay kind, and keep your wand steady.